Good morning. Oh, nobody's here. Good morning, nobody. Well, me and Spike's here. The important people are here. Spike's trying to get comfortable. Poor baby's in so much pain. I guess I'm gonna have to take him back to the vet. He's trying to get comfortable. My little chunky monkey. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, Judy's here. Judy's my ride or die. She's always here. My cute little guy's in so much pain. We started giving him treats with what's that stuff called? Glucosamine and chondroitin? Is that what it's called? And it seemed to help. And we're out of them right now. But I had also gotten him some calming treats, and he doesn't like them. It's got hemp in it, and they were stinky. And we finally got him to take them. We put them in peanut butter. He doesn't like them. Like, he likes the peanut butter, so he eats it, but you can tell that he's like not thrilled about it. But I don't really think those help the pain. It just helps him sleep. So I don't know what we're going to do. I guess because the one pain medicine that the vet gave him helps, but not really, really helps. And then there's another one that she said she can add on, but then he's going to have blood work periodically, and blood work on dogs is extremely expensive for some reason. I don't understand. Because the other one can affect like liver and kidneys and stuff like that. Crying out loud, the dog's 11, 12, almost 12. So he's probably already got organ damage just from his age alone. I feel so bad for him. He's so cute. I don't know why I'm looking down at him. I've got his picture right there in front. He's so cute. You're so cute. I feel so sad for him. He's also depressed on top of the pain because of Belle. Even though towards the end they weren't best friends anymore. I don't know what their relationship was towards the end. He'd come close to her and he'd go, "Urgh." I think it was because of the pain though. That's what the vet said. So I don't know why nobody's here. But Judy. The important people are here. Me, Judy, and Spike. So we're gonna play catch up and try to get caught up on yesterday in the George Pino trial. I don't know why my electricity went out. And then the internet, which is owned by my electric company, but it's separate. I thought like when they started the electric thing, I thought it would all be like one bill, like all lumped together, and it's not. It's separate, but it's still owned by the same company. So usually when the electricity goes out, of course the router goes out too because it's hooked to the electricity, right? So, it needs electricity to run. So usually the electricity comes back on and then the router comes back on like 5 minutes later, however long it takes for the router to boot up. And it didn't come on. So I unplugged it and I plugged it back in and I waited and the light came back on red. So I unplugged it and I plugged it back in and I waited and the light was still red. So I called and they're like, "Oh, well, we'll get customer support or tech support to call you back." And I'm like, "Yeah, tomorrow," because it was like 5 o'clock. And they finally called, like, I don't know what time last night. And I missed the call because for whatever reason, like when I stream, I put my phone on Do Not Disturb and turn the ringer off. And I guess I didn't change it back. And so I didn't hear it ring. So then I called back and I got put on hold again. And so I just sent a text message to the number that called me. And I'm like, this isn't something tech support can fix because this happened when my power went out. And the power came back on and the internet didn't. The Wi-Fi didn't. And then Travis said he saw somebody from the electric company or with the electric company initials on the truck out here with a flashlight, like after dark, looking at, well, he was looking at all the wiring and everything when Travis came home a little after 5. And then, even in the dark, I feel like I have to sneeze. So, even in the dark, he was out there with a flashlight looking at all the wiring and stuff. And so we went to bed and the internet still wasn't on. So I happened to wake up in the middle of the night and I rolled over and I looked at Alexa and the time was right. And I said, Alexa, is the internet back on? And she's like, yes, it looks like the internet's back. I was like, yay. So I didn't get to watch anything I wanted to watch. Like, I have unlimited data on my phone, but because I live way out in the country, I couldn't get anything to load. So, but shorts. I could watch shorts on YouTube, but I couldn't watch any like full-length videos. I tried to watch Peter's video about the Karen Reed hearings, and it would play and it would be super blurry, and then it would clear up and then it would buffer. I was like, nope, this isn't gonna work. So I couldn't watch anything. And so I couldn't get the stream ready. I couldn't do anything. So I sit down this morning to get the stream ready and I see that Carmelo Anthony pled guilty because of whatever that bombshell evidence was yesterday. So I'm like, well, crap, I got a bunch of videos now. I got to go back and catch up. So all kinds of stuff happened yesterday. So apparently George Pino, after opening statements, bawled like a baby. So we've got a lot to catch up. But I usually, while I'm talking, a bunch of people come in. Where is everybody today? Like I said, the important people are here. Duty is my ride or die. Where is everybody? See, I take a week off and everybody abandoned me. My daughter died, y'all. I deserved a week off. Okay, so today we're playing catch up on yesterday, and then we're gonna do day 2 of the trial. We're gonna zoom through breaks and lunches and whatever else and try to get caught up. And there's the jury. I think this is when my power went out. When we watched the juries come into the courtroom.
Everyone, please be seated. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to ask Marilise, my clerk, to please swear you in as our jury. Please stand, raise your right hand and sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will well and truly try the issues between the state of Florida and the defendant and render a true verdict according to the law and the evidence?
I do.
You may be seated, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I have some questions for all of you. Have any of you seen or heard or read anything in the news that you think might have something to do with this proceeding?
No.
Okay. Have you seen or heard anything in the news about any other accidents in the water over the weekend? Or read anything about that?
No.
Okay. Have you been on social media, posted anything, read anything, online newspaper?
No.
Has anyone attempted to speak with you or in your presence about this case?
No.
Okay. All right, very well. Ladies and gentlemen, you have been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of State of Florida versus George Pino. As you know, this is a criminal case. Mr. Pino is charged with 1 count of manslaughter and 1 count of vessel homicide operation in a reckless manner. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state has proven that Mr. Pino has committed the crimes charged beyond the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence or conflict in the evidence and the law. As I explained to you during jury selection, this document in my hand called the information, that is the charging document. It was filed against Mr. Pino, but it is not evidence in this case, and it is not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is my responsibility to decide what laws apply to this case and to explain these laws to you. It is your responsibility to decide what the facts of the case are and to apply the law to those facts. Thus, the province of the judge and the jury are well defined and do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys the opportunity to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. I remind you what the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits may be produced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the attorneys will have an opportunity to make their final arguments. And following the final arguments, I will instruct you on the law that is applicable to this case. After the instructions are given, anyone chosen as an alternate juror will be released, and the remaining jurors will retire to consider the verdict. I admonish you, you are not to form any fixed or definite opinions about the merits of this case until after you have heard all of the evidence, the argument of the lawyers, and the instructions on the law. Until that time, you are not to discuss this case amongst yourselves. During the course of the trial, we will take recesses and meal breaks. During these times, you're allowed to go about your personal business. You cannot discuss this case with anyone at any point while you are still on this jury and before you are discharged. You are not permitted to let anyone to speak with you about the case or in your presence about the case. If anyone attempts to speak with you about this case or in your presence about this case, please remind them that you are on the jury. If they persist, please report that to Renee immediately. This prohibition applies to everyone in the courtroom, the attorneys, witnesses, staff, and third parties. If you see us at any point outside of this courtroom, we're going to ignore you. And don't take that personally. All of us, everyone in this courtroom, is invested in maintaining the integrity of these proceedings. This case must be tried by you This case must be tried by you only on the evidence presented during the trial and in your presence and in the presence of Mr. Pino, the attorneys, and myself. You must not conduct any independent investigation. You are not allowed to visit any of the places that may be described in the evidence or read or listen to any reports that might exist about this case. You are not to discuss this case with anyone. You may not speak with the attorneys, Mr. Pino, any of the witnesses, or anyone else about this case until you have concluded your deliberations and you are discharged. In every criminal proceeding, the person accused, in this case, Mr. Pino, has an absolute right to remain silent. At no time does he have a duty to prove his innocence. From the exercise of one's right to remain silent, you may not draw any inference of guilt or hold it against him in any way. The fact that the accused does not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict or enter your discussions in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure. They have a duty to make objections they believe are proper. When an objection is made, please do not speculate as to why it was made. Likewise, if an objection is sustained, which means I prevent a witness from answering a question or prevent a piece of evidence from coming in, please don't speculate as to what might have been said or what might have occurred had the witness been permitted to answer. Sometimes during the trial, and you saw it during our jury selection, it's necessary for me to confer with the attorneys in what we call sidebar conferences. I'm going to put on the white noise. This is not for your concern or consideration. It could be a matter of schedule. It could be a matter of law, which is for me to decide. But I call these sidebars, or they might be requested at times during the proceedings, if I think that something that might take a little bit longer than a few moments, I'm going to likely take a break at that time. Okay. I also try to keep sidebars at a minimum. So if counsel requests a sidebar and I ask them to reserve, it doesn't mean I'm mad at them. Many times I can anticipate what we need to discuss, and I might ask them to reserve and then handle it when we take a break. So I like to keep them at a minimum, keeps the flow of the proceedings going. Okay? In addition, let me talk to you about note-taking. Renee is going to hand to each one of you an envelope. Now, outside the envelope, there is a tab. There's a white tab on the outside of the envelope. Inside the envelope is a notepad and a pen. Please remove the notepad and the pen from the envelope. If you would, please, write your juror number on the white tab on the front of the envelope. This is how we will identify that envelope and that notebook as belonging to you. And that is your notebook to use if you wish during these proceedings. Make sure everyone writes their juror number. These notebooks are not seen by anyone else but you. It's for you to use if you wish. At the end of each session and some at recesses, I may ask you just to leave them in your seats. If you take breaks, Renee may collect them during breaks. At the end of each session, Renee will take these envelopes from you with your notepads inside. They will be in a locked drawer in the office. No one will have access to them. Let me talk to you, though, about note-taking. I permit the jurors to take notes during the proceedings. And some people take notes, some people don't take notes. It's not a requirement. But the caution about note-taking is this. Please do not get so wrapped up or focused or concentrated on taking notes that you miss something. Because your job as jurors is to rely on your independent recollection of the evidence and testimony presented to you during the proceedings. So you have to be alert, you have to be listening, you have to be observant. So note-taking is fine as long as you don't let it distract you to the point where you're not listening, you're not paying attention, you miss something, okay? Because again, they're for your guide and they'll be used only to help you in recalling what transpired, to refresh your memory of what transpired during the proceedings. That's how notes can and should be used if you wish to take them. All right, very well, let's begin opening statements.
If I may just have a moment to get the seat.
Get yourself set up, that's fine.
Thank you. Your Honor, may it please the court. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for being here. Just by way of introduction again, my name is Laura Adams. Along with me is Mr. Jonathan Borst. And also we are going to be assisted from time to time through this trial by a law intern, a law student who's interning at the State Attorney's Office, and his name is Juan Ramirez. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a case about responsibility and accountability, or I should say, the lack of both on the part of the defendant in this case, George Pino. The evidence is going to show that on September the 4th of 2022, this defendant took his wife, his 17-year-old daughter, and 11 of her teenage friends out on his boat, and he wound up plowing right into a huge channel marker that ironically was placed in Biscayne Bay to keep boaters safe. As a result of his complete abandonment of good judgment and responsibility, 17-year-old Lucy Fernandez, her given name is Luciana Cristina Fernandez, is dead. In the aftermath of causing Lucy's death, this defendant avoided accountability by telling the police a fabrication of how this boating crash occurred. And he maintained that falsehood long after the day of this tragedy. The evidence in this case, ladies and gentlemen, will show you this was not a mere accident or a momentary lapse in judgment. The evidence that Lucy is dead because the defendant failed to do the most basic things that the rules of the water require. Things like maintaining a proper lookout, things like operating your vessel at a safe speed for the conditions, avoiding situations that can cause a collision, or as you may hear from time to time in this case, an allision. Collision technically means two boats striking each other. Allision is a boat striking a stationary object, whatever term you want to use. Don't crash into things. Moreover, you are to travel when you're in a narrow channel on the right-hand side of the channel. We're not in England. We don't drive our cars on the left side, and we don't operate our boats on the left side of the channel. This defendant drove his boat after consuming alcoholic drinks that was full of teenagers who also had been drinking alcohol right into that big steel channel marker in Biscayne Bay in broad daylight, a channel marker that had a day glow green square above it with the number 15. A channel marker that he had passed by a multitude of times because this was his water playground going to and from a location, which I'll talk to you about in a moment, up to a sandbar. He hit that channel marker, ladies and gentlemen, as he was accelerating through the channel, going from speeds of 43 miles an hour to 47 miles per hour. He struck that steel channel marker at just under 50 miles per hour.
That's not how you go through the channel.
The witness who will tell you how this crash happened has no bias, no prejudice, and no sympathy. This witness has a perfect memory. And this witness is not swayed by money or privilege or power. That witness is Global Positioning System Data, better known as GPS. The GPS from the defendant's boat is how we know the way that this crash occurred,
Oh, lady,
because the GPS
leave them on.
heard the
Leave them
truth
off.
about what happened. George Pino did not. But before I get into the details of the GPS analysis that was done in this case, I'd like to give you a little bit of an idea of what was happening on September 4th, 2022. The defendant, George Pino, and his wife, Cecilia, had planned a wonderful weekend celebration over the Labor Day weekend. Their younger daughter, who was also named Cecilia Pino, but went by Little Ceci, named after her mom, she was going to turn 18 later that week. And so the family invited a bunch of Little Ceci's friends to come to a location called Ocean Reef Resort to have a weekend of fun, hanging out together, going out on the boat, having a celebration dinner. At around 2:52 that Sunday afternoon, they got into George Pino's boat. 12 kids, the defendant, and his wife. Before leaving
I don't know what that is.
for Ocean Reef Resort, before leaving the resort, however, that boat was stocked with some food and drinks. And the drinks that were stocked on that boat were not just water, were not just sodas. There was alcohol, lots of it stocked on that boat. Now the plan was to head out okay? The plan was to go from here, which is where the location of Ocean Reef is, where I'm circling this blue dot, and to traverse across this little narrow waterway, and then head up toward this location, which is called the Cutter Bank Channel. Now, for those that might not be boaters, what you'll learn in this case is that a channel is an area of the bay that's dredged out to be deep, because a lot of Biscayne Bay is relatively shallow. And if a large boat that has a keel under it has a draft that's too far, that boat's going to run aground, and that'll cause a danger to everyone. So in areas where the bay is shallow, there will be dredged out locations. And to keep people safe and to let boaters know where they can maneuver their maybe larger vessels, there are what's called channel markers on either side. They're big steel poles, and on one side of the channel, there will be odd numbered markers in day glow green, and on the other side, there will be even number markers in red. The plan for that day was Mr. Pino went up through this channel, and he and other boats were going to rendezvous at this location here, which is called Billy's Point. It's a popular location where people will come to, dock their boats, tie their boats up to other boats, and people will socialize, have fun, sometimes drink alcohol, have food, listen to music, things of that nature. However, when they get to this area where I have the orange dot, Billy's Point, one of the boats that's kind of part of this group, it's too big to dock there. You can see where the water along here is, or this is like a lighter blue that shows shallower water. So what they do instead is they head up further north here to where I have this red dot. It's slightly deeper water, and that's where the defendant and several other boats basically stay for a few hours. Okay?
Makes me homesick for the place I only lived for 6 months of my life that I don't remember.
So once they get to that part of the sandbar where the water is a little deeper, the plan was at the end of their time there, they were going to return back down to Ocean Reef because the defendant had planned a surprise party for his daughter. And it was going to be a catered dinner from like 9 p.m. to 11.
Oh, nice.
To give you a little bit better of an idea of how the channel works, I have this exhibit also.
Past the channel though.
And
No.
this gives you a little bit more of a close view of where the defendant was going to travel. So here we have where Ocean Reef is. Here is the area where he would traverse. And then this area here that I'm circling, that is called Cutter Bank. And there are channel markers, 15, 14, 13A. There's channel marker 12 all along this channel so that boats can safely travel through it, okay? And I have one more that's just a little bit closer so you can really get an idea of where those markers are through here. And all of this evidence you'll see during the trial. This isn't your only chance. When the defendant was traveling north to get up to where the sandbar was, he was traveling at a pretty moderate speed, maybe like in the 30s or so. Also, he was navigating the boat in a way that's consistent with seeing other vessels because, again, this is Labor Day weekend and the waters are a little busier during holiday weekends than they are, during the business day. The defendant and the kids and his wife, all on his boat, get up to the area of the sandbar at about 3:23 that Sunday afternoon. Now let's talk a little bit about what was going on at the sandbar. There, Mr. Pino dropped his anchor.
His glasses are annoying me.
The girls that were on his boat would, hang out with each other. There was another boat that was, the owner was friendly with Mr. Pino. He had some boys on his boat. So the girls and the boys were swimming back and forth with the boats, listening to music, having a great time. They would hang on to floating devices, interact with each other. And yeah, they were drinking. The teens on the boat, on Mr. Pino's boat, helped themselves to alcoholic drinks that the Pinos provided. The adults kind of knew what was going on. And, the thought was, look, if kids are going to drink, it's better if they're drinking in the company of hopefully responsible adults rather than do something on their own. But the teenagers weren't the only ones that had consumed alcohol that afternoon. So did Mr. Pino. This was really one big happy party. Here's a picture of most of the girls that were there that afternoon. Many of these girls knew each other from elementary school. What a great day this would have been. Oh. This girl here in the white bathing suit with the cute little flowers, that's Lucy.
I think it's okay.
At one point that afternoon, Lucy's mom and dad, who were also at Ocean Reef, had been asked by their daughter, Mom, Dad, come on out to the boat. We're going out with the Pinos. Come meet us out at the sandbar. Now, Lucy's dad, who you'll meet during this trial, he was kind of tired. He had golfed earlier in the day, but he and his wife figured, if your teenage kid is saying that she wants to see you, even when she's with a lot of her friends, let's suck it up. Let's go. We're going to go see our daughter. And so Mr. and Mrs. Fernandez took their own boat out and wound up rendezvousing with where the Pino boat was and a couple of the other boats that were there. What you'll learn is that Mr. Fernandez didn't really want to stay a very long time because he had plans later that day to watch the game between FSU and LSU with his dad, who lived at Ocean Reef. So his plan was to go out there, see his daughter, engage with the people that they all knew, and then try to leave by around 5:30 or so.
That
So
was
that he could be
uncalled
back in
for.
time to clean off the boat, get cleaned up, and then go over to his dad's condo on Ocean Reef.
Imagine.
While Mr. Fernandez is there, he too consumes some alcohol. He winds up toward the end of the day getting ready to leave. And as he and his wife are getting ready to leave, they kind of thought about what a great afternoon it had been. They were glad that they'd gone out.
Oh my God. Can you, the guilt that dad must feel. And she brings it up in her opening statement. Oh my God. That was uncalled for. Unless there's a point. And I don't see the point.
Out to see their daughter. At one point, their daughter swims over to the boat and she asks her dad for some sunscreen and a hair tie, to make a ponytail with her hair. She hugged her dad before jumping back off the boat. And that was the last time Andy Fernandez ever got to hug his child. Before leaving, Andy took this picture with his phone. You can see this is the defendant's boat. You see people floating around. You see people on the boat. What could have been more fun than being lucky enough to be out on the waters, to have a weekend at Ocean Reef with friends that you've known practically your whole life? What a magical day this could have been. Now, they were there at that sandbar for almost 3 hours. And the evidence is going to suggest that perhaps Mr. Pino overstayed the time that he wanted to be there. Why? Because when he starts getting the girls to rendezvous back onto his boat, 12, 17-year-olds plus his wife and him, he leaves the area here.
So he was in a hurry to get back home. Is that what you're trying to say?
Where they had been, and begins to traverse back down south, where he's going to traverse through Cutter Bank Channel to get back to Ocean Reef. Why? I told you about him having a party planned. This was the invoice for that party. It was to go from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. It was going to be a custom buffet with salads, mini burgers, chicken, all of this kind of stuff. It was an outdoor venue that was going to be catered, and it was supposed to be a great time. But my goodness, yes, 12 teenage girls that are going to need to get showered, get their hair dried, get ready to go out for this event. Now, these girls were staying in a home that the Pinos had rented for that weekend. It wasn't like some gigantic mansion.
What just happened?
A safe speed for the conditions. I already talked with you about the fact that there's a rule you are to operate your vessel on the starboard or right-hand side of the channel. George Pino operated his boat on a plane, which means that it's basically just skimming the surface of the water. He's gotten so fast that the boat is just traveling on top of the water.
Your channel? No.
He's operating it on the port side, meaning the left side of the channel, not the right. And as he was going through that channel, heading back to Ocean Reef, just as he had his GPS on the way up, his GPS was on the way back. The GPS on his boat tracked his every move, his direction, when he changed direction, and it tracked his speed. The GPS on his boat was like a silent witness. watching and recording his every move. So you'll learn in this trial a little bit about how GPS works. For now, I will just leave you with this.
What? Court TV, what is your deal?
Direction. So what winds up
Seriously? Why?
how fast it's going, and how long goes by from one time when you change direction to the next time you change direction. So what winds up
God bless America. Did it do this yesterday, Judy?
how fast it's going before he leaves, heading up this way to where Elliott Key is. And then you see these little like track mark, these little blue dots. Those are track marks. Those show every time the boat is being changed in direction. This is where he originally gets to at Billy's Point, but it's too shallow for one of his friend's boats to be there. So he heads up further north until they get right here. Then, and he gets there at about 3:47. From there, the GPS is turned off because the boat's anchored. What do you need your GPS for? At 6:18, the GPS is fired back up again. And we know track mark, he's navigating his way through here. And now look at what we see here. Straight lines, track mark, straight line, track mark, straight line. A very different driving pattern to get back than to get up there. So what do we know
Gee.
happens as once he starts entering into Cutter Bank? We know that he is going straight down this way, right? There's a channel marker here, channel marker 14. Here is channel marker 15. This would be the channel, and he's hugging the left side of that channel. And what we know is that before he gets to channel marker 15, right, at 6:37 and 28 seconds, he has his last track mark. That's the last time he changed direction. And what did he do? He tried to avoid channel marker 15 right here, but it was too late. Let me back up a bit. So here we see the defendant's track lines heading up, and here he is coming back on the return track. And we see one track point here and one track point here, which is less than 30 feet away from where that channel marker is. And what we know is that when he leaves this track mark, he was going 43 miles per hour. This last track mark, right before he hits the channel marker, he's going 47 miles an hour. He's literally accelerating through that channel. What is this? All these little track marks here? This is after his boat crashes into the channel marker. Because he was not wearing a thing called a kill switch, which you attach like to your waistline or something, so that if you get ejected from the boat, it kills the engines so that nobody will get chopped up by a propeller. Thankfully, even though he was not wearing a kill switch, which is why we see the boat is still moving because the engines are still running. Thank goodness nobody got chopped up in this case. To give you an idea of what it looks like for a 29-foot center console vessel to smash into a steel pole as fast as George Pino did, what you'll learn in this case is that We all have to talk like sailors a little bit in this case, all right? So starboard and port, right and left. So this is the starboard side of his boat. And what happened is he initially hits with the front of the vessel right here called the bow. Boats, unlike cars, are not made of metal. They're made of fiberglass, which is plastic. And unlike metal that crunches and crashes, plastic flexes. So when he first hits that, the boat flexes. And what winds up happening is the boat rides up on the channel marker and literally is gouged open by the board that's at the top of that channel marker that says 15. And it rips the boat right open. When it comes to the other side of the channel marker, it's taking on water like crazy through this gigantic, gash mark in the boat. And as the boat is in the water and taking on all this water, it flips upside down. This is a picture of the vessel at final rest. You can see that huge gaping hole in the boat. Now, in the aftermath of this crash, it was chaos. The only person who was keeping a lookout for this vessel was the defendant. His wife, who was seated next to him in the center console, she was on her phone. The kids were all thinking that George Pino is going to get them home safely. They're not keeping lookout for danger. This all came as a shock to them. It should not have been a shock to the defendant because the evidence will show that 9 seconds prior to impact, George Pino changed direction just 5 degrees to port, just a little nudge to the left side of that channel. And when he did that, he was on a complete collision course.
Yeah, the girl that died drowned.
An absolute collision course with where channel marker 15 is. For 9 seconds, from this moment, when you're out on the water, as you'll learn in this case, you can see that channel marker ahead of you if you're looking. For 9 seconds, he never changes direction. He smashes right into it. And to give you an idea of how long that is, that's how long he was on a collision course with that gigantic steel pole.
The girl that died drowned. And the other one that was injured has permanent disabilities and is in a wheelchair, so I'm not quite sure how she was injured. I'm assuming that's going to come out in the trial. But the girl that died drowned. And he had a head injury that required stitches, and he tried to save the girl. So I guess he swam underneath the boat. I mean, I guess they were all underneath the boat and came up. But then when she didn't come up, I guess he went down to get her because they said that he tried to save her. Oh, a traumatic brain injury. Well, that could be from lack of oxygen. So she might have almost drowned. I don't know. Yikes. But I know you do not go that fast through a channel. And the fact that he didn't course correct, and he was headed straight for the channel marker. Man. Like, you idle. Well, we're up where I live now. You idle because there's manatees everywhere. Like, everywhere. You have to. Like, it's like they say idle only. And like, I don't ever drive the boat. There's always somebody else driving. So I don't know if it's different down there, but I know up here it's always idle through the channels.
After the boat hits the channel marker, some girls are ejected from it, some girls jump off the boat, but there are now 14 people in that water. One by one, the girls who are not too badly injured try to seek out and find their friends.
I love manatees.
The defendant's wife, same. The defendant, though, he just kind of holds on to the front of his boat, which is now upside down, and the anchor of his boat has become the canopy, because the canopy of his boat is now on the bottom of Biscayne Bay. One by one, they're trying to account for all the girls. Where's Ceci? Where's Kati? Where's Nia? Where's Carol? All these girls. And eventually, through all that chaos, there are some that are not conscious. There's some that are borderline conscious. Everybody is accounted for but one.
My uncle had a pontoon boat. I just realized my mic was turned down. I turned it down yesterday because I had to turn up the sound of the court. I didn't want to blow anybody's eardrums out that had like headphones in or whatever. My uncle had a pontoon boat. Those things are so fun. Cause it's a flat deck on pontoons that float. It's great. I love pontoon boats. They're so much fun. It's a party boat. I don't know what happened to that boat when he died. His grandson probably has it, now that I think about it. I love that boat.
They're looking and looking. Where's Lucy? Where's Lucy?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody yells to the defendant, still holding on to his boat. Look under the boat. Maybe she's trapped under there. She was.
Shadow, thank you for reading my mind and putting
The
that
injuries
comment up
she
there.
sustained were not great injuries, but she didn't die from those injuries. She died because she drowned. She was underwater, unconscious, and she drowned. When Lucy's body is found, she's brought up onto a Good Samaritan boat. Because this was Labor Day weekend, there was a fair amount of vessel traffic out there. And without too much time going by one, Good Samaritans came and tried to help get all these people out of the water. When Lucy was brought on board, there were people on that little boat who started performing CPR on her.
Okay, squirrel, but I love how the majority of the world doesn't believe the Bible, yet all these Bible terms have seeped into the general vernacular. Good Samaritan, that's a Bible term.
People start calling the police for fire rescue, for help. Now, it's tricky to give your exact location when you're on the water if you don't know how to give your coordinates, because it's not like you can look up and say, oh, I'm at the intersection of 12th Avenue and 14th Street. So sometimes it takes a little bit longer for first responders to get to the scene of a boat crash. Well, when the first responders get there, they know that Lucy is in dire shape. You'll hear that one officer, when he approaches, he's seeing a helicopter from above, which is trying to lower a paramedic onto the boat that Lucy's on. But the problem is the boat Lucy's on isn't very large, and the wash from the propellers is starting to make that boat spin. So he has to nudge his police boat up against the boat Lucy's on, and another officer has to do the same to keep the boat steady enough that it will be safe for the paramedic to come onto the boat. Once the paramedic is on the boat, they load Lucy up onto a backboard and they transfer her to another boat.
Moving the camera with your tail.
And then that boat takes off for this location here, Elliott Key, which is a long, really narrow island. And right about in the middle of it, there's a ranger station. And that's a place where it would be safe for a helicopter to land to then take Lucy to a hospital as fast as possible. Well, all along the way that they are trying to get her to Elliott Key, the officers are taking turns doing CPR on Lucy. The fire rescue guy is trying to intubate her.
Did you see how white his nail beds were? My nails are painted, so I can't show you. But for your nails to be like no blood in them like that, dang, he's holding his finger so tight. There's like no blood going to his fingernails. Daggum, dude. You're cutting off circulation to your fingers. Shadow, I can't see the screen, baby.
They're trying to get her heart pumping so that blood and oxygen will get to her brain. As you can imagine, a scene like this is pretty chaotic. The man who was tasked with the responsibility of managing this chaos is named William Thompson. He was at the time an investigator with the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, better known as FWC. Since the time of this crash, he's been promoted and he is now a lieutenant. Lieutenant Thompson was responsible for coordinating with all the different responders that came to this scene. Officers from the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Marine Patrol Unit. There were Coast Guard officials that came to the scene. There was other fire rescue units that came to the scene. There's the management of finding out who's injured, what's the level of injuries, conducting that kind of triage, figuring out what hospitals different people are going to go to. And beyond that, he also needed to find out what happened. How did this happen? The girls really couldn't give him any information. They're not paying attention because what you'll learn is that on the bow of the defendant's boat,
He doesn't. Would you like for me to open your door?
up in this area here, there was a girl sitting on every seat available. The defendant and his wife were sitting at the center console, and there were two girls that were seated in the back. These girls up front, their backs are to what's coming up ahead of them, and they're hanging out with each other, so they can't really tell what happened. And the defendant's wife was playing on her cell phone. So the only person that Lieutenant Thompson could try to find out how did this crash happen from was the defendant. Now, the defendant himself, for sure, got banged up. He had a cut to.
But is it? I mean, was he hanging out with them, or was he just like they wanted to go out on the boat and it was his boat? I mean, I don't know. I mean, like, I get your point, but how else are they going to go out on the boat? Unless the adult that owns the boat takes them out.
His head, cut to his elbow. I think some of his teeth were, knocked around a bit. But
We'll get back up here.
overall, he was okay. He'd been checked out by police officers, fire rescue. He was ultimately transported to Elliott Key, which is where they brought all the other girls that were not tremendously injured. And there, Lieutenant Thompson winds up trying to find out from the defendant what happened. He could find out what happened from the defendant and from the GPS. And like I told you, the GPS told the truth, but he did not. When Lieutenant Thompson is interacting with the defendant, he's wearing what's known as a BWC, a body-worn camera. It's right on his chest. And while he's talking with the defendant at a picnic table that's there, the defendant is seated across from him. Now, you can't really see his face because it's like from chest to chest level, right? But you can hear what's being said. You'll hear the way that Lieutenant Thompson was speaking to the defendant in a calm way, just trying to find out what happened. Because at that point in time, there's no indication that this is a criminal case. They just need to figure out what the heck happened. So as they start talking, the defendant starts explaining himself.
Yeah, he was driving. That's why he's charged with manslaughter.
But the way he does it was an abdication of his responsibility and accountability, because the evidence in this case is going to show that what he said happened did not happen. What he did to avoid responsibility and accountability is he told this story to Lieutenant Thompson that there was this other vessel that had thrown a big wake in his way. And to keep his passengers safe, he had to try to attack through the wake, like taking evasive action. But we know from the GPS, which Lieutenant Thompson didn't have at that moment, he was on a straight course. I showed you. It was for 9 seconds straight ahead. There was no other boat. He made this up because he didn't want to be blamed for what was clearly his fault.
Judge will reserve a motion.
What was that?
So when Lieutenant Thompson asks, how did the crash happen? The defendant tells this story about what the evidence is going to suggest is a phantom boat. Now, clearly, nobody's going to be fully in charge of their rational faculties after a horrific event like this, whether it's your fault or not. This is a really stressful thing for anybody to go through. And he was injured. But he was alert. He was able to walk around. He was able to be responsive to questions. When the defendant told this story of the phantom vessel, he then was asked, would you give a written statement about what happened? This is what he wrote. Going back to ORC, Ocean Reef Club, through channel, pass boat on left side of my boat. Veer to the right to avoid big waves. Coming back into the wave, I lost control of steering wheel as boat was going through the big waves. I was ejected from the boat. That's what he said happened. He said it in more detail orally to Lieutenant Thompson, but that's what he wrote. And even when the GPS proved that he was wrong, he doubled down on the things he said to Lieutenant Thompson. Because in the aftermath of this crash, there was a lawsuit against the defendant. And you'll learn that in civil lawsuits, one of the things that happens is a civil attorney may say to the person that they're suing, tell us about how this crash happened. And that kind of a document is called an interrogatory. And when you answer an interrogatory, your answer has to be under oath through the penalties of perjury even. And when he was asked in this interrogatory, how did this crash happen? You know what he said? What I said to Lieutenant Thompson, that's how the crash happened. How did the police wind up getting this GPS data? Well, in an effort to appear cooperative with the police, the defendant signs a form giving them consent to go on his boat and take from it the Simrad, that's the brand name of the chart plotter devices or the multifunctioning displays that he has. It's not completely unlike CarPlay, if anybody uses their Apple phone with their car, where you can scroll through different maps, charts, things like that. The defendant gives permission for that. And those Simrad navigational devices are then brought to a man who is, number one, a former FWC officer. Number two, is currently a lieutenant with the Town of Palm Beach Police Department as an internal affairs supervisor. But also number three is a maritime expert who testifies regularly in the field of safe navigation, safe boating requirements, and also in how to download and interpret GPS data. His name is Paul Albert, and you will hear from him about how GPS works, how he was able to extract GPS data from the defendant's boat, even after it had been upside down and underwater until they could salvage it and bring it back to shore. He will tell you unequivocally, the defendant's boat took no evasive action to avoid striking that channel marker. There was no other boat in that vicinity. The defendant said that there was another boat, which is clearly disproven. He also told Lieutenant Thompson that he had 2 beers while he was out at that sandbar. Now, it would not be practical for you all as jurors to go out to the scene of this vessel crash and feel for yourself what it's like to go 47 miles an hour through that narrow channel on the wrong side of it. So Lieutenant Thompson and Mr. Albert did the best that they could to try to recreate it for any jurors that might be on this panel, whether you have experience boating or not. What they did was, using buoys and GPS points, they dropped one buoy in the Cutter Bank Channel where the second to last track point is, and one right before the last track mark, which is less than 30 feet away from where that channel marker is. They then had Lieutenant Thompson take his police vessel, which, like the defendant's, is 29 feet, has a center console, and has 2 300 horsepower engines. And what he did was he then began coming through the channel, and by the time he got to where that second to last track mark is, he was going 43 miles an hour. He then continues to accelerate his vessel until he's at 47 miles an hour, and at the last second, swerves to avoid hitting the channel marker. To give you an idea of what that's like, we had a veteran crime scene detective with the sheriff's office come out on a Marine Patrol boat and launch a drone that then could film the boat as Lieutenant Thompson piloted it through the channel. In addition, a GoPro camera was affixed to the front of Lieutenant Thompson's boat so that jurors could get an eye view of what you could see if you're looking and when you can see that channel marker up ahead. In addition, a GoPro camera was attached to the actual channel marker so that you could see that same approach as Lieutenant Thompson comes right up to it and avoids hitting it at the last second. Now, lest you think that the police did all of this without concerns for safety, you will learn that during this exercise, there were marked police boats on the north and south end of the channel to make sure no vessels were going to be in that area. Plus, we had the Marine Patrol boat that the detective had launched the drone from. Plus, as Lieutenant Thompson was going through this channel, he had his police lights activated. In addition, to that, everyone that was on board his vessel for this exercise was wearing a life jacket, or what's called a PFD, a personal flotation device. When you see this footage, you will realize that traveling 45 miles an hour through waters, even when they're calm, is nothing like going 45 miles an hour in a car. Boats are not encased in steel like cars are. They're not equipped with anti-lock brakes. They don't have seat belts or airbags. One mistake on the water can cause absolute catastrophe. Oh, and also, before this exercise, Lieutenant Thompson did not consume 2 beers. Now, although we can't take you to the scene of where this horrible crash happened for safety reasons, because you can't predict what the weather's going to be like during a trial, you will be taken on a field trip to the Florida Fish and Wildlife Office, where they have a yard that they can store vessels that have been involved in crashes. And you will see with your own eyes this very boat. You will see the horrific damage, and you will be able to see for yourselves that anyone at the helm of that vessel, looking straight ahead, would easily be able to see a huge steel channel marker with a day-glow green board at the top of it. There's no evidence to conclusively prove that George Pino was drunk. He's not charged with boating under the influence, causing a death. There's no evidence that he deliberately crashed his boat into that channel marker. If the evidence supported that, he wouldn't be charged with manslaughter and vessel homicide. He'd be charged with murder. But the evidence does support a finding that traveling through that narrow channel at the speeds that he was, with as many people on his boat as he had, people who had been consuming alcohol, people who were 17 years old, and not looking where the heck he was going for 9 seconds. People won't even drive blindfolded for 9 seconds. They sure as heck should
Marty,
not
that's
be
what I
operating
said.
a boat with a blind eye. The evidence in this case will show conclusively this was not just an accident. This was a bunch of factors that, when they all come together, form the inescapable conclusion that George Pino was reckless and he was culpably negligent. And as a result, Lucy's gone. And that's why at the end of this trial, I will ask you to return a verdict of guilty.
Maybe approach the motion before it's open.
Sidebar.
What is that? That's not even the same trial.
They won't present any evidence whatsoever.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Can everybody hear me okay? Is the microphone working, Your Honor?
I think it is.
I think we all agree that we're here today because there was a tragedy. Lucy died. And it's painful. It's painful for everybody to think about it, hear about it, talk about it. And over the course of the trial, we'll have to relive those moments. And George Pino is going to have to relive those moments. He loved Lucy. He'd known Lucy since she was a little girl. He loved Lucy like a daughter, like his own daughter. The state admits this was not George's intention for this to happen. He did not intend to crash into a marker. He did not intend for anybody to be hurt.
Oh my God.
His own wife.
Oh my God.
His own body
Dude.
was on that boat. He had traveled on that boat safely through that channel many, many times. Many times. And he was celebrating his daughter's 18th birthday with some of the best friends his daughter had since childhood. These were generational friendships. George's parents' generation, George's generation, and then the next generation. George would never think to put any of these girls' lives in jeopardy. And when he was traveling at 47 miles per hour, with everybody seated on that boat, with George at the helm, a perfectly clear day, the seas were calm. A boat like that could have been powered not with just 600 horsepower engines, but 700 horsepower engines, although George didn't put the maximum horsepower engines on that boat. That boat can travel in upwards of 50 plus miles an hour, fully loaded. There was no weight restriction or personal restriction that George was violating when he had all of his passengers on the boat. There was a life preserver for each and every one of them on board, although the law doesn't require that passengers on a boat wear the life preserver. There was no speed limit in the channel. And there are channels with speed limits. When you come back to port, you might see a sign that says, no wake. Wake, W-A-K-E. Boats have to travel slowly when coming back into port sometimes. There might be a marker that says minimum wake. And there are markers that have speed limits throughout the intracoastal waterway. But Cutter Bank Channel in 2022 had no posted speed limits. We are now in 2026. There are still no posted speed limits at Cutter Bank Channel, even after this tragedy happened. Our legislature has not imposed.
Objection, argument sustained.
There was none then. There is none now, because under ordinary circumstances, traveling at 47 miles per hour, which George Pino had done many times, is not a violation of the law. It is not unsafe seamanship. Still, George crashed. The state's theory, as you've heard it today, is a bit of a mishmash. On the one hand, they say to you 2 beers, trying to suggest to you this is about alcohol impairment. The state knows better than that.
Objection, argument.
The evidence will show.
What the evidence will show. Thank you.
I apologize. Multiple eyewitnesses, at least 8, I expect, will testify at this trial, 8, who observed George Pino at the sandbar just after the collision, the crash, and law enforcement officers themselves who observed George Pino eye to eye, examining him purposely to determine, was George Pino impaired? Each of those witnesses who examined and observed George Pino were satisfied that George Pino was not impaired. That included the adults that were at the sandbar. It included Lucy's dad, who was at the sandbar, himself enjoying the festivities with his daughter, with the Pinos, and with the other families that were there. And the adults that were at the sandbar were also consuming some alcohol. They too operated their motor vessels after consuming some alcohol, including Lucy's dad. Lucy's dad would never have allowed his daughter to ride back with George Pino if Lucy's dad thought that George Pino was impaired. And Lucy's dad saw that George Pino had had a beer and was satisfied that George Pino was not impaired. This was not the first time George Pino had had a beer in his life. So you'll hear testimony from the adults at the sandbar, including George Pino's wife. George Pino's wife was on that boat. She would not have allowed her husband to operate a boat with her own life, her daughter's life, and the lives of the girls that Mrs. Pino had helped raise. Some of these girls grew up in the Pino home all the time, spending time together. Mrs. Pino will testify. George, her husband, was not impaired. She wouldn't have risked her own life.
Excuse me. Doesn't come side by side.
Oh my God. He knows this is opening statements, not closing arguments, right? Jeez. Day one, and it's already a crap show. Good Lord. Why didn't you take a plea, dummy? He's gonna hyperventilate and pass out. Why didn't you just say, are you okay? No, obviously not. He's not okay. Why didn't you just say, I don't know what happened. I hit the channel marker and just taking a plea. Oh my word.
I'll be saying thank you.
I like her dress, the green dress.
Your Honor, I apologize to counsel. I have no intention of trying to interrupt his opening statement, but the defendant's emotional outburst became unavoidably distracting and wholly improper for a jury to view.
Yeah, it's from after the power outage yesterday.
Okay, I know it's not counsel's fault.
I'm gonna take a few minutes break. Mr. Pino. And you can get a hold of yourself and be able to manage your emotions during these proceedings. So whatever you need to do that, it's gonna be necessary. Take a few minutes now. Take 10 minutes. Discuss how that can be accomplished, because we are going to proceed, and Mr. Pino is going to need to be able to control himself. 10 minutes, thank you.
Yeah, Marty, because when my power came back on, my internet did not. And I didn't get to watch anything. And all kinds of stuff happened yesterday. I got so much to catch up on.
his health situation.
Okay, well, I had offered the option, I want Mr. Pino to hear it from me. Okay, and fire rescue was already here, and I understood that there was a brief examination. We'll have them come back, but what I had offered as an options, which we have live stream right next door, and Mr. Pino is online, and he can sit there until he feels more comfortable. I'll let the jury know that, so that we can continue with our proceedings.
Well, then the jury's going to wonder why he's not there. That's just as bad.
Or we can continue, Mr. Pino stay here, but if Mr. Pino felt emotional again, then it's not proper for the jury at all to be witnessing, the emotional behaviors.
I agree that the jury should not have to observe that. And so what I'm asking is whether we can have it examined before we continue with the proceeding, so that if there's a serious medical issue, that we're not just assuming that it's appropriate to remove himself to remove himself from the
I
courtroom.
understand, and for the record, he was asked
Right.
10, 15 minutes ago, and if you have some concerns that, he needs that additional assistance.
This isn't a Brooke situation.
And have them come.
Removing him,
Even if Mr. Pino says he doesn't want them to come, we're going to have them come.
the jury's going to wonder why he's not there.
And we'll be in recess until, I would say, let's take 15, 20 minutes, and we will be back, and I'll advise everyone how we're progressing. Okay? We're going to suspend the proceedings today. We will resume the proceedings tomorrow at 9:30. The question is going to be whether it's in this courtroom, since apparently, not only did we have, apparently there was a 6.1 earthquake in Cuba while we were all out there. There also is an issue with the air conditioning in the building, as you probably can tell. And I'm not sure if it's just affecting this side of the courthouse. So we may or may not be in session in this courtroom tomorrow, or in another courtroom on the other side of this hallway. There's several courtrooms available on the other side of the hallway. But what that would mean is, ladies and gentlemen, that we would have several other courtrooms available for.
All right.
Hold that thought. All right, will please be seated then. Ladies and gentlemen,
in your bed.
I apologize for the delay and thank you for your patience. I'm sure Brandon is taking good care of you with snacks and coffee, which will keep them coming. However, we are going to suspend the proceedings for today. We will resume the proceedings tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. I do not know if we're going to be in this courtroom or if we're going to be in the courtroom I usually use, which is 4-6. One of those two, because there apparently is also an air conditioning problem in the building, if you haven't felt it already. We don't know if it's the entire building or just this side. So we have your information that you are expected to return tomorrow at 9:30. Please be mindful of my instructions about not looking for anything or any information outside of this courtroom about this case. You have heard no evidence. So please do not become an.
Okay, here's today's. Hey, kid. Great. I moved your bed. Now you're out of frame. Stay there. I'm just going to pull you back a little. Perfect. Yay, you're a star, Spike. Ugh. Did we? Are we starting? What is happening? That looks like the same courtroom. Did they get the AC fixed?
One thing I did notice, the last time I was in the jury room, I don't think there were enough chairs for our jurors, so I don't know if Renee might want to take a peek in that. The last time I looked, there was no water cover either. So just, I don't know if your honor's going to have them ever retire in there when we're taking breaks.
Well, why are the mics not working good again? They were working good.
A small space, and I likely won't, but thank you for letting me know that. Because of course it's gonna have to be.
Oh, yeah, we caught them. It was ridiculous.
You had indicated you might want to address some issues before the jury got here. Did you receive an email about the videos or some other preliminary issues that you want?
The first witness has to do with there was a question about two body one. Oh, I took care of that. I mean, was able to, review that, and my understanding was both of those body one.
Yes, there was an earthquake off Cuba that was felt all the way to Jacksonville.
Ms. Fernandez being
6.1.
from a boat, goods carrying boat onto the police boat, and paramedics
The mics were working. What happened?
performing CPR, I could view, and then there was a short piece there, and then there was a arrival.
I don't know, Ken. Do you know what time?
At the harbor.
Just they took out, like, the whole ride.
Yeah, there was a long ride,
But I didn't think that it would be fair for anybody to have to watch that whole scenario, so we just took clips of the initial arrival.
Oh, wow.
As well as then, getting her underway, and then her arriving at
onto the
Yeah.
counter.
I've never
They
felt
go
one.
to the harbor, then the police are able to carry Lucy on the backboard to the helicopter and then heading back out. So those are the first two clips on, when I was Sergeant Delgado's. And then there was one clip also of him returning back to the original scene, although a little bit further south where the larger vessel was, that had the majority of the girls, including Kathy and Mia, and just, the arrival onto that vessel. And then there's like 3 clips where you can see the defendant on that vessel being transferred to another police vessel, just so that the jury can kind of get a sense of what Mr. Pino's, state was at that point, that he was upright, able to, walk around, things like that.
Right, my understanding was, I think that, I won't speak for insurance. Why don't you tell me what the concern was?
The videotapes, the transfer of Lucy Fernandez from the Good Samaritan vessel to the police vessel, and then from that police vessel being transported to Elliott Key Harbor, and then once at Elliott Key Harbor, being carried via backboard to an evacuation helicopter. And these are graphic videos. They're graphic, showing heroic efforts to save Lucy Fernandez's life. It is a lifeless body that is being administered CPR. She is clearly bloated by the ingestion of seawater. In addition to the CPR that is being applied, there are efforts to resuscitate her electronically with cardiac arrest pads. I don't know the precise technical name for it, but it's clearly visible, and that is being applied as well. We object to all of them. The heroic, the exposure of these life-saving measures, heroic measures, have absolutely no relevance to whether Mr. Pino was operating his vessel in a reckless or culpably negligent manner. The only thing that I can imagine that the state is offering these for is to evoke some sympathy from this jury. It has no relevance. There's no materiality to it whatsoever. The state can and will put on its case by talking about the death of Lucy Fernandez. They can certainly talk about how she was transferred. They can certainly say that she had to be given CPR. They can certainly say that she went into cardiac arrest, which is why those devices were used. All of that is fair game. But to let this jury see that this very upsetting and graphic video of a 17-year-old girl is over the top in my view. I think it's inadmissible under 90.403 as well as 90.401. But even if it is marginally relevant, I think that its prejudicial effect on this jury is far outweighs any probative value that it has. We object to all of it.
Talk to me, counsel, even if there is relevance, and in fact, in your opening, you described the evidence will show, will be testimony to this effect. How does it not become overly prejudicial in terms of what material facts does that extent of video not overcome by prejudice?
It is extremely relevant. First off, I would point out that I could have put together a clip of probably almost 15 minutes from the time that she was at the scene where she had been rescued till the time she gets to Elliott Key Harbor. So I
saw all that because that was the original. I have all of my one that I reviewed, and so this I think is the consolidated. You had consolidated and made the cuts to it,
yes.
and now provided to the defense. And the portion I think that remains that is objectionable. I just want to focus. I am going to want to do carefully. I know I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
And it's important. Renee's going to hold the jury for 2 minutes so I can just hear what you say.
Move down that way, George, because they have the witnesses sitting right here, I think.
This testimony, this is not going to be something the scene is immediately going to be showing.
Okay.
So maybe we could table this.
Okay, I understand. That's what I was going to say. Okay, is that I didn't want to cut you off.
You're the
So she cut you off, okay? I understand what the point is, and this aspect, I mean, if it was something, for example, relevant to the admissible and relevant to the.
It's not just showing Lucy. That video shows a lot more, but when we get to that point, I'll be happy to make my arguments why this very short clip is extremely important.
I know it's short, you did shorten it.
Yeah, it's like 5 minutes and all 5 are not, Ms. Fernandez being attended to. It's a very short amount of time that you see her. You don't see her getting intubated. And I took out as much as I could, but to understand the context of what took place, cause and manner of death, to understand what
Well,
it's like
that's,
to be
that
on
would
the
be
best
my
of this
question,
tax.
that when we talk about, you're gonna have a medical examiner testify.
Yes,
And that, and I want to understand that what you would need to present so that the medical examiner's testimony would make sense. If you tell me that there's portions there that are relevant and material to that, then
it is relevant and material to that. It's also relevant and material because understanding the context of what it is to be on a police boat is way different than what it is to be on land and dealing with a mass casualty situation, which law enforcement was dealing with. It's also relevant because it shows the efforts that the police had to take to keep the boat from spinning, because you literally see the helicopter and you see the paramedic dropping down from the helicopter. So in just that 5-minute clip, you get an actual view of what it was to initially approach that scene. It's a huge part of this case. I'm minimizing the amount of time that we are actually seeing Ms. Fernandez, but her transfer onto the police boat and the efforts to get her able to live again. The other thing is that the owner kept saying to the jury that it is for the jury to consider the evidence, the lack of evidence, or conflicts in the evidence to determine if there's reasonable doubt. If these jurors are going to be hearing about how officers are wearing body-worn camera, it's only natural for them to be like, well, where
I saw that on a thumbnail on a video, but I didn't watch it. I just saw it this morning. So I guess just this morning. I don't know. I didn't have time to watch it because I had to get the stream ready. Usually I get the stream ready then, when I stop streaming the day before, I get it ready for the next morning, and then when I get up, I watch videos and stuff so I can update you guys on whatever's going on. But I didn't have time this morning. I just saw it on a thumbnail. So, I don't know. So, I'll have to do more research, or you will. I know you will. But I don't think that case isn't being broadcast or live streamed, right? Because like the videos I have seen about it, I've only seen like artist renderings of the courtroom. So I'm assuming that it's not being broadcast anywhere. But I'm super interested in it from the little bit I've heard about it. That one sounds super interesting.
So I think for all those reasons, and because I did minimize, there's nothing gory going on, there's no invasive proceedings going on. It's sad, but everything about a case like this is sad.
I'd like to respond if I can, because there's a legal, sorry.
we're gonna hold further discussion. I have everyone's position on it, I know you have more to say, hold on, let's bring the jury in. And so, Mr. Sherman can continue with his opening statement, and nothing is going to be presented to the jury until, of course, I review it and see what portions, if any, of the redacted videos are going to be presented to the witness.
Respectfully, this is
So we don't get to see.
Counsel, I have a good memory, and I have good notes, and I will not prevent you from saying anything further in terms of response. The discussion is certainly not over. Okay? Not over. Thanks.
Judge King, can I approach with counsel for the state just before the
can do it with my court reporter while they're walking in.
Just wanted to tell it to your honor.
Okay.
Well, so
Without a court reporter?
doesn't require, well, just hold 1 second. If, based on yesterday's discussion about Mr. Pino's reaction to the trial, if he becomes agitated, one of our colleagues will ask him to step out. He'll step out on his own. He knows he needs, if he's not.
Oh.
Step out. I wanted to address that with the court. That's acceptable.
I knew I kept seeing like bombshell evidence or whatever, but and then I saw something that said he pled guilty.
Or create an appellate issue, if there's a need for it, that Mr. Pino wasn't present and participating in the proceedings, so you would have to waive his presence.
So I will do that now. If he steps out, he's doing it with the understanding he has the right to be here, but if he feels that there's something that's overwhelming him, I think the best course of action is to step out. One of our counsel will step out.
What do you say?
Oh my God.
But if there are any concerns, then I think it would be best, instead of having constant potential interruptions, it would be best to go to the plan that I have in place and suggested for a place where Mr. Pino will be able to.
All right.
Oh my God. How many times is this going to happen? The bailiff's going to come in and say, all right, while the judge is not ready for the jury yet.
I hope it won't happen just.
Are you kidding me? That's twice now. It's day 2 and it's happened
I
twice.
agree.
The state would object to that. I think that would be very disruptive
Yeah.
for the defendant to be walking in and out of the court.
Yes, very, very disruptive. That's not
It's
cool.
only gonna happen once. I hope it will never happen at all. But if it happens, then so that there's no, I've asked Mr. Pino, if he's not feeling well, just step out, we can stop and then go to plan B or plan B.
That's fine, but I just want to make sure we waive his presence if that happens.
Well, yeah, she did ask for them, but why is she asking for them yet still talking to the
Was going to address what happened yesterday with the defendant.
still talking to the lawyers?
Won't have an outburst like that again.
What's appropriate is, I think, and doing my research on this, is to make sure that I addressed it with his counsel. It's his counsel to address the circumstances with Mr. Pino and provide the options that I provided, and with the understanding that, it would just take place naturally
Oh, okay.
without,
Well, I don't know why. Well, clickbait, I guess, then. I don't know why I even trust. Lord is why. I guess she's trying to prevent the gap between lawyers shutting up and sitting down and how long it takes the jury to come in the room. But if I was her, I would wait till I'm done with the lawyers.
Would you like me to signal to the
I signal this up.
So I don't want to see CPR done on a 17-year-old. I don't. But I would like to see the helicopter and the rescue team and all that. That's the medical person in me wants to see that. I want to see the rescue. I don't want to see the actual CPR on the 17-year-old. But AI hallucinated. Someone did an oopsie on their thumbnail. Or more likely clickbait. Now I want to find the thumbnail again to show y'all I did not make that up. I saw it on the thumbnail this morning. I swear I did, where it said he pled guilty. You know, I got hemp treats, calming treats with hemp in it for Spike. And I gave it, excuse me, I gave him 2, because that's what it says to give it for his weight. And that's what I gave him to him. He was wandering all over the house. I don't know if that's because it's helping with the pain or he's just, I don't know what. He finally laid down in his bed. Maybe I need to cut it back to 1. Hey, Melissa. I kept saying, come lay in your bed. I was like, that's what I've been getting up. I'm trying to find him. He's just wandering everywhere. Oh no, I know you guys believe me. I know you believe me. I'm just saying, I swear I saw it. Oh, that doesn't exist anymore. Just answering the question, ask. Yeah, and now when you use ChatGPT, they want you to download this new AI browser extension called Ace. They won't answer your question until you download it. I'm like, what in the heck? I don't want a new browser extension. No, I just want you to answer my question. No, but I need you guys believe me. I'm just saying, I saw it. I swear I saw it.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
That's funny.
Some questions for you.
I never even heard of that one.
News about this case.
A llama.
You read anything about it? Seen anything on social media? Anything that you think has to do with this case? No?
The reason why, I don't know if you noticed, if you guys
Each other about the case?
went yesterday, we listened to it today because of my power going out. She asked if there was any other voting cases that they heard of that would influence them about this case, because apparently this past weekend, right before this case started, there was another boating accident that people were comparing to this accident. So his lawyer got up and was like, Judge, you need to ask them if they heard about this boating accident, because it's being compared to his boating accident and that can influence the jury. So your cousin informed you that fish sticks weren't Scooby snacks? I avoided AI for the longest time, and then a friend of mine told me how it could help me with my like my descriptions and titles and thumbnails and stuff like that, and so now I use it for that. I don't trust it though. I really don't. I use it as little as possible. So that's why this question thing that she's doing is a little different than what they normally do. Because she's trying to make sure that nobody heard about the other boat case that some people are comparing to this boat case.
Has anyone attempted to speak with you or in your presence about this case? Have any of you conducted any Googling or any kind of research to gather information?
Oh my God, who has a phone?
Has any of you conducted any kind of research or investigation?
Shadow said, not me. We know you don't have a phone. You're a cat.
Thank you. Defense counsel will resume with his opening statement.
When are you going to get up here and join us?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can everyone hear me okay?
Don't argue. Lay out the evidence.
Too low? Good morning. I want to begin the morning with the morning of September 4th, 2022, when all of the families were at Ocean Reef, gathered to celebrate the birthday of Mr. Pino's daughter. There were several families there, and they'd been there, some of them had been there that weekend. And it was going to be a glorious day. Mr. Pino, he was sort of known as the camp counselor. What he's been with these families for.
Yeah, there have been times where I've used AI for something and they'll tell me something completely wrong. And I'll correct them and then they'll go, "Oh, yeah, you're right." And then they'll give me the right answer. Like, because I'll ask them something I already know the answer to, completely wrong. So, yeah, I know. AI can be totally wrong.
Many years, he was organizing events, and that day he had organized a gathering. The day would start off with a virtual mass.
Choo-choo pass instead of puff-puff pass.
Then Mr. Pino had organized a little pickleball gathering, a tournament. After the pickleball tournament, they were going to all convoy by boat to Elliott Key, call it Billy's Point or Coons Point, and they were going to spend several hours enjoying the beautiful weather. And it just happened to be an ideal day for boating. The seas were calm, no wind, no rain. And so after the pickleball tournament finished and all the kids gathered up, Mr. Pino was going to operate the vessel. He was going to captain the Robalo from Ocean Reef and travel the distance to Elliott Key, a voyage he had made many times before. The 29-foot Robalo, a well-built boat, has been in fabrication for decades.
Shaking your leg.
It was equipped with twin 300 horsepower engines.
You can't have Skittle
The boat
tea.
actually is rated to handle even larger engines. Mr. Pino had navigated that course many times. The GPS data that you heard the prosecutor tell you about will show that he had navigated that area many times. There were 14 people on board: Mr. Pino, his wife, his daughter, and the daughter's girlfriends. And they navigated from Ocean Reef the distance to Elliott Key and then anchored in that area. Other boats joined the festivities. And you heard that as part of that afternoon, the adults and some of the children were consuming alcohol. And as I alluded to yesterday, there were adults there who had observed Mr. Pino
Yes,
that day,
Melissa.
as they had many other times. And the testimony, the evidence in the case will be that Mr. Pino was observed
It's
with a
just
beer.
bad.
He admitted
I had to turn my
later on
speakers
he
up.
had 2 beers. And it's not 2 beers in quotes, as the prosecutor did in her opening
Hey, where
statement.
did my
That
smoke
is the
cam
evidence.
go?
The evidence will show there's not one more beer than 2. Not one more. It was 2 beers over the course of several hours, 2 or 2.5 hours. This was not the first time Mr. Pino and these adults had engaged in these kinds of gatherings in the past.
My phone.
The other adults there, Mr. Suarez, Mr. Pardo, they knew Mr. Pino. They too had enjoyed the afternoon with Mr. Pino. They observed Mr. Pino. All the adults that were there that day were satisfied that Mr. Pino was not impaired. Sometime late that afternoon, Mr. Pino pulls up the anchor of the Robalo, and now it is time to head back to Ocean Reef, because that night they were going to celebrate the birthday, I think at 9 p.m. Contrary to the statement by the prosecutor, Mr. Pino was not nervous or anxious about making sure the girls were IG Instagram ready, as if Mr. Pino was anxious to get the girls back home so they could have enough time to shower. There was plenty of time. Mr. Pino was navigating back to Ocean Reef as he had done many times before. He was not thrill seeking. He was not speeding. He was not doing donuts. He was not racing any other boat. He was simply going back. He was in essentially an internal autopilot as he had done many times before. On this one occasion, on this one time, something went wrong. Mr. Pino, according to the state's expert who you will hear testify, somehow lost situational awareness, meaning he must have lost track of the markers along the way, and he alighted or crashed into marker number 15. He wasn't intending to do it. He wasn't trying to come as close as possible and see if he could just skim across that channel. This was pure and simple an accident.
Objection to argument.
The evidence will show that Mr. Pino had no intention of putting anyone's life in danger. He wasn't intending to try to come as close to the marker as he possibly could. But on that day, there was no other boat coming at him. It was a clear day, and his destination, Ocean Reef, once that boat would have cleared marker 15, it was wide open bay until Angelfish Creek. That's the next passage that the vessel would need to travel to go back to Ocean Reef. When Mr. Pino alighted with that marker, when he crashed into that marker, the boat eventually capsized. The testimony will show that Mr. Pino himself was knocked unconscious. The testimony will be from those that were there. They thought Mr. Pino was dead. He was on the surface of the boat, bleeding from his head. He had injured his arm. He only came to once the boat eventually capsized completely. He falls into the water. Minutes later, he comes to. Testimony will show that he had suffered a concussion, a traumatic brain injury, and still he was able, with presence of mind, to hold on to that boat. And with a traumatic brain injury, as the testimony will show, he was disoriented. He obviously did not have all of his senses, but he's trying to make sense of what has happened. You will see, if you haven't already, with some of the pictures shown, that the girls and Mrs. Pino were in the water. Soon, another boat came up. David Rodriguez, a good Samaritan, doesn't know the Pino family, happened to be coming northbound. A few minutes later, he arrives and he observes the scene, and he sees Mr. Pino hanging onto that boat. As you heard and will hear, Lucy was unaccounted for. And Mr. Pino makes an effort to go under the boat and retrieve and locate and find Lucy Fernandez, as she had been trapped under that boat. And it was
They
Mr.
always
Pino
say they
who
only
reached
had
under
2 beers.
and brought Lucy Fernandez to the surface so that efforts could be made to save her life. Even in the condition he was in, with a brain injury, he made every effort he could, once he was directed, once he was able to get his senses back, to try to save Lucy's life. And so you can imagine the emotional toll that takes on a human being.
He's still doing it. He's
We all
just not
know that eventually
bawling.
Lucy died. And it was George Pino who tried to save her life by retrieving her from under the boat. His efforts failed. David Rodriguez, the Good Samaritan I was telling you about, called for Mr. Pino to get onto Mr. Rodriguez's boat. And David Rodriguez will testify
Always.
that he was observing Mr. Pino closely, purposely. As David Rodriguez was wondering, how could this happen? Perhaps David Rodriguez thought this was someone who was impaired. And so David Rodriguez, a man who has nothing to do with the Pino family, a man whose only interest was to help and save lives, looked at Mr. Pino purposely with intent and was convinced, after dealing with Mr. Pino was not impaired. And you will hear his testimony. And this was minutes after the elision. But Mr. Pino, in David Rodriguez's view, and what you'll hear him say, was disoriented. He was in shock, a natural reaction to a crash and a brain injury. Law enforcement, fire rescue came to the scene. Everyone who could be rescued from the water was. And at that time, Mr. Pino was in the custody of two Fish and Wildlife Commission officers who were checking him out to make sure he was okay and to find out what happened. You will hear from...
He wasn't this upset on the body cam footage.
Who has training, experience, expertise on the issue of impairment. And he was with Mr. Pino for the next several hours, and he too looked at Mr. Pino purposely and saw that Mr. Pino was not impaired. Officer Hernandez was with Mr. Pino all of that time. He too observed Mr. Pino purposely, smelled him, looked at his eyes. All of these individuals were looking to make sure that Mr. Pino was not impaired, and they concluded he was not impaired. I recognize I'm spending an awful amount of time talking about this issue of impairment. Mr. Pino is not charged with voting under the influence, but when I saw the prosecutor put the 2 beers in quotes, I thought it was important that I spent.
Argument, Your Honor.
I think it's the evidence will show conclusively. I believe there'll be 8 witnesses that will tell you that Mr. Pino was not impaired. And so Mr. Pino is questioned about what happened. Lieutenant Thompson, who's wearing one of those body cams, is trying to figure out what happened. Of course, make sure that everybody receives medical attention right away. And you will see Mr. Pino on video. So you'll be able to look at Mr. Pino in real time with your own eyes. You will be able to look at Mr. Pino purposely with the scrutiny that you should give it to see that Mr. Pino was not impaired. And he was questioned about what had happened. And even though he was not alcohol impaired, he was still suffering from a traumatic brain injury. At some point that night, he had to receive medical attention, and you will see that his head was bandaged up. He was eventually taken to a hospital to be treated. But even with his head bandaged up, he was being questioned, and he was trying to recall what had happened. How did this accident happen? And he explained as best as he could under those circumstances what he recalled. And you will find out that Mr. Pino's recollection of that event was affected by the concussion he sustained, that he was relaying details that could not be accurate. For example, what kind of engines do you have on your boat, Mr. Pino? And he told the officer, twin 225s. Actually, Mr. Pino has twin 300s. He did have a boat that had twin 225s. His prior boat had twin 225 horsepower engines, but he reported that this boat had twin 225s. Obviously, his memory or his brain was not functioning in a way that it would ordinarily function had he not sustained a concussion. He reported that he'd gone under the boat to rescue
Oh my God.
Lucy, a different girl. We know.
Oh my God. Oh my God. A werewolf. A werewolf put the just now saw it. Pick the best name. Sarah's fine dining. The dripping wedge. Brie and iron. The cheese warden snook. The velvet fondue. Sell. The rotten ride. What am I looking for? What am I looking for? I don't see it, Judy. I forgot what I'm looking for, but I don't see it. Oh, there's my old scooter. I miss it, but it was too big. Why don't I see it? Oh, there's a drunk raccoon. Oh, there's the snow. There's Bill eating a taco. There's Shadow doing her mod duties. Oh my God, that is hilarious. That is. There he is. Newest. Oh, there it is. Channel marker. Oh, yeah. That is plainly marked. There's no excuse for running into that. None whatsoever. But what confuses me is that the damage is on. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. And there, I couldn't get the internet didn't come back on, and my power company it's separate, but it's owned by the power company, and the internet never came back on. So that's why I couldn't get caught up on anything last night. So, dang it, I gotta fix the phone because I can't get the other phone that is my Spike Cam to mute, and I can hear myself while I talk. It drives me crazy. Yeah, so I didn't have internet. The power came back on like around 4:30 and no internet at all. So I think that's what happened, that the earthquake did it, because it was a nice sunny day, no clouds, no, it wasn't really windy. At first I thought the wind, like, because there's lots of trees and stuff out here, so I thought that the wind knocked a tree into a power line or something. But yeah, but what I'm confused, because like she said, it's like driving in a channel. It's, you're on the right side, but she said he was on the left side, but all the damage is on the right side of the boat. So if he was on the left side, the damage would be on the left side of the boat, right? So that confuses me a little bit. I don't understand how, if he was on the wrong side, the damage would be on the left side of the boat, right? Or am I not understanding what happened?
It was Lucy. And we know Mr. Pino has known Lucy all of his life. And yet when he was reporting who he had rescued under the boat, he reported that it was Nati, another girl on the boat. He had innocently but mistakenly confused who it was he had retrieved from under the vessel. He was asked to prepare, as best he could, a seating chart of where the various passengers were seated. And when he prepared that seating chart, he had the passengers locations different than what it turns out to
Okay.
be. He also was recalling that there was a big wave that had come from another boat in the distance, and that the wave had caused him to lose control of the steering wheel. Photographs and other testimony suggest that there was no other boat that
That's
day.
just as bad as the crying.
Mr. Pino's memory may not have been accurate. We cannot prove, we don't know if there in fact was another boat out there that may have thrown a wake from a distance, a wave, but we can't establish it for certain. And so it appears that Mr. Pino's memory of how that accident happened cannot be relied upon given his traumatic brain injury. And we will present testimony from a doctor who has examined the records, who will confirm that in fact Mr. Pino, given the circumstances, did suffer from a traumatic brain injury that would result in what the professionals call false memories, memories that the person believed to be true but are not accurate. When you get
No,
shocked,
because the GPS
you
would have
get
shown
hit
that.
over the head and you lose your memory, the memories that come back of the event, sort of like an amnesia, and your brain trying to make sense of things, puts together old memories with new memories, and that memory they call confabulation. You'll hear testimony about that. And I share that with you because when Mr. Pino was trying to make sense of what happened, when the officer was interviewing him to try to figure out how did the crash happen, Mr. Pino was reporting what his memory, faulty as it was, of that
Oh, like
2 minutes,
Dever's memory.
2 seconds before the collision.
Officer Dever. Or Dever, or whatever you want to call her.
We do have the benefit of the global position satellite machine that was on Mr. Pino's boat. There were actually 2 of them. And what they show, Mr. Pino driving very much on a steady course that day. And during that return trip from Billy's Point back to Ocean Reef. There's no evidence he was zigzagging or hot dogging or thrill seeking. What the evidence will show is that as he was going through the channel, when there were markers left for him to clear before it was wide open bay to Angelfish Creek, at some point, Mr. Pino's boat, the Robalo, starts making a turn or a veer in the direction of Angelfish Creek. And you'll see there was a red marker on his right. And then there's the green marker 15 in the distance. And 9 seconds later, Mr. Pino's Robalo crashes into that boat, into that post, or into that pilot. The state's theory that I believe the expert will advance is that Mr. Pino lost situational awareness. He should have seen it. It was right there in front of him, and he didn't see it because we know he wasn't trying to hit it. So I think what the evidence will show, even by the state's own theory, is that Mr. Pino did not intend to hit the marker. He lost situational awareness. That's their theory. That for those 9 seconds, he didn't look ahead to see that there was a marker in front of him. Now, the GPS, interestingly,
I wish it
I
was.
heard the prosecutor say the GPS is not biased. It is not subject to money, privilege, or power, I think was the words that the prosecutor used.
Judge, objection to argument.
No one really counts for what the evidence is.
What did she say?
Interestingly enough, though, the GPS is not perfect either. You'll see that the GPS records data. What it does is it simply records points in time as the boat is moving, and then it does computations. This GPS, as their own expert will show, sometimes makes what I'll just describe as errors, computational errors. In one instance, it registers at some point in time the boat is traveling at 77 miles an hour, but the expert knows that that's not possible. The boat can't achieve that. The GPS is making an error. The GPS will.
I am not sure that that's what's happening. I think it's because of the race issue that is happening with that trial. Because I watched an interview. It wasn't a complete interview. It was, I don't remember whose video it was. Like, you know that this whole situation is bad when people that don't normally cover trials is covering it. Like, Matt Walsh has a video. If you guys don't know who Matt Walsh is, he's a conservative. He's on the Daily Wire. He's like a conservative. I don't even know what to call him. He's not like a podcaster, like a YouTuber, I guess. I don't know. I don't remember whose video it was. It wasn't his. It was somebody else's. But there was like a little snippet of an interview with, and I'm not racist at all. I don't agree with this view. I don't even know if I should say this. But anyway, somebody asked a black person that was, I guess, around the courthouse, hanging out around the courthouse, would you, if he was found guilty on the evidence, would you agree with the jury's decision? And she was like, no, we stand with our own. So, in other words, the black people that are hanging out around the courthouse are for him just because of the color of his skin and nothing to do with the merits of the case. So I think that has a lot to do with why it's not being broadcast. There's a gag order as well. Oh, to protect the jury. Which is kind of my point. The media attention. You know, that's what I mean about like people that don't cover trials is cover like Matt Walsh. Yeah, see, that's my point. Like, I don't have a racist bone in my body. Like, everybody's the same to me. I don't care. But, I think when he's found guilty, because I know he's gonna be, from everything I've heard so far, I think there's gonna be riots and all kinds of crap's gonna happen. I hope not, but I think that's probably why. Because imagine if this was being broadcast live, the uproar it would cause. So I think that's why the judge did that, to try to keep. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Exactly. And from what I heard, dang, I wish I could remember whose video it was I watched. I don't even remember. But from what I heard, at the track meet, the different schools had tents set up. He was in someone else's tent. It started to rain. And instead of going to his own school's tent, he went to somebody else's tent. And they told him he couldn't be in their tent. And he was like, are you going to make me leave? And he said, put hands on me and see what happens. Or I'm paraphrasing. And then he put hands on him, and then that's what happened. So that's not self-defense. If you say, put hands on me and see what happens, that's not self-defense. Hey, John. So yeah, that's instigating it. That's not and oh, I know whose video it was. It was Amala. I can't say her name. But anyway, that's who it was, because her producer or whatever, that's not usually in her videos, he researched the self-defense laws. A right to be there, which he didn't have a right to be there, and what was the other one? It was something about instigating, and which he did. So those two things, it's not self-defense. So that's whose video it was. Amala I can't remember her last name. It's an African name. She's black. She's black, and she was well, actually she's biracial, but anyway, she was the one that was saying that how it was disgusting that the black people around the courthouse were just on his side because he was black. And I tend to agree, because this kid killed another kid just because he wanted to be in that tent where he wasn't supposed to be, and the other kid told him to leave. So, okay. I really wish we could have watched that trial, though. I mean, but I understand why it's not being broadcast. Okay, back to Crybaby's trial.
Show a boat traveling over land when we know the boat is not traveling over land.
Oh, one more thing. There's also complaints that there's no black people on that jury. Well, I wonder why there's no black people on that jury. Because in voir dire, they asked them, would you find him guilty, not guilty because he's black? Do you have a prejudice? Well, guess what they said? So all these people are complaining that there's no black people on the jury. Well, he needs to have a jury of his peers. Well, no, because all of his peers, the black people, are going to say he's not guilty because he's black. Are you serious? Oh my God. What do you mean no black people because this is Florida? I'm not talking about Florida. I'm talking about the Texas trial. That's happened in Texas. Right. There are, it is varied racially. There's just no black people on the trial. There are Asians and Hispanics. So it is varied racially. Yeah. This is the Texas one that I'm talking about now, Marty. It's the track meet stabbing. So, and then someone said if it was reversed, if a black guy had stabbed a white guy, it'd be a whole different conversation. I mean, if a white guy had stabbed a black guy, it'd be a whole different conversation, but
point of this case, the GPS on Mr. Pino's boat, which tracks where the boat went according to the global position satellite.
Right. Both sides struck them. Exactly.
Data that you will see actually shows that the marker 15, the one where the accident happened, is not exactly where it is in the real world. On the GPS device in Mr. Pino's boat, the marker is many feet away, up to 15 feet away from where it really is on the planet Earth. And so the track that you will see, if you look at the track, it would appear that Mr. Pino's boat, the Robalo, never actually alighted with the marker. But we know it did. And that's not the product of some intentional mistake by anybody, but the marker on the GPS, Mr. Pino's Robalo, is not exactly where it is on the planet Earth.
Oh. That's not
Now,
good.
the GPS is not a witness to anything. You will hear from the people that were actually on the scene. And so I've described for you what you will hear from the people at the sandbar, the people who came to the aid of the passengers, Mr. Rodriguez, law enforcement who came to aid, and you'll hear from them. The GPS will tell us some very important things, but it won't answer the question that you will have to answer.
No.
Was Mr. Pino reckless? And I submit to you what the evidence will show
No.
is that Mr. Pino was human. He was human.
They're steel poles.
And that something happened that we may never know. No one will be able to say why he was distracted in those last few seconds.
Would
where
you stop,
5 seconds or however
cameraman?
many seconds it was, and did not appreciate that the boat was going to collide with the marker. Had he seen it, we know he would have turned. Nobody's suggesting he wanted to hit it. The state's suggestion that it was speed, that's not a factor. You'll hear that there was 9 full seconds, 2 football fields between the time the boat started veering towards Ocean Reef, towards Angelfish Creek with that marker in the middle, 9 full seconds. At any point in time, if Mr. Pino realized, oops, we're headed towards the marker, all it would have taken was a slight turn of the wheel, and none of us would be here. And the state's theory is his failure to turn the wheel should bring him into a criminal courtroom. Now, you heard the prosecutor talk about interrogatories and a civil lawsuit that was filed against Mr. Pino. That is not what we are here for. You've heard the prosecutor talk about accountability. This is not a case of...
Objection to arguments. This is closing.
So you've heard, in terms of accountability, that compensation is dealt with separate from here. That was what the prosecutor brought to your attention. That's not what we're here for. That's resolved totally separately. What we're here to resolve is whether the state proves that Mr. Pino, that day, that time, in those 9 seconds, as they would say, was acting recklessly because he was traveling on his boat, surrounded by his loved ones, wanting to go back to where they started the day to celebrate his daughter's birthday. The state will feature photographs of visuals of that day. For example, I expect they're going to show you that Mr. Pino's boat was carrying all the empty glassware and cans from the beverages, including the alcohol beverages that were consumed that day. Mr. Pino's boat, his wife will tell you, she took the responsibility of gathering all the empty bottles, all the empty cans, all the trash, to make sure it was disposed of properly and not left out at Elliott Key. And so when you see those bottles and you see those cans, you'll understand that Mrs. Pino and Mr. Pino were acting in a way that you would expect people to act when they've gathered together for a day of recreating at Elliott Key. Don't leave your trash behind. You may see very difficult pictures of the events, and of course they're going to be difficult to watch. It's going to spark emotion among all of us. But that evidence will not answer the question of whether the state is proving that Mr. Pino acted recklessly, whether he acted with culpable negligence, intentionally, knowingly, purposely, consciously, indifferent to the consequences, that when he was traveling at 47 miles per hour in the wide open bay with one marker to go and plenty of space, whether if he looked at his speedometer and saw it was going 47 miles an hour, he should have said to himself, wow, this is really a dangerous speed. When the Robalo boat is built to handle even much more speed than that, all of the passengers were seated. There were the right number of life preservers on the boat. He didn't have a kill switch on. It's not required by law. And so to the extent that you'll hear evidence of other features of a boat or other safety features that can be employed, we're not here to decide policy of whether we should require safety switches, kill switches.
Yeah.
And given that you know that in that channel there is no posted speed restrictions at all, not then, not now, the evidence will show that the speed at which Mr. Pino was traveling was perfectly appropriate given the conditions of that day. Calm waters, no wind, no rain, no lightning, no busy boat traffic. But even so, somebody died. Even so, somebody died. Mr. Pino will have to live with that.
Judge, objection to argument. No argument, counsel, please. Ladies and gentlemen, this is opening statement. Lawyers advise what the only evidence will show. Thank you.
Let me say, he wasn't texting, he wasn't on the cell phone,
Stop it.
but he was the operator of that boat. At the end of the day, it was on him. It was on him to get those girls back to Ocean Reef safely. That was on him. He accepted that responsibility and it was on him. But the law, as it will be instructed, I submit to you, tells you that even when we fail as humans,
Objection to argument, Your Honor.
Counsel?
even though Mr. Pino may have failed as a human to avoid this tragedy,
Can we go sidebar, counsel? Please no argument.
the evidence will show that this tragedy was not caused by reckless and culpably negligent behavior. At worst, he was human and he committed human error. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much.
What's long and hard and filled with semen?
Your Honor, I think the court said we were going to take a momentary break before the first witness. If you don't want to, Judge, we can move forward. Yes, certainly. Oh, can you hold sidewalk?
A submarine. I can't type it because then it takes away from the joke because of the spelling. I swear, he's gonna have a heart attack before this trial's over. Or a stroke. Either one.
Oh, I'm ready, Judge. Your Honor, I know that the defense has sought to exclude basically any photographs of Ms. Fernandez after the crash. I would like to show the court photographs that were already shown.
Judy!
One S, one N as in Nancy, and one M as in Mary. Three photographs that the state would be seeking to introduce. And I'll pass them up to Your Honor just to. Yes, Your Honor.
always are. Who is this new person in the dress that looks like a trench coat? I like her hair though.
All right, so you consolidated from the many photos. And let me look at here. What is this, exhibit 1-1?
That is from the medical examiner's office. That's the legal identification photograph. It's nothing gory about it.
No, legal identification. You have any comments on this?
Yes, Your Honor, we're objecting to the introduction of any of those photos. I think during the pretrial hearings, we discussed these issues at length. I pointed, Your Honor, to multiple cases that are directly on point and are relevant. Aside from that, I think Your Honor ruled that 1 to 2 autopsy photos would be appropriate to being.
I keep
masked
telling you, you need a new
during
one.
testimony of the
I keep
medical
telling Travis
examiner.
that too.
Your Honor, aside from those 3 photos, I believe the state characterizes them as the hospital photos.
I know. I don't know why they wait till the last minute to do this kind of stuff.
And again, this is marked for identification. I'm not sure how this is. Is this 1-5?
One S, one S.
Travis called me and I hear nothing. And I'm like, if you're talking to me, I can't hear you. Like, get a new phone, dude. But no, he's saving up money to get another RC plane. I'm like, get a new phone. I can't hear you.
Your Honor, that in order to not, have some kind of dramatic moment when Mr. Fernandez sees these photographs of his daughter, he's seen these photographs before. So it's not like this is going to come as a surprise to him. He'll be able to handle looking at these photographs. As difficult as it is, he'll be able to control his emotions and be composed.
So Mr. Fernandez is going to be making the legal identification.
Yeah, but Pino can't control his emotions.
Well, Your Honor, what the medical examiner, of course, would not know who Lucy Fernandez was. So what the medical examiner's office does is they take what they call a legal identification photograph, which is not an autopsy photograph. It just shows who the person is so that, and it allows a linkage from who the person is to what the medical examiner case number is.
We have stipulated to that identification as well as cause of death.
I
These photos-
understand you stipulated, however, the state can present this evidence. Now, 1N and 1M, M and N. What is the purpose of these photographs?
Your Honor, I want to make sure I'm speaking with precision. So which one is 1M, please?
1M, with more devices, bigger picture.
Okay. Your Honor, that photograph the state is seeking to introduce, we're not seeking to introduce a full body photograph of her, which we have with all the medical regalia around her, but it just goes to show it's part of the process where over the time that she was at the hospital, they tried all life-saving measures for her. Also, Judge, it has to go with when her body is ultimately transferred to the office of the medical examiner. One of the notations that the medical examiner will include is evidence of medical intervention. So this is just kind of a close-up. There's nothing gory. There's nothing bloody about it.
Why can't you just send it back with the jury?
Implements that were used to try to keep her alive. States 1N.
It doesn't need to be shown in open court.
Closer of her head. The purpose for that photograph, Judge, is you'll see on the side of her head, there's some what looks like fuzzy things. That's fiberglass that got embedded into her head from the vessel crash.
Oh my
Because of
God.
the force of the impact, it's basically penetrating her skull. And I think that's very relevant.
Oh my God.
That the way that this defendant operated his vessel at that rate of speed right into that channel is why Lucy, especially given where she was seated, which was right in front of the operator of the vessel on the starboard side, goes to the cause and manner of how she died and why this crash was so deadly.
Your Honor, all the facts that the state just described just now is simply not relevant. We have stipulated to identity. We have stipulated.
How is that not relevant?
It's not at issue in this case. Those photos are very emotional to look at. There is no relevance to them. We are not disputing anything. As you have mentioned many times, this is a difficult case. This is an emotional case. Those photos are only add to that element, and it's just not necessary. And even if this court perhaps agrees with marginal
That's not
relevance,
addressed.
minimal relevance, it is.
It does look like a
unbelievable
trench
and
coat.
far less appropriate. Your Honor, during the pretrial hearings, you noted 1 to 2 autopsy photos, purposes of identification, and cause of death may be relevant and admissible. Anything beyond that, Judge, we cited to numerous cases in our motion. It is dispositive, it is controlling, and I think those photos are inappropriate and should be not admitted.
I would imagine, yes, but the autopsy photos that show the condition of Ms. Fernandez with the fiberglass during the points of the autopsy, right? So this is, from what I'm reviewing here, 1N seems to be much less graphic.
Exactly, Your Honor. I do have
It
two,
does. This is the weirdest
photographs
looking courtroom
that
I've
I
ever
can
seen.
introduce through Dr. Garavan.
But it's Miami,
When
so.
the court wants to litigate, it's literally only 2. There's nothing gory about them. They're very sad, of course, but it's a homicide. That's to be expected.
These pictures are gonna make Pino lose it, not the family.
And relevance. Question is, are they unduly prejudicial? You're permitted to present evidence in death occurred. Okay. I'm curious.
I know. I like the lamps.
Why through Mr. Fernandez, these photographs would come in.
I understand.
That's where
This is the reason why, Your Honor, because when he and his wife were in the process of trying to locate their daughter, they first go to one hospital, she's not there. Then they go to Kendall Hospital, which is where their daughter is. One of the issues was that when they wanted to, touch their child's head, they couldn't because of all the fiberglass that was there. And so he literally sees her in that condition. Now, he saw a lot more, and I have the photographs of a lot more that I can give to the court, so Your Honor can compare and contrast the way that these photographs that I have selected, I think, are the least emotional, are the most simply a chronicling of what the evidence is. And again, to the extent that
but the Golden Girl house
what's in the evidence,
was
lack of evidence,
in Orlando, actually, but it's gone now. They tore it down.
I think that these two,
But they turned it down to make Galaxy's Edge,
some of the
so.
medical implements around her head and face, and the fiberglass on the side of her head, those are not included in the autopsy photographs that I have selected to hopefully introduce later in this trial.
in terms of the autopsy photographs, what do you mean? Because we're not going to have duplicity. No, not at all. And let me say.
I don't think I have any pictures of it as many times as I've seen that house. I don't think I ever took a picture of it.
Allow the state to present certain evidence. Now, they minimized, and they've asked me to review these 2 items to come in from Mr. Fernandez. Do you have the autopsy photographs?
I do have them, but those I'm not seeking to introduce.
It was just a facade. It wasn't a whole house. It was just the front. And then they drive us around the back, and it was nothing. It was cool.
And that, just those?
Yes.
I know. I don't know why I didn't take a picture of it.
Your Honor, pass them to the court.
I'll have to go back through my old photos and see if I did.
The frontal photograph of Ms. Fernandez, I asked our litigation support team just to pixelate where her breasts were, but you can still see the injury she suffered to her chest because of the CPR that was done on her trying to keep her alive.
No. Have you?
No, there's no, these are the only hospital photographs.
Correct. 1N and 1M are the hospital photos, and then the 2 that I just passed up, Your Honor, I forgot the letters.
Are there any other photographs
17 when you were from the autopsy. Excuse me?
Were there any other photographs of Ms. Fernandez?
At the autopsy?
Oh, wow.
Yes, many.
I understand that you intended to interview.
No, those are the only.
How fun. A bougie 6-year-old.
Two now for Mr. Fernandez.
Yes, sir.
Well, actually, three. Right.
Well, 2 from the hospital and 1 for legal identification photograph.
We've already been, I agree, we've heard argument on this. I have to balance the level of prejudice outweighs the level of relevant. Minimized, to my satisfaction, of the defense objection, one and no comment. All right, now, in that regard, is Mr. Fernandez going to be your first, your witness?
Yes, Judge.
Judge, can we address the autopsy photos, or are we gonna move forward and address that at a later time?
I was just making sure that there wasn't going to be any kind of duplicity and the limitations of what photographs can be introduced.
I just want to reserve the right to respond to those 2 autopsy photos as well, please.
All right, are we going to make any?
I know. This stuff should have been taken care of before the trial started. I hate when this happens. Can we get started with witnesses, please?
Trying to see if there's I don't know where else to have him sit in the courtroom that's better than here, but if you have a suggestion, Judge, I'm all ears.
Perhaps the gentleman can sit this way on the corner there.
That corner, sir? That's fine.
I didn't even notice. I look at these female lawyers and I'm like, I would dress so much differently than they do. But I'm a different generation than all these lawyers too. Like the way, I forgot her name, in the staircase trial. I would have dressed like her. I mean, I guess we're probably closer to the same age.
And that way you can have communication with counsel.
Thank you.
I know. Can we go home and take a nap? Can we please start this damn trial already? No, we have to wait for the defendant to get his crap together. He wants to cry some more. Like, why is it taking so long? And we skipped Murdaugh this morning for this. Her glasses are going to drive me crazy. This is the Hannah Gutierrez trial all over again with the glasses. Did you guys watch that trial? The glasses are driving me nuts. Lady, keep them on or take them off.
All rise.
Crazy. And he's a grown man. Like, oh, yeah. The noisy I forgot about that. That stupid noisy water bottle. It was one of those steel ones with a screw-on lid. And
State, can we call your first witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state court.
oh, really? Another one? There's a bazillion documentaries on that man.
Do you swear affirm testimony about today to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, you can still see his eyes though, and he keeps going.
Will do. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the members of our jury?
Good morning. My name is Andres Fernandez.
Do you go by a nickname?
Andy,
How old are you?
52.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a lawyer.
What kind of law do you practice?
I'm a banking lawyer. I represent banks in, transactional, licensing, and regulatory matters.
Did you practice any kind of law prior to doing banking law?
Yes, I started my career as a public defender in this very building.
How long were you a public defender?
I was a public defender for about 3 years.
Are you married?
Yes, I am.
Who are you married to?
Melissa Fernandez.
How long have you been married?
We've been married.
Why
for
is that
almost
relevant?
25 years.
Do you have any children?
I do have 2.
Before we get to your kids, where do you live?
I live here in Miami, Florida.
How long have you lived in Miami?
52 years.
Did you go to high school here?
I did.
Where did you go to high
I
school?
went to Christopher Columbus High School.
You said that you had 2 children.
Yes,
Is one of them in the courtroom today?
yes.
And who is that?
Our 17-year-old son, Kevin, is over there.
Did you also have another child?
I had another child.
What was her
Oh, is that
Her
Lucy's
name was,
dad?
Lucy Fernandez.
Oh, that's Lucy's dad.
Luciana Cristina Fernandez.
What was Lucy's birthday?
August 26, 2005.
As of September the 4th of 2022, how old was Lucy?
Lucy was 17 years old.
Do you know a person by the name of George Pino?
Yes, I do.
Do you see him in this courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Can you please point to him and describe what he's wearing so the record will be clear?
He's there at the end of the table in a dark suit and a white shirt.
How do you know this defendant?
I've known George's wife, Ceci,
It's about
all my life,
time.
probably since the 2nd grade. And I met George when he started dating his wife, Ceci.
Did you attend his wedding?
Yes, I did.
Did you bring a date to that wedding?
Yes, I did.
And who was your date for Mr. Pino's wedding?
My future wife, Melissa.
Did you know his children?
Yes, I do.
How many children does he have?
He has 2 girls.
Do you know their names?
Yes, I do.
What's the older daughter's name?
Carolina, she goes by Caro.
And what's his younger daughter's name?
Ceci, like the mom, and she goes by Little Ceci.
Was your daughter friends with either of Mr. Pino's children?
Lucy was friends with Little Ceci.
Did the Pinos help raise Lucy?
No, Melly and I raised Lucy.
Did you ever know Mr. Pino as the camp counselor?
Never knew him as a camp counselor.
I want to take you back to Labor Day weekend of 2022, okay? Before we start talking about the events of that day, okay? And if you need water or something, just let me know.
Maybe a little water.
You do?
Yeah, a little more.
weekend, were you at a place called the Ocean Reef Club?
Yes, I was.
Could you explain to the jurors, what is Ocean Reef Club?
Ocean Reef Club is a private club, gated community in North Key Largo, Florida. It's a boating community, it's a golf community, it's a tennis, pickleball community. It has a hotel where you can rent rooms. It has condos that you can rent. It also has homes and apartments where people live there, full-time and part-time throughout the year.
Are there any facilities there that allow people to store or dock boats?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
They have, at Ocean Reef, they have several marinas where you could keep your boat in the water at a slip, but they also have a facility that's dry storage where you could store your boat there, and they pick it up, with a forklift, and they put it on a rack.
Were you a member of Ocean Reef Club at that time?
Yes,
Are you still a member of Ocean Reef Club?
yes.
About how much of your life has been spent going to or visiting Ocean Reef Club?
A lot. I would say over 50% of my life has probably been down in Ocean Reef.
Why would that be?
My parents became members there in the early 80s. So my brother and I were raised going there. Probably our best memories as children were at that club. And then in turn, my wife and I, we raised our kids going there often.
Can you describe whether there's a sense of community amongst the people that are members of this club?
It is. The community is a family, and it's an extended family for all of us.
It's a country club for rich people is what it is.
As of Labor Day weekend of 2022, was the defendant also a member of the Ocean Reef Club?
Yes, he was.
Now, you mentioned something about being at Ocean Reef that Labor Day, is that right?
Yes.
Could you tell the jurors a little bit about what were your plan for that weekend?
It was Labor Day weekend, and we had made plans to be down there that weekend. My parents were going to be down there. My brother and his family were going to be down there. So our plan was to head down there on Saturday and spend the long weekend, playing golf, relaxing by the pool, watching football. It was the opening weekend of college football, so we just had plans to be with family and friends down there.
And what were the plans for Lucy that weekend?
Lucy was also going to be down there that weekend, but she wasn't going to be with us. She was going to be with the Pinos. The Pinos had invited Lucy to go down with her and spend the weekend with her, partaking in festivities that they were planning and had planned around little Ceci's 18th birthday.
Did you have any problem with Lucy going to this planned, weekend celebration?
Absolutely not.
Okay, I want to now take your attention directly to Sunday, September the 4th of 2022. Can you tell the jurors, what was it you did that morning?
That morning, I woke up and I played golf with some close friends. We played early in the morning. And I remember it was probably halfway through the round. I got a call or a text from Lucy, and basically saying that she missed us, that she hadn't seen us, that she was going to be playing pickleball later in that day, and to please come by and see her.
Did you do that?
Absolutely. When your teenage daughter says that she wants to see you, you drop everything that you're doing. So immediately when I finished my round, I went over to the pickleball courts, and I walked over and I saw her, and she came over and she gave me a super warm hug. I still remember that hug today. And she told me that their plan was to go out on the boat, that they were going to go to Billy's Point. And she said, please, you and Mom, please go out there, meet us. I haven't seen you guys. I want to see you guys.
When you saw Lucy by the pickleball courts, were there other girls nearby?
Yes, their whole group was there.
Okay. And when you say the whole group, I'm not asking you to list everyone, but do you remember some of the other girls' names that you saw there?
Yes. I remember Kathy Puig was there. I remember Coco was there. I remember Cami was there. I remember Claudia Portocarrero was there. I believe even some of the boys were there that were also visiting. It was a big group that was there having fun.
Were a lot of these kids that you knew to be friends of Lucy for a long time?
Yes, many of them I knew for a while.
And even their parents, did you know?
Yes.
So when you finish up your round of golf, was it your number one goal as the day began to get on a boat and go out to Billy's Point?
Absolutely not.
Why?
Because my plan that day was to, play golf and to relax. And then we had plans to watch the FSU football game with my dad at his apartment down at Ocean Reef. He was going to have some people over. We're big FSU fans. And we were going to watch the kickoff to their season. That game was at 7:30. So I was always very conscious on the time that afternoon.
Did you in fact take your boat out to Billy's Point or that area?
We did.
Why?
Once again, Lucy asked us to go out and see her and meet her. So I remember after seeing her on the pickleball courts, I went back to where Melly was, which was on our other boat. And I told her that Lucy had asked us to go. And we both reluctantly said, we got to do it. So at that point in time, we started making arrangements we bought some sandwiches and stuff and got ready to head out to meet them where they were.
When you say Melly, just so we're clear, who's that?
That's my wife, Melissa. She goes by Melly.
Tell us a little bit more about the preparations that you have to make to go out onto your boat to head out to Billy's Point. What all do you buy?
I mean, I went to the store and I went and got sandwiches because I know we hadn't eaten anything that day. Melly was out, doing exercise. I had played golf. I hadn't eaten, so we went and got some sandwiches. I got ice. I made sure that the little boat had fuel. So, towels. We just, prepared, the boat for, being out for a couple hours.
The sandwiches, did you buy drinks to go with those sandwiches?
No, I had.
What in the world, Court TV?
I had a couple seltzers and I had a little bit of rum and club soda for me.
So once you have the boat packed up and ready to head out to Billy's Point, do you actually get out there?
Yes, we got out
First, First question for you, Mr. Fernandez. Do you recognize who is depicted in States 1A?
That's Lucy.
Judge, I move States 1A for identification and evidence.
No objection.
1A, March 20, States Exhibit 1.
For the record, I'm showing counsel States 1B for identification. Mr. Fernandez, I'm
Okay,
showing
Jill, see you
States
later.
1B for identification. Do you recognize what is depicted in this exhibit?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, does this fairly and accurately depict the area of Billy's Point and also Ocean Reef and the Cutter Bank Channel?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move States 1B for identification and evidence.
No objection.
1B, March for ID, States Exhibit 2 in evidence.
Yeah, it is. I should have just took responsibility for what he did instead of putting this family through this.
Have permission to step down?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yes, Judge.
Okay, Mr. Fernandez, I have a little pointer here. First off, can you point out for the members of the jury, where on this map would we find Ocean Reef Club?
Right where this little blue dot is, right down here. That's the area where the main marina is of Ocean Reef.
Now, if a person wants to go from that location up to Billy's Point, and just by way of example, can you tell us if Billy's Point is visible on this map?
Billy's Point is visible with this orange sticker right there.
Okay. So what would be the route that you and your wife took to go from Ocean Reef up to where Billy's Point is?
Okay, we came out of the Ocean Reef main marina, which is right here. You can see it by this red marker right there. And we came out through here. We came through Angelfish Creek, which is all this, and then you end up in this Card Sound Bay. And then you come north through this channel, past this red marker, and up to Billy's Point.
Now, there's a series of green dots that are on this map. Can you explain to the members of the jury, what are those green dots?
That is a series of markers. They're red and green that traverse this whole area. It's actually a pretty long channel, and it's referred to, I believe, as Cutter Bank. And it takes you from this bay here, Card Sound, into this other bay, and it's protected by shallow water on both sides.
Over the course of your life, about how many times do you think you've gone from Ocean Reef up toward the Billy's Point area?
Many, many times.
How long have you operated boats over the course of your life?
Since I was 15 years old.
Okay. Is this like your backyard?
That's basically my backyard. We spent a lot of time boating in this area, between this area and Ocean Reef and on the ocean side. So we spent a lot of time up there.
When you are traveling through the Cutter Bank Channel, is there one particular side that you would be on that channel as you go northbound?
Yes, I'd be hugging the right side of the channel, similar to the rules of the road.
And if you're coming back down, let's say from the Billy's Point area toward Ocean Reef, as you're going through that channel, what side of the channel are you on?
Same thing, you're hugging the right side, rules of the road.
Okay. Now, that particular Sunday, when you were going up to the Billy's Point area, did you leave in tandem with the defendant?
No, we had left. We left at some time, but we left on our own. We didn't leave at the same time as them.
Okay. Did you have any problems getting from Ocean Reef up toward the Billy's Point area?
No.
Once you get up there, do you encounter boats with other people that you knew?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors who is it that you see there?
There was another boat. The Suarez's were out there on their boat. The Pinos were out there on their boat, and then I recall another boat being out there, but I didn't really know who that family was.
Okay. Now, you mentioned the Suarez's. Is this another family that you knew from
Yes.
the Ocean Reef area?
Yes, they were there that weekend as well.
Were you all able to stop there at the Billy's Point location to hang out together?
No, we did not stop at Billy's Point.
Can you explain to the jurors why?
At some point, I learned that we were not going to Billy's Point. We were actually going a little bit further north because the Suarez boat needed more water. It had a deeper draft, so the water needed to be a little bit deeper, and the water at Billy's Point is more shallow. So the decision was made before we got there that the anchorage spot was going to be more north. So when we arrived, the Suarez's boat, which they had a bigger boat, was already anchored. So we were somewhere north of Billy's Point.
The red dot that's on this exhibit, does that depict the approximate location that you were at?
The general location was up there north.
Oh, one other thing. Are you familiar with Elliott Key?
Yes,
Have you ever been to the Elliott Key Harbor?
yes.
Can you describe for the jurors what's Elliott Key?
It's a harbor here somewhere in the middle, and it's referred to often as a ranger station. There's a dock, there's some facilities there, there's a little bit of greenery there. People go camping there, people do barbecues there. It's like a little marina harbor in the middle.
The yellow dot that I have here on this exhibit, is that the approximate location of where the marina is?
Yes.
Or the harbor?
Yes.
And in fact, put your glasses on. Does it
Yeah.
actually say?
It says Elliott Key Harbor there. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. You can take your seat. Do you remember the approximate time of the day that you get to initially Billy's Point and then that location a little further north where the deeper water was?
It was close to 4 o'clock. It was somewhere around that time.
And did you feel like you had some kind of time limit on how long you could be there?
Yes.
Why?
Because as I mentioned, we had plans to watch the FSU game with my dad, and that game was starting at 7:30. So I wanted to make sure that I made it back to the marina with enough time that I could wash the boat, organize stuff. My wife and I could get showered and ready and be at my dad's apartment by kickoff. I didn't want to miss the kickoff. And I had realized that, we were a little bit further away than we normally are. And I knew it was going to take, me at least 45 minutes to an hour to get back.
Can you tell the members of the jury what took place once you get there at the northern part of where
Yeah.
north of Billy's Point? I'll just call it this
Yeah.
sandbar rendezvous location.
Okay. When we got there, I remember, the Suarez's boat was there already and they were anchored, and we were pulling up, and the decision was made, instead of us, because we were on the boat Melly and I was on an 18-foot boat. Instead of throwing the anchor, they just offered for us to throw a line to them, and we were kind of like tethered to their boat. The conditions were perfect. There was no wind. So we were kind of just tied up behind their boat.
Okay. And in relation to the Suarez boat, are you like in front of it or are you behind it?
Behind it. We're behind it. We're tethered and we're up back behind it.
Okay. And were you also tethered to the Pino's boat?
No, I was not.
Where was their boat in relation to where you and the Suarez boat were?
The Pino's boat was off to my right, to the east and back a little bit, but I would say, a good 30, 40 yards away.
And what kind of activities were taking place while you and these other, well, first off, were there kids there too?
Yes. Yes.
And parents?
Kids and parents were both there.
How were you all speaking with each other?
I mean, it was a beautiful afternoon. People were floating in the water. Everybody was having a nice time. The weather was great. The music was on. It was really a wholesome event.
Now you say wholesome.
Yeah.
Was there some alcohol involved?
Yes, there was.
Talk to us about that.
The girls were drinking, the boys were drinking, the adults had drinks. It was a situation where everybody was having drinks.
Did you have any concerns that the defendant, Mr. Pino, was too drunk to operate a boat?
No.
Did you yourself have some alcohol?
I made myself a drink when I got out there into my Yeti. Yes.
What's a Yeti?
A Yeti is a little cup that acts like a cooler, and you can put ice in there, and the drink and the ice will last for a while.
What was the drink of the day for you?
It was rum with club soda.
Okay. And you said that there was music. What was the music for you?
The music for me, I believe my default is reggae or something beachy, so I'm sure I had that going on in my boat.
At some point, does your daughter come over to where you are at your boat?
Yes.
And what did she feel about your music?
As typical, Lucy told me to turn down my radio, that there was too much music playing, and she probably thought that the music I was playing was nerdy.
Okay. Did you turn the music down?
Whatever Lucy said, I did. So Lucy said, turn it down. I turned down the music.
Did Lucy ask for anything while she was there on the boat?
She did. I think I was on the boat on the time by myself, and I think I was putting on some sunscreen, and she got up on the boat and she said, Bobby, can I have some sunscreen? I said, of course. And she put on sunscreen, and she was also asking for a rubber band, as they say, una liga, to be able to put her hair in Spanish. Liga.
L-I-G-A?
L-I-G-A.
Okay.
A rubber band for her hair, and Melly had one on there, so she took it and put her hair up in a bun.
Does there come a time when you leave that area north of Billy's Point to head back so you'll be able to watch the football game?
Yes.
Do you remember the exact time that it was that you left?
I mean, it was sometime, between 5:30 and 5:45. I was very set on leaving on that time because I knew it was going to take me a while to get back.
Now, as you're getting ready to leave, does the Pino's boat with the people that were on that boat, do they leave at the same time?
No, I left first.
Okay. Before you left, did you take any photographs?
Yes, at some point in time, I don't know exactly when, but I did take a photograph of the afternoon.
Showing council states 1E for identification. Mr. Fernandez, do you recognize this photograph that's listed as states 1E?
Yes.
Is this a photograph that you took of the Pino's boat and the people that were on it that afternoon?
Yes.
I move states 1E for identification and evidence.
Okay.
1E, marked for D, states Exhibit 3 in evidence.
Well, now I can say it. Have done this myself and gotten home safely makes it even sadder. Like, I've had days exactly like this
I am
with
standing
family, not
somewhere
friends, but
on the
family.
boat that I was on. So I took it from my boat towards their boat.
Are you able to tell in this photograph if your daughter is in the picture?
Yes.
Where is she?
She's down here floating in the water.
Right here where my finger
Yep,
is?
right there where your finger is.
Going out on the boat, diving for lobster, jet ski,
Before
wake riding on the thing in the back, and like the whole nine. Exact same thing,
did you
only without alcohol because we didn't drink. But
say goodbye to your daughter?
We did.
So I couldn't hear.
Did you say goodbye to your daughter?
Yes, we did.
I'm going to ask you about that in a minute, but when Lucy came up on your boat and asked for the rubber band and the sunscreen, what did she do before leaving?
She gave me a hug. And I remember it clearly because that's the last time I held her alive.
I want to now ask you about that photograph that you took. At the time you took that photograph, what was your state of mind?
Peace. Yeah, I was observing a really nice moment, a really beautiful afternoon. And that's why I took a picture of it, because it was really a beautiful moment.
Can you tell the jurors, how do you and your wife say goodbye to Lucy?
As we typically do, it was very easy for us to leave because we were not anchored. We were just tethered to the other boat. So we just let go of the line. We said bye, and we pulled out, and we pulled close to Lucy, and we were very obnoxious. And we started screaming to Lucy, "Bye, Lucy, we love you," this and that. And Lucy just looked at us and was like, typical. That's how we said bye to her that day.
but that was a good goodbye.
Do you make it back to the Ocean Reef Marina?
Yes, we do.
What do you do when you get back to the marina?
We get back, I start cleaning the boat, organizing some stuff, and I eventually move back onto the other boat to start taking a shower and getting ready to make it to my dad's apartment by the 7:30 kickoff of the game.
Did you ever make it to your dad's?
No, we did not.
Why not?
At some point, right before we started to take a shower, we hadn't taken a shower, but we were about to take a shower. We learned that the Pinos got into an accident and the boat was capsized.
What do you do when you get that information?
My wife and I immediately, we jump back onto the little boat and we go to retrace our steps to try and find what's going on and try and find Lucy.
For the record, I'm showing counsel states 1B.
No way. Why? That shouldn't be manslaughter.
I'm going to show you.
He killed that kid on purpose because he wanted to.
For identification. Do you recognize the location depicted in this exhibit?
Yes.
What is it?
This is I guess a blow up of Cutter Bank.
Is it an accurate depiction from your experience of traversing Cutter Bank?
Yes.
I would move states 1D for identification and evidence.
1D, marked for D, states Exhibit 4 in evidence.
Mr. Fernandez, where would Ocean Reef be in relation to this blow up?
Down here. Yeah, on the bottom. Yeah.
So Ocean Reef is further south than what was in this exhibit?
Yes. Yes.
trace the steps that you explained to the jurors earlier in terms of how you went back out to try to figure out what had happened?
Absolutely, since we didn't know what happened and we didn't know where they were, we basically, we're just tracing our steps the same way we came back. We were going to go back out to see if we could find them.
Now, do you find any boats before even getting to the Cutter Bank channel?
Yes.
Can you point approximately where you would have been when you first encounter all these boats?
I mean, we came out, I would say Angelfish Creek is down here, which is how I came out the first way. We came out through Angelfish Creek in the middle, and the moment we got into this bay, we saw the chaos.
And that would be Card Sound Bay?
Yes.
Can you describe what you see once you get on the other side of Angelfish Creek and you're coming up Card Sound
Right.
Bay?
As I said, the minute we go through Angelfish Creek and we get into the open bay, right away you could see what appears to be chaos. You see police boats, you see police lights, you just see basically the scene of something serious and bad that had happened.
Did you approach this chaotic scene?
We went straight up to it, and we later learned that the boat that was there obviously wasn't the Pino boat. It was the boat that was the boat of one of the first responders, and they had put all the girls and as many people as they could from the boat onto that boat, and we got up to it as close as we could, and Melly and I were just screaming, "Where's Lucy? Where's Lucy?" And we were just looking all over the place and we couldn't see her. We couldn't see her. And we were just screaming, "Where's Lucy?" Nobody was responding to us. As we got closer, we saw Gati Puig on the back of the swim platform, and she was in really bad shape. And at that point in time, Melly and I knew that
Court TV, what are you
There
doing?
were girls that were in that vicinity.
yes,
Did you ultimately get any kind of clue of where you might go to look to find your daughter?
at some point while we're screaming, someone said, I don't know, but we learned that Lucy had left on the police boat. That's the only information we got. Lucy left on the police boat, find the police boat, Lucy left on the police boat.
Did you know anything about a helicopter ride or anything like that at that point?
At that point, no.
Does there come a time when you do get information about what hospital you might be able to find your child?
Yes.
Where?
At some point when we were already on our way back from Ocean Reef to Miami, we learned that some of the girls had been taken via helicopter and maybe even land, because there was a lot of information going on, to Jackson South.
Did you go there?
We were on our way there. We had spoken with family members and friends who were on their way there, and that's where we were going.
Was Lucy at Jackson South?
No, she was not.
So do you then have to
Yeah.
caravan to another hospital?
Well, at that point, our nightmare escalates because we have no idea where Lucy is. We can't find her. We don't know where she went. We don't know she was taken. And it was a traumatic and nightmare experience that was playing out in front of us. We at some point get information that there may have been girls or a girl taken to another hospital. And we were told to go check Kendall Regional. So we headed that way.
When you get to Kendall Regional Hospital, ultimately, do you get to see your daughter there?
Ultimately,
Can you tell us what the process was once you get to Kendall Hospital to be able to see your daughter?
Objection relevance.
Pardon me?
we get there, and as you can imagine, when Lucy arrives, she has no ID, she has no nothing, so nobody knows who she is. So we walk into Kendall Regional and we go up to the reception desk and we've received information that our daughter, who was involved in a boating accident, may have been brought here. And we had a picture of Lucy on our phone, and we showed it to the receptionist. And the receptionist comes back and says, yes, somebody was brought here, but we cannot ID her from that picture because she's in bad shape. And at that point, Melly and I knew the inevitable. But we said, okay, she has a birthmark on the side of her hip, and she also has a necklace with her initials, LCF, Luciana Cristina Fernandez, and her date of birth. And we told that to the receptionist. The receptionist went and got on the phone, and Melly and I walked away. She called us back a few minutes later, and she goes, your daughter's here.
Are you able to go and see her?
We did.
Can you describe what you saw when you entered the room where she was?
Horrific. A parent's worst nightmare. We walk in and she's hooked up to machines. She's got tubes coming out of every hole. And when we walk in, a nurse is performing some sort of emergency CPR on her to just try and keep her faint heartbeat alive. We have no doubt that she was holding on for Melly and I to get there.
Does there come a time over the course of that, well, do you remember approximately what time it was when you finally get to see your daughter?
I have no idea.
Nighttime though?
Yes, it was definitely nighttime.
Does your daughter pass away the next day?
She passes the next morning at 6:30 a.m.
Standing objection.
Mr. Fernandez, I'm going to ask if you recognize the exhibits 1M and 1N for identification, and tell me if these are pictures of your daughter at Kendall Regional Hospital.
That is what we saw when we arrived.
I move states 1N and 1M for identification and evidence.
1M marked for ID, stays Exhibit 5. 1N marked for ID, stays Exhibit 6.
Now I know why she grabbed the tissues and put them on the stand, because she knew it was her dad.
Mr. Fernandez, calling your attention specifically to states number 6, which is now in evidence. Toward the bottom of her head, what is that?
It's a piece of fiberglass.
Were you able to touch your daughter's head?
We went and we were there, and the first thing we tried to do was take that off, and they immediately said, don't touch her. It's evidence. And at that point in time, Melly and I looked at each other and we're like, our daughter's a piece of evidence.
Wow. They just need to take him out of the courtroom. I changed my mind. Just take him out.
Do you need a moment?
No.
Can you imagine?
Lastly, Mr. Fernandez, I'm going to show you an exhibit.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Is this a picture of Lucy after she had died?
Yes.
At this time, I move states 1S for identification and evidence.
1S marked for ID, stays Exhibit 7 in evidence.
No other questions, Mr. Fernandez?
No, okay. Thank you, Judge.
Fernandez, as good a morning as possible, sir. We're both lawyers, and you understand that I will ask you some questions.
Understood.
Sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Just a few questions. Lucy spent a lot of time during her childhood with Mr. Pino's daughter,
Yes, they were friends.
and spent some time in Mr. Pino's home.
Yes,
The family spent time together at Ocean Reef.
yes,
I think you described Ocean Reef almost like an extended family.
yes,
And so if I say that it was like Lucy was part of the Pino family, would that be a fair sort of way of expressing the kind of relationship that the families had?
right. But she was raised by Melly and I.
No doubt. But you also participated in events with Mr. Pino's daughter,
Yes,
and you cared for them like as if they were your own daughters. You would care for them the same way, right?
yes, yes,
Families cared about each other.
yes.
Oh, he took issue with what he said in opening about the Pinos practically raised her. Because he said
Pino could
twice
organize
now,
events together for all the girls,
we raised our
and
daughter.
some boys too, right?
Yes,
And I think you described that day you started out playing golf, and then you went to the pickleball event.
yes.
And was it Mr. Pino who had organized that pickleball event for the?
I'm assuming he organized everything.
And so he was. Had he organized other things for the kids over the years? Events, things for kids to go to.
I'm sure. Yes,
And you attended many of them.
yes,
Okay, so then that day you travel over to Billy's Point, let's call it Elliott Key. Is that a simple way? Fair
yes,
enough. And was it typical? Was this the kind of gathering that you all had done in the past
yes,
with the Pinos even?
yes,
Sometimes without the Pinos?
yes,
And the various families, depending on who might be at Ocean Reef that weekend, would, I use the word caravan or however you want to describe it.
yes. It was a very popular spot where many people would go.
And was this weekend and this Sunday typical of the kind of activities and celebrations, even if it's not a birthday, but the kind of mood that would share with the families?
Yes,
And you told the jury that that would include the adults consuming some alcohol,
moderation. Yes,
and that was something that had been done in the past.
yes,
And the parents, at least you and the Pinos, would allow or not object to the kids, some of the teenagers consuming some alcohol.
yes,
And on that day, you were going to travel back by boat from Elliott Key back to Ocean Reef, which you did.
yes,
And I think you told the jury you had had a drink,
yes,
and you felt still that you could operate the motor vessel without being impaired. Right?
yes,
And you observed Mr. Pino that day,
yes,
and you felt comfortable that he was not impaired.
yes.
Why, if they were such good friends and it was an accident, why is he suing him?
Mr. Pino had seen Lucy for much of her life, knew her quite well, her face, right?
Yes,
He would, under most circumstances, he would recognize Lucy right away when he sees her, right?
yes.
Did you sense there was love between Mr. Pino and your daughter?
I don't know. I don't know how to answer that. I mean, I know that he's known Lucy forever. How he felt about Lucy, I mean, I can't speak.
But families had.
There was a friend. There was a friendship. There was a friendship.
Sorry that we had to have this experience together.
I'm sure you are.
One moment. Just one formality. There's a photograph I'd like to show you
So if he wasn't impaired and this was just an accident, they've been friends almost their whole life. Their kids had grown up together.
Forgive me, Mr. Fernandez, I have one more thing.
Why is he suing him and blaming him for her death if it was just an accident?
So this would be Defense Exhibit A1, marked for identification. And if I may approach the witness. Have you seen that photograph before?
Yes, I saw it one other time.
And does that photograph depict the area that we've been discussing today, including Mr. Suarez's boat and your boat?
Yes.
Offer Defense Exhibit A1 into evidence, Your Honor.
Any objection? No. Without objection.
A1 marked for ID. Defense Exhibit A.
And I have one copy that I can show the jury while you're holding that one.
Excuse me.
And so
Yeah, but which ones? Because the defense attorney said there was no posted speed limit. Now, common sense, you would slow down going through a channel. But if there's no posted speed limit, what rules did he violate? I need more evidence.
stand over here. There's a boat in the photograph with a black bimini top.
Yes,
That would be your boat.
that's the boat we were on, correct?
Is that called the Tidewater?
Tidewater, yes.
And if you look, there appear to be two people in the boat. Would that be yourself and your wife?
Oh, okay.
And then there were some folks swimming in the water in the foreground here.
Yes,
And is that Suarez's boat to the right side of the photograph with people swimming in the back?
correct. You can't see, but there's a line that goes from his boat to my boat, and I'm tied up like that.
And the word line in boating is a rope.
Right.
So your boat is effectively tied to the Suarez boat so that the Suarez's boat anchor is serving effectively as an anchor for your.
Correct.
CC's saying
Do you
boat
know what-
instead of
what
boat.
time this photograph was taken?
No, I do not.
Have you ever seen, has anyone ever shown you any metadata regarding that photograph?
No.
I'd like to show you something that's not yet in evidence to see if you recognize it and just read it to yourself. I've shared it with the state. And I ask you if that perhaps refreshes your recollection as to what time.
Yeah,
that photograph was.
exactly. He needed to take accountability for what he did and take a plea, and it would be not a big deal. I mean, he'd probably still serve some time, but
And without reading from it, because it's not yet in evidence, does that refresh your recollection of what time the photograph was taken?
I can only assume what it says here. I didn't take this photograph.
So I'll ask you, without reading from the document, is it possible that you were still tied to the Suarez boat as late as 5:41 p.m. on September 4th?
Like I said, I didn't take that photo, so I can only go by what that number says.
why does that matter?
You told us that you thought you were departing Elliott Key somewhere between 5:30 and 5:45.
Correct.
And is it possible you departed even a few minutes later than 5:45?
It could be possible. I mean, from this picture, it looks like I'm actually getting ready to get up onto my boat to leave. And like I said to the jury before, that from the process of getting on the boat and leaving was literally just untying and going. So likely was very close to that time.
Very good. Mr. Fernandez, thank you. Sorry again.
Thank you.
offer it if the state has no objection, otherwise we can tie it up later.
There's no foundation, Judge.
And we can hold on to it.
There should be 2 exhibits. Does he have it?
Yeah, I gave you mine.
This is the
Oh, can you read yours?
I don't either.
Okay.
I'll have the exhibit. And then the other one. Oh, here it is, sorry.
And the time was pretty close to his estimate.
I have here for you Defense Exhibit A, which is in evidence.
Mhm.
I'm going to give you this bright pink pen and ask if you can circle on it where you are on this.
Right on the picture?
On the picture, yeah.
It's me down there.
Now, it kind of looks like you're maybe toward the back of your boat in this photograph. Is that right?
Yes, that is.
What's at the back of your boat there?
My ladder to get onto the boat.
And how are you so sure that it's you?
Because I remember the hat I was wearing that day, and I remember, and where I can see Melly was leaning over to me and we're having a conversation.
How did your daughter like that hat? Nerdy?
She probably made fun of me about it, for sure.
Opposing counsel asked you about the fact that, there were minors there, kids that were 17 years old that were consuming some alcohol.
Yes,
Why would you allow for that to happen?
because adults were present. It's a controlled environment. We were around there to watch them and make sure that everything was okay.
Did you ever see the defendant with any alcohol?
Yes,
What kind of alcohol did you see him with?
I recall him with a beer.
Were you overly concerned about the fact that he had a beer?
No,
The defense attorney also asked you if, when you saw Mr. Pino, was he impaired? Did you check his eyes to see how dilated they were?
no,
Did you ask him to do tests like where you have to walk on a line in a straight line and turn around?
no,
Did you take his pulse?
no,
Did you get up in his face to smell if he smelled like alcohol?
no.
When a person is on a boat, is it very easy to just stand perfectly still?
No,
No.
Why?
because, there's things moving, the waves, current. The boat is by nature not steady. The boat, when you walk to one side of the boat, it moves and this and that. It's not a flat surface like concrete.
Do you know how much alcohol the defendant might have consumed after you left?
No.
No other questions.
All right, thank you. Sir?
Excuse me. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've been sitting for a bit of time. I need to speak with the lawyers. I just want to find out about the next witness. Just give us a moment.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know he did things wrong, but I still, a lifetime friend almost. It just seems wild to me. Of course, who knows? They could have had just because they've been friends for life doesn't mean that their relationship was brotherly. Like, maybe they weren't like ride or die type people. I don't know.
As a spectator, it is permissible for Mr. Pino to consult with his attorneys only. And frankly, it wouldn't be even appropriate for his attorneys to put their arm around Mr. Pino. It's not appropriate in front of the jury, same as it wouldn't be appropriate for the state to turn around and put their arm around Mr. Fernandez, for example, in front of the jury. So I'm gonna ask everyone.
Yeah, that's true.
I am gonna make this part of the record.
That's true too.
Proceed, but this will not happen again. I hope everyone understands my position. If I see any more activity of this sort, people will be removed from the courtroom and permanently removed from the courtroom, and that's what's going to happen.
Your Honor, if I may,
Go ahead.
I just want to make it clear that Your Honor most of the time appeared to be addressing the people to Your Honor's left.
No,
which are
I'm
the people
addressing
here.
everyone, okay?
Okay, but,
My eyes go back and forth. This
But,
applies to everyone in the court.
well, Your Honor, I understand that you are the one that runs this courtroom, but in the morning, I asked the court to admonish the defendant specifically, rather than only through his lawyers, to maintain proper decorum in this courtroom. He's already shown signs that he's not doing that. And now, even though he has heard me ask multiple times last week and this week not to engage in public displays of affection, especially when a jury is around, he continues to do it. He allows it to happen. So yes, I understand the court admonishing the people that are in this room, but the main person who should be admonished is the man who's allowing it to happen, which is the defendant. So I just asked the court, please, if Your Honor would consider directing these comments directly to the man who's allowing it to happen.
You have anything you want to say? Can you say? Do you have any issue with me addressing your client?
No issue.
Specifically, Mr. Pino, there will be no more contact in this courtroom with anyone other than your attorneys. And that is not a physical contact. You can communicate. You have notes, you have a notepad, and that is how all communications will be. There'll be no more, there's no communication. We are in session. This court is in session. And we are in sidebars, and maybe I don't want to assume anything. I'm not going to assume anything, but it's going to stop. Okay? If I have any more concerns, Mr. Pino, you understand what the alternatives are. This case will proceed, and it will proceed in a proper and just and respectful fashion. This is, again, a court of law. Take your socializing or your concerns, emotions outside this courtroom as best as we can do.
I zoomed past it. I saw it right as I zoomed past it, and I thought, oh boy, he shouldn't be doing that. Well, I can't find it again. There it was. Well, anyway, he was hugging on family or friends or something. Like, full body embrace, which is big no-no. I can't find it. But yeah.
And we all need to do our best. Mr. Pino,
He had people.
I understand.
Big hug. Yeah.
bring the jury in.
All right.
Yeah. And when I saw it, I wondered, I thought he's not supposed to be doing that. And I wondered if anybody was going to say anything about it or if they were just going to let it ride and ignore it. And then I saw that and I stopped it because I wondered if that's what it was going to be about. I was like, oh.
I didn't even see the thing. State, you can call your next witness.
Thank you. The state will call Camila Alvarez, please. Raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm testimony about this to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
And please keep your voice loud and clear into the microphone. I know it's a little awful because you're looking this way, so you have to keep your voice even louder.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please tell the jurors your name?
Camila Alvarez.
Do you
What?
go by a nickname?
Yes, Cammy.
Oh,
How old are you?
I'm 21 years old.
Do you go to school?
that's why he
Where do
killed
you go
him.
to school?
Florida State University.
Ooh.
Going into my senior year.
Could you tell the jurors, what is it that you're studying?
Studying public relations.
And what's your plans post-college?
Hopefully go to law school. I'm studying for the LSAT this summer.
What do your parents do?
They're both lawyers.
Um,
Thank you.
Could you tell us, what are you doing this summer?
Yeah, I'm studying for the LSAT pretty much. That's the gist of it.
These are all rich kids with rich parents. This is going to be
Let's
a
talk a little bit about where did you grow up?
entitlement show.
I grew up here, specifically Coral Gables. I live there.
What high school did you attend?
Our Lady of Lourdes Academy,
When did you graduate high school?
2023.
Growing up, were you friends with a girl by the name of Lucy Pino?
Yes,
Did you ever meet her parents?
yes.
What are her parents' names?
Lucy Pino, George Pino. Ceci.
Do you see George Pino in court today?
Yes.
Could you please point to and describe what he's wearing?
He's wearing a blue tie, suit.
So identify.
How did you distinguish between Mrs. Pino and her daughter?
I say Ceci mama and Ceci hija, so Ceci mother and Ceci daughter.
I want to read you a list of names of girls and ask if you're either friends or acquaintances with them. Lucy Fernandez.
Yes. Would you like me to specify whether I was friends or acquaintance?
Well,
Acquaintances
she
with her or just
going to
What
FSU
was
for
your
public
relationship with Lucy
relations
Fernandez like?
we're friends.
I'm going to show you exhibit
before law school.
This is
So
a picture of Lucy when she was alive.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you guys go to school together?
Yes.
Were you close friends?
I would say so, yes.
What about a girl by the name of Katerina or Kati Puig? Were you friends?
Yes.
What about Isabella Mia Rodriguez?
Yes.
What about Natalia Reed or Nati?
Yes.
Coco Aguilar?
Yes.
Andrea Knopfler?
Yeah.
Sarah Gutierrez?
Yes. Sorry.
That's okay. Paula Pau Garcia?
Yes.
Claudia Portocarrero?
Yes.
Carolina Monterrey?
Yes.
And Ceci Iha?
Yes.
Little Ceci?
Yes.
I want to show you an exhibit. It states Exhibit 1O for identification. Are these the names of the girls that I just read out in addition to a couple of other people?
Yes.
Who are the other people that we didn't just name that were your friends from school or what have you?
Cecilia Pino, adult, and George Pino.
Okay. On September 4th of 2022, did you go on a boat owned by George Pino with the people listed on this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I move states 1-0 for identification and evidence.
1-0 marked for ID, State's Exhibit 8. in evidence.
So let's talk about the weekend that you went on that boat trip with all these people that were on that list that I just showed to you. Do you remember what grade you were in school?
Yes, I was a senior in high school.
Okay. Did you get invited to a birthday party that weekend?
Yes,
Okay. Whose birthday was it?
it was Ceci Iha's, Ceci daughter.
What was the purpose of the party?
It was just kind of to celebrate her birthday.
Where was it? Where did the party take place?
We would be in Ocean Reef.
Had you ever been to Ocean Reef before the time that you went for little Ceci's party?
I had been there for the day, never overnight.
Okay. Could you tell the jurors, what was your understanding of what was going to happen over that weekend?
Pretty much that we were gonna drive to Ocean Reef that Saturday morning, spend the day there, spend the night in the house that they had at Ocean Reef. Following morning, we'd have morning mass, and then we'd go to the sandbar for the day. And I don't remember really the plans after that.
Okay. So on the afternoon of Sunday, September the 4th of 2022, is that when you went on the boat to go to the sandbar?
Correct.
Who operated that boat?
George Pino.
Did anybody else at any time steer or operate that boat?
No.
Was Mrs. Pino also there?
Yes.
Were any food or drinks provided on their boat?
Yes.
What do you remember?
I just vaguely remember Ceci mother offering food, and that's pretty much it. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Were there also drinks that were brought by the Pinos?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what kind of drinks were provided?
All I remember is water and kind of mixed drinks, like maybe seltzers, that sort of thing.
When you say seltzers, what do you mean?
Do like Truly, or also they had the hard lemonade.
Do those beverages contain any alcohol?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you wind up going to the sandbar that afternoon?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what kinds of things were going on at the sandbar?
Just kind of like nothing out of the ordinary, like people breaking off into groups, kind of conversation, like people just switching over, mostly like conversation, hanging out, I would say.
Okay. Were people drinking alcoholic drinks?
Yes.
Were you?
Yes.
Tell the jury about what you had to drink that afternoon.
I had those hard lemonades. That's what I remember. I don't remember if I had any other specified drinks, but I definitely remember drinking hard lemonade.
Who were you drinking with?
From what I remember, Caterina Puig and Paola Garcia.
Okay. Is there an expression you use called 1 for 1?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, what does 1 for 1 mean?
So basically 1 for 1, I guess, means that when you have a drink, you have a partner per se, and you guys go 1 for 1. So let's say I'm on my first drink and my partner's on their first drink as well. When you finish, both of you finish number 1, you go to number 2, and you don't go to the second one until that other partner is done with the first one. So you kind of match as you go. Was that clear enough?
I think so. How many of these 1 for 1 drinks do you think you had that afternoon?
I remember having 10.
10?
Did the Pinos ever tell you, hey, you're not supposed to be drinking alcohol?
Did she say 10?
By the time you leave the sandbar, how are you feeling?
I was feeling, impaired, I would say.
Had you ever consumed alcohol before?
Yes.
Does there come a time when everybody that went out on that boat all gathers back onto that boat?
Yes.
To get back to Ocean Reef?
Yes.
Okay. All the same people that went up with you are the same people who came back with you?
Correct.
Okay. Now,
As you get up onto the boat, at some
He,
point,
he said 10,
was
but
a video
he
taken
usually
of you
gets
and
things
some of
wrong,
the
but I
other
think she
girls,
said 10.
singing and dancing.
Yes.
Have you seen that video? in
Yes.
fact?
Yes.
I've shown that to you before.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember that video even as you're here today in 2026?
Yes.
And they let them get in the water drunk.
I know that you don't have your initials on this, but on this CD or DVD, there is a video that I believe I showed you recently, yes?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'm going to move states 1R for identification subject to linking it up.
No objection, subject to linking it up.
Being linked. And then
Can we see it? I want to see it.
For this states exhibit 9 in evidence.
Your Honor, may I have permission to publish? Thank you. Your Honor, may the witness have permission to sit here just so she's able to see
Sure.
the video?
Sure, just keep your voice up, please.
Oh, you're going to have to dim the lights. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, if she can get it to work. Looks like she's having trouble. Oh, that sound works.
Is that the video that was shot of you and the girls that afternoon? Yes. Is Lucy in that video?
Yes.
Is Kati in that video?
Yeah.
Is little Ceci in that video?
Yes. Keep your voice up.
I'm so sorry, Judge.
Sorry. Yes.
Thank you. You can take your seat.
Looks like they were having a good time.
Also, on that particular day, was a photograph taken of you with most of the other girls.
Yes.
Showing counsel states 1F for identification.
He's not struggling.
So, do you
He's put on
recognize
an act.
This photograph?
Yes,
Is that a photograph taken of almost all of the girls that were at that party that, at the sandbar?
yes, ma'am.
Move states 1F for identification and evidence.
No objection.
1F, marked for ID, states exhibit 10 evidence.
Oh, I'll just cut it out later. I'm sure they'll tell me that I need to cut it out.
Ms. Alvarez, I want to ask if you will help me fill out on this photograph the names of the various girls who are depicted, okay? So let's start first with this young woman up at the top on the left. Who's that?
That's me.
Cammy?
Yes.
Who's next to you?
Coco?
Okay, the next row, who's in the pink hat?
Andrea Melther.
Who's got the pink glasses?
Sascati.
And who's next to Kati?
That's Claudia.
Okay, now over to the far left on the bottom. Who's that?
It's Sarah.
Do you know if it's S-A-R-A or S-A-R-A-H?
I'm not sure.
Does it matter? I don't
Who's
know,
next to Sarah?
because if she's got a brain injury, I don't know. Can she? I don't know anything about her injury, so I don't know if she can even. How bad is the brain injury? Like, can she
Who's next to
talk?
Kara?
That's Bob.
Is she able to recall what happened?
Who's on the end here in blue?
That's Nati.
Who's got the pink heart-shaped glasses at the bottom with a little tiara on?
That's Ceci.
Little Ceci.
Yes.
And finally, who's in the white bikini with the little flowers?
That's Lucy.
Everybody's properly.
Yes.
Now, there's one girl that you told us that was there, that's not in this picture. Who was that?
Mia Rodriguez.
Was she the one who took the photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Why don't you have these photos on your laptop and then you can put them on a screen? It would be so much faster.
Now, when you all start to head back to Ocean Reef, do you remember if everybody sat in the same seats that they did going up to the sandbar?
I don't remember.
Probably not.
Do you have a recollection though of where you were?
Yes.
When you were coming back from the sandbar? Showing council states 1B for identification.
She reminds me of Angie Harmon.
I'm showing you an exhibit. It's labeled as 1V for identification. Is this an accurate depiction basically of the layout of Mr. Pino's boat?
Yes.
This time I'm going to state 1V for identification and evidence.
Okay.
1B, marked for ID, states exhibit 11.
I'm gonna ask you a couple of questions if you remember who was sitting where.
Okay.
Okay, first we have a circle here that says OP. Who was there?
George Pino.
Who was seated in the seat that has the number 1?
Ceci Mama, so mother.
Mrs. Pino?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember who was in seats 4, 5, or 6?
No.
But some of the girls were located there?
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about seats 13 to 12. Do you remember who was in those seats?
No.
How about seats 11 and 10?
Yes.
Okay, who was at seat 11?
Me.
Who was at seat 10?
Copy.
Do you remember who was in seat 7?
That'd be Coco.
What about seats 2 and 3? Do you remember who was sitting in the back?
Yes.
Who?
2 would be Mia Rodriguez, and 2 would be Mia Rodriguez, and 3 would be Sarah Guterres.
What about seat 8?
Got him up today.
And finally, seat 9, who was that?
Lucy.
This is an accurate depiction as best you remember?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to ask you a question.
Kati, Lucy, and Mia were all seated on the right-hand or starboard side of the boat.
Yes.
Who were the 3 people that were the most injured after the boat crashed?
It would be them 3.
Mia, Lucy, and Kati?
Yes.
So on the way back from the sandbar, did something catastrophic happen?
Yes.
What happened?
I just remember a jolting kind of feeling, where I pop up and the boat starts to capsize.
Up until that moment, were you paying attention to where you were going?
No, ma'am.
Were you serving as a lookout to make sure that there was no danger ahead?
No, ma'am.
Would it be fair to say that you and the other girls were just exchanging, laughs and just hanging out together?
Yes.
After the boat struck something, did you know what it had hit?
No.
Did you eventually find out what it was that it hit?
Yes.
What was it?
A channel marker.
Did you notice those channel markers when you were heading up to the sandbar?
Not that I remember.
Were you paying attention to them on the way back?
No.
Were you the operator of the boat?
No.
After the boat struck an object that you realize now was the channel marker, can you describe as best you can, step by step, what happened?
Yes. So I remember kind of popping up to my feet. I'm looking around, I see George, and the boat starts to move. And I hear the bottle scream jump. So I just jump off the boat. I'm now in the water. I'm looking around, I see a lot of cushions in the water. And immediately I see Nathi Reed. She's like treading on water, panicking. She's in a panic attack and she's not. She's not staying afloat. She's bobbing in and out, not swimming. So immediately, simultaneously actually, Paul is screaming, Lucy, Lucy. And I tell her, I look around, I see who's around us. I see that some girls have been ejected from the boat and farther down. I tell her, I said, go over there, just go and see if she's there. So as I send Paul off there, I turn around and I see Nathi and I grab a cushion for her, like the seat cushion or float. I grab it for her, I give it to her, I said, you just gotta breathe, you gotta hold on to this, and you just gotta stay above water, just hold on and breathe. She looks at me, I'm like, are you gonna be okay? She's like, okay, I'm okay, like, thank you, okay. And then I hear some sort of like wailing kind of sound. I don't know how to describe it. I'm sorry, I can't go more into detail, but it wasn't like a crying, it wasn't like a screaming, it was somewhere between it. And I turn around and I see Mrs. Pino holding up Mia, or attempting to, Mia Rodriguez.
Do you need some water?
No, okay, thank you. Mia Rodriguez is covered with like blood. So is Miss Pino. Miss Pino's trying to hold her, but she can't. They're both kind of taking on water. Like any minute now, they were going to be completely submerged. And so back to cushions. Grabbed another cushion, put it under Mia to kind of lift her up, hold her above water, to help Miss Pino. So it's us two now, kind of holding her up. And then some good Samaritans, I guess, had come into the water at that point, and they're like, here, just give her to us. And I kind of give her to them. And at that point, at that handoff, I hear Val, I'm assuming it was her, but I do hear someone telling me, Lucy, like, she's not here, she's not here. So I immediately turn around, go by myself, and I just start swimming. I just start swimming towards our boat, the one that's now completely capsized. And at that point I see George I'm getting closer now, I see George's hand on the boat. Just kind of like, and
I'm sorry.
yes,
Only
I can
because
stop.
we're in lawyer land where you
Oh,
have to
please.
speak out loud.
Oh, sorry.
What you just described, can you tell us what you saw? I think we all saw you, but just so that the record will be clear. What was it that you saw the defendant George Pino doing?
I saw the boat completely flipped over, kind of like, I would describe it like a top of a shell, kind of. I just saw his hands kind of just on the boat now. It's completely flipped over and his hands are on the boat. And I just hear from a distance someone saying a check under the boat. And I don't remember anything else.
I want to ask you a question. It sounds like you were really involved in trying to help other people. Did you yourself get injured at all from this?
After everything, like when my dad got me, my head started, like my head definitely started to feel kind of pain, but during the.
And you also told the jurors that you'd had quite a bit of alcohol that afternoon. After that crash, did you still feel buzzed or impaired?
No. There was a point where I believe when the police got there, like on the boat, kind of let go, and it kind of felt like a fog. I don't know if you could put that in the impairment, but before then, no, I didn't feel.
Well, I could have been shocked too. It was probably in
Like you
shock.
had your adrenaline pumping through your body?
Most definitely, yes.
You indicated that you had seen the defendant right after the crash on the boat. What did you see of him at that moment?
I saw George passed out. He was stuck in the aisle of the boat, tangled in some wires. When I first saw him, I thought he had passed away due to impact.
Were you glad when you saw that he was actually outside the boat holding onto it?
100%, yes.
Does there come a time when you see Lucy after this boat crash?
Yes.
Where do you see her first?
From what I remember, I see her on the boat that I'm on.
What's going on with Lucy on that boat?
They're attempting to give her CPR.
Do you remember initially if there were people that were not, like from fire rescue or police that were helping her?
Yes.
Okay, Okay, so it was other Good Samaritans?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see how she wound up getting onto that boat?
No.
Aside from you and Lucy, was there anyone else from the boat crash that was on the same boat that you were on?
Yes.
Who?
Mrs. Pino.
Any other girls on that boat with you that were from the crash?
No.
Did the police wind up coming up to that boat?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember a helicopter hovering over that boat?
Yes.
What do you remember about that?
I just remember looking up and seeing a helicopter right above the boat that I'm on, and a man coming down a ladder, I would say, like rope kind of.
What happens once the police and the man that comes down from the helicopter get on the boat that you're on?
I'm sorry, can you ask the question again?
Of course. What happens once the police get to the boat that you're on and the guy from the helicopter comes down and they're now on that same boat with you and Mrs. Pino and Lucy? What's the next thing that happens?
They take Lucy and me and Mrs. Pino onto the police boat.
Where were you on the police boat?
So the center console is here, on the other side towards the front, where they usually have a bench right there. That's where I was.
Okay. And where was Mrs. Pino?
Right next to me.
Where do the police take you and Lucy and Mrs. Pino?
Like
Not so
some
much the name of it.
some
but like,
place, yeah, I don't know, I would say like some station of sorts, I would say.
was there a place to dock boats?
Yes,
Was there like bathroom facilities there?
yes,
Did you see like grass around?
yes,
And is that where you wind up staying
yes,
for a while at least?
definitely.
Does there come a time a little after you arrive there that a lot of the other girls are brought to that location?
Yes.
Can you tell the members of the jury which girls do you remember, even if it's not all of them, do you remember any girls in particular that were brought by a second boat to that location?
I remember Ceci, Rose Ceci, and Claudia.
Did you ever see the defendant at that ranger area station?
Yes.
What did he look like when you saw him?
Well, at this point, had been there alone for a little bit, and then George had come, and I kind of remember them, like, I couldn't talk to him at first, and then I ended up seeing him, and he was just kind of, this is a manner of shock, like, very slow. I remember, like, specifically, it looked like his eyes were, like, kind of coming out, and he was just like, Cammy, what happened? He was like, Lucy, she okay, where is she? And that's all I remember.
Eventually, do the police and fire rescue escort you and the other girls and Mr. Pino away from that ranger area?
Yes,
Did the police give you and the other girls anything to cover up with?
yeah, some sort of like white blanket, I would say.
Up until that point, had you guys pretty much just still been in the same bikinis you were in for the party?
Yes,
Do the police take you to a marina that's on the mainland?
yes, I believe it was Black Point.
Does somebody come and pick you up?
Yes, my dad. Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Alvarez. My name is Janelle Gomez, and I represent Mr. George Pino. We've never met before, right?
Correct,
We've never spoken.
correct.
You used to play soccer with little Ceci, right?
Yes,
And when I say little Ceci, we all know we're talking about the daughter, and when I refer to the mom, I'll say Mrs. Pino.
okay,
That's how you met little Ceci, right? Playing soccer.
Yeah.
And you used to consider little Ceci a good friend.
definitely, yes,
You still consider her a friend,
definitely,
and you still talk to little Ceci, right?
yes,
You also know little Ceci's parents,
Yes.
Mr. Pino and Mrs. Pino.
Yes.
And you have known Mr. and Mrs. Pino for at least more than 5 years,
Yes.
since around 2021, that sound right?
Yes.
And you visited the home of Mr. and Mrs. Pino.
Yes, ma'am.
Do your parents know little Ceci's parents?
Yes.
And before September 4th, 2022, before that, have you been on a boat before?
Yes.
You've been on a boat several times.
Definitely, yeah.
You think around 30 to 40 times is,
I would say yes.
okay. And so you have some familiarity with boats,
Correct.
a little bit of experience. So I want to talk now about that weekend, Labor Day weekend, September 2022. So you went to Ocean Reef Club to celebrate little Ceci's birthday.
Yes.
You girls all had like a slumber party of sorts.
Correct.
And your parents knew that you were going to be staying with the Pino family?
Yes.
Did your parents accompany you that weekend?
No.
Did your parents know that you were going to be taking a boat ride with Mr. Pino that weekend?
Yes.
And did they allow you to do so?
Yes.
They allowed you to travel to Ocean Reef and do this boat ride?
Correct.
Your parents trusted Mr. Pino with your safety.
Judge objection?
So at the sandbar that day, you all went to Billy's Point. That's the name of the sandbar. You were at the sandbar after you left Ocean Reef Club.
Yes.
There were other boats at the sandbar, correct?
Yes.
There was AJ Suarez's boat. Mr. Fernandez also had a boat there as well. So there were other adults.
Yes.
Mr. and Mrs. Pino were not the only adults that were at the sandbar and were part of that group now.
Yeah, adults that let you drink.
And you were all hanging out together.
Yes.
So you testified a little bit about how you had engaged in some drinking that day. And some of the other boys and girls, they also were engaged in some drinking.
Yes.
When you were done drinking, whether it was a glass or a container, you had to throw away that container, right?
Correct.
And you would toss, we're gonna call it the empties, you would toss the empty, let's say on whatever boat was nearest to you when you were done consuming that beverage.
Yes.
And so if you were closest to Mr. Pino's boat, you would toss the empty on there.
Correct.
And you tossed a lot of empty containers on Mr. Pino's boat.
Yes.
And you also saw other boys and girls and other people toss empties on Mr. Pino's boat.
Yes.
You estimate that a lot of these empty alcohol containers were tossed on Mr. Pino's boat.
Yes.
And that's because you were hanging around near his boat for a lot of the time.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see Mr. Pino drinking alcohol that day?
Not that I recall, no.
Now I want to talk a little bit about the boat ride on the way to Billy's Point. You were on Mr. Pino's boat, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Pino was operating the vessel.
Yes.
On the way to Billy's Point, did Mr. Pino drive his boat in any way that made you feel unsafe?
No.
Did you feel that Mr. Pino was driving too fast?
No.
So you felt safe when Mr. Pino was driving his boat on the way to Billy's Point?
Yes.
You felt comfortable?
Correct.
And now before leaving Billy's Point, I know, you spent some time at the sandbar, you spent a few hours there, right?
Yes.
Before leaving Billy's Point, did you have any reason to believe that Mr. Pino was impaired by alcohol?
Probably.
Okay, now you were also on Mr. Pino's boat on the way back from Billy's Point.
Yes.
Correct. And I want to talk before the accident, before the crash. When Mr. Pino was driving his boat back from Billy's Point, did you feel that he was driving in a dangerous way?
No.
Did you sense that he was operating the boat in an excessive speed?
No.
Did you feel unsafe in any way?
No.
Was there anything about the way that Mr. Pino was operating his boat that it made you feel an accident could have happened?
No, ma'am.
Did you sense that Mr. Pino was operating his boat in a way that put other people in danger?
No,
So you also felt safe during the ride back from Billy's Point into the marina?
yes,
You felt comfortable as well?
yes,
And now, just before the accident, if you can remember, just before, do you remember that, did you notice an increase of speed?
can you clarify that? Because when you get on a boat, like you slow and then you start to go faster, do you mean that specific time or
Of course,
closer to?
of course. No, right before the accident.
No,
No, you didn't sense any kind of increase of speed. Now, on that ride back from Billy's Point, was there a time that someone instructed everyone to sit down?
yes,
You recall that?
yes,
And did you follow the instruction and sit down?
yes,
And did everyone around you also sit down?
from what I recall, yes,
And on that point, did everybody have their own space to sit on the boat?
yes,
Were you sitting on anyone's lap?
no,
Was anyone sitting on your lap?
no,
And you didn't see anyone else, sitting in that way?
not that I recall, no.
Okay. Did the actual impact, it came as a surprise to you, right?
Yeah, definitely,
And after the impact, you were not ejected from the boat. You stayed on the boat.
correct,
And you saw Mr. Pino stay on the boat as well.
yes,
And you testified that he was knocked unconscious.
correct,
His eyes were closed.
yes,
You testified that you thought he actually died as a result of the impact.
yes.
One moment, Your Honor.
She is the calmest young witness I've ever seen.
No further questions. Thank you so much for your time, Ms. Alvarez.
Thank you.
Ms. Alvarez, when you're out there on that sandbar, are you hanging out with the adults mostly, or are you hanging out with the other girls and the boys that are your age?
I don't remember.
Were you keeping track of what George Pino's actions were out on that sandbar?
No,
Was he the reason why you were there? Or were you there to be with your friends?
I was there for Ceci.
Now, are you saying that the defendant consumed no alcohol, or just that you don't know if you ever saw him drinking alcohol?
Not that I know of.
I'm sorry?
Not that I know of. Yeah, I don't recall seeing.
Okay. Now, I think you already had explained to us that you were seated, as according to this diagram, you see that's number 11. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
And so as you're seated in seat number 11 and you look in front of you, do you see what's ahead of the boat?
What?
No,
What do you see when you're looking up in front of you?
mainly the ground. I'm looking more down.
Why?
So are you paying attention to exactly how George Pino was operating that boat?
No,
What?
Did you trust that he was operating it safely 9 seconds before that crash?
yeah,
Did you trust that he was operating it safely 8 seconds before the crash?
I wasn't really telling the time. I'm sorry. I don't really understand the question.
Let me take you this way, okay? There was a crash, yes?
Correct.
1 second before that crash,
Mhm.
were you worried about whether or not George Pino was operating that boat safely?
No,
2 seconds before the crash, were you worried that he was operating it unsafely?
no,
3, 4, 5 seconds, were you worried he wasn't operating it safely?
same answer, no.
Because you thought that he was operating that vessel safely, right?
Correct.
Did you trust that he, with you and his wife and his daughter and all those other kids, that he would safely navigate that boat?
Yes.
No other questions.
All right, thank you, the witnesses excused. Watch it.
Oh, oh my God.
All right. I'm gonna ask everyone if you just
Wait, the
please
free
read
Karen
the
Reed
verbal
people?
while I have the jury excused first. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a lunch break at this time. Please put your notepads in silent envelopes. Same instructions I'll continue giving to you. Please be mindful of your surroundings. Do not discuss anything about this case with each other or with anyone else. Do not let anyone try to speak with you or attempt to try to speak with you or in your presence. If you hear someone speaking.
Oh, anti-free Karen Reed. Okay.
Your badges at all times, even if you leave the courthouse and go outside and surrounding some restaurants, or you might take a walk, you need to go there.
Yeah.
Of course, but wear your juror badges at all times.
Yeah.
Don't take those off. Please do research. Don't go into Google, try to gather any information. None of that is evidence. Evidence is what you're getting in the courtroom. And it's all
There
you
is no
rely
witness
on.
intimidation.
The law, I will instruct you to ultimately reach your decision. Okay? When you return, it will be at 10 after 2. 10 after 2. Please return to the jury pool on the 7th floor. You wait there. Go inside, please. Wait for Renee. She'll come get you and bring you back when we're ready to proceed in the afternoon session. All right? I'm going to ask everyone just to go to the courtroom for a minute. Thank you.
All rise, follow me, bring your envelopes.
Okay, and now we wait. What? Okay. Someone explain Rico to me. Yeah. Oh, God bless America. Well, back during the first trial, they photoshopped that picture. Did you ever see that picture? With and it was so funny because the picture was taken out in front of a restaurant, I think, and he had his arm around her belly, like he was hugging her from behind, but you could tell it was Photoshop because his arm was super long, and you could see there were people in front of the restaurant, and you could see their shoes, and the shoes belonged to AJ. He was taking a picture with somebody. So it couldn't have been AJ that had his arm around Karen. Because he was having his picture taken in front of the restaurant. You could see his shoes. So that was ridiculous. Right, I know that. That I know. But that's all I know. So when someone comes up on RICO charges and they're not mob, I get confused. So how is witness intimidation RICO? Does that just fall under RICO because the mob used to do that? How is that a RICO charge? So, what is going to happen with no one is being intimidated, though. You know why they think they're being intimidated? Because they're guilty, and they know they're guilty. And so they think every time that something happens, they think they're trying to be intimidated. They're not. They want the truth to come out. That's why they think they're being intimidated. They're being intimidated because everybody knows that they're lying and they don't want to tell the truth. Like I was telling Travis last night, because I was like, oh, you don't know what's going on in the Karen Reed trial. My husband, I think he's autistic. He's like OCD and he has Tourette's. And I was telling a friend of mine that's a social worker one time, I said, my husband, like we were just like telling stories and like, my husband's autistic and he has Tourette's. I mean, my husband's OCD and he has Tourette's. And she goes, you know what? I think he might be autistic because I was telling her stories about him and stuff. So he cannot remember names. So, like, I'll say a name. Like, who was I talking about? I was talking about somebody the other day. And he's like, is that the one that's such and such? And I'm like, no, that's Jill. And he's like, I'll tell something about somebody else. Oh, is that this one? I'm like, no, that's so and so. Like, he doesn't remember names. He remembers like descriptions of people or like where they live. But, is that the one in Tennessee? No, that's the one in Ohio. Like, I'm talking about Judy and Jill, it's like, so, but Karen Reed, he knows. 2 trials now, and all the stories about all the crooked cops and all that, he knows. So last night I'm like, oh my God, I've not told you what's going on in the Karen Reed case now. And he's like, tell me, like he knows exactly what I'm talking about. I'm like, okay, so the cop that got fired? And he's like, yeah. It's so funny that that's the only case that he remembers everything about and all the names and everything. Like he couldn't tell you the names, but when he hears them, he knows exactly who I'm talking about. So I'm like, well, wait till you hear about these text messages and the voicemail. Like we actually hear this man's voice say these things, and so I was telling him about all the text messages and the voicemail, and he's like, they should have fired him a long time ago and blah blah blah, and he needs to be in jail and blah blah blah. He's just like outraged. And I'm like, and I was like, and AJ flew in from California for this, and I'm like, and he filed an emergency protection order so he wouldn't have to come to that deposition. Travis goes, he's running. I'm like, well, wait, guess where he is? And he goes, where? I said, he's in a psych facility in Florida. He's like, no way. I was like, yes. That was our dinner conversation last night. It was so funny. He was so into it. It's hilarious. He won't watch them, but he will listen to everything I tell him about a trial. It's so funny. So, is the jury back on Anthony yet? Because, I mean, really, how long? NBC6 South Florida is doing Pino's trial to Court TV, Law and Crime. They're still at lunch. Florida couple's home invasion murder caught on. Oh, that was 2 months ago. Why am I just not hearing about this? Okay, where did that go? Of course, I can't find it now. Okay. Anthony. No, it's Carmelo Anthony, right? Is it Anthony Carmelo or Carmelo Anthony? Nope, I don't see it now. Whoever put it up might have taken it down since it's not true. Now all I see is the defense rests. I don't see the the jury is still out. Why is the jury still out?
Tonight, Carmelo Anthony's defense suddenly resting their case. Anthony, now 19, has pled not guilty to the murder of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf, claiming self-defense after fatally stabbing him in the chest at a high school track meet last April. The defense calling Anthony's former football teammate to the stand, who described Anthony as distraught immediately after the stabbing, telling the jury he saw Anthony crying, a coach comforting him. A contrast to the exchange captured on the arresting officer's body camera, where Anthony says, "I'm not alleged, I did it, and he put his hands on me, I told him not to." The defense argues Anthony was responding to a physical threat from Metcalf, but prosecutors call his actions unjustified provoked murder, alleging he goaded Metcalf into pushing him, then killed him. Also in dispute, whether Anthony should have been in a visiting team's tent in the first place. His former teammate today testifying that was not unusual, but witnesses for the prosecution said Metcalf's team had a strictly enforced no uninvited guests policy. One witness testifying that Anthony refused to leave when asked, calling the students a bunch of expletives who were not going to do nothing about it in the moments before the stabbing. A trial that has ignited racially charged rhetoric across North Texas, now barreling toward a close. Anthony's supporters raising concerns for fairness after the prosecution struck all black jurors, urging their supporters today
So did
to
the
avoid disruptions.
That only serves the interest who wants you to turn this trial into a circus.
All right, Ryan Chandler joins us live. Ryan,
So did the
deliberations will begin
defense.
after closing arguments tomorrow, and the jury has already been notified they will be sequestered.
Yeah, they have, Tom. The judge telling them to pack a bag. They'll be sequestered in a hotel room. No news, no social media, no contact with the outside world, which is typical until they return that verdict. They'll start deliberations tomorrow after the prosecution and the defense get one last chance to make their closing arguments, and we'll be there for it, Tom.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on
The other thing on that video I watched that I couldn't remember. He was where he wasn't supposed to be. And for it to be self-defense, you have to use the same force in return. So he was pushed and then he responded with a knife. So if he had been pushed and he pushed back, that would be self-defense. But you can't self-defend with a knife when you're pushed. So What? Okay, so this, I see one that says that they already found him guilty, but that's Benny Johnson, and I like Benny, but he does a lot of clickbait. That's not funny, but it is. Man attacked by alligator after escaping police custody. Victor M. Rivas was suspected of driving drunk. Rivas ran away and jumped into swampy area, attacked by gator, and had injuries to both of his arms. And that's Louisiana, not Florida, folks.
Well, a crazy story from Louisiana State Police here. A man gets attacked by an alligator after trying to escape from a DWI traffic stop. So this all started Sunday when a reckless vehicle was seen traveling along I-10 near Bonneville, even hitting that concrete barrier, blowing out a tire. It was later spotted going south on I-310, and that's when it was stopped. Troopers said that the driver, 40-year-old Victor Rivas, appeared to be impaired. And that's when they say he started to run and then jumped off the interstate into the swamp below. But that is not all. He was spotted again along Airline Highway moments later and jumped into the swamp again, where he was attacked by an alligator, injuring both of his arms. And y'all, he still tried to run away. He's still trying to get away after all that along Airline Highway. He was eventually captured and taken into custody, and he is now facing several charges after getting some medical help after that attack.
Oh my God. No. I expected that to be Florida, and then I saw Louisiana. Oh, goodness. Olive Garden fired a waitress over a $700 tip? What? Oh, here we go. Well, what do I do?
Welcome back. A real estate developer at the helm of a boat in a crash that killed a Lourdes Academy student in 2022 is now facing more serious charges.
NBC6 reporter Laura Rodriguez tells us what led to this, and she also obtained body cam video from the night of the incident.
A body-worn camera on a Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission investigator shows George Pino surrounded by paramedics and law enforcement after the September 4th, 2022 crash near Boca Chica.
See, look at him. Where'd he go? Look at him. Calm as a cucumber. Well, I mean, he does have a head injury, though. But look, no tears, no emotion, nothing. Well, I mean, maybe he doesn't know anybody's hurt yet.
Shows George Pino surrounded by paramedics and law enforcement after the September 4th, 2022 crash near Boca Chica.
Train going back, we were coming through the channel, and there was two girls sitting in the back. A boat was coming. Correct. We were going by. The waves are.
You leave the boat in the water at Ocean Reef, or is it on a trailer at Ocean Reef?
No, it's in the water.
Okay, so it's in the water.
So anyways, I turned back to look because there was two girls sitting at the back seat of the boat.
After the accident, Mr. Pino said another boat caused this. There was no other boat, according to the state and according to the investigators. So that was an inconsistency.
An inconsistency that angered the parents of Lucy Fernandez, who say they've been seeking the truth since the day of the crash that killed their daughter. 2 years after the boat crash, prosecutors reevaluated the case, and George Pino is now charged with a felony. The charge is vessel homicide, operate in a reckless manner.
A man came forward from fire rescue who was a critical witness and believe that alcohol was a factor that resulted in the crash.
When asked by FWC to draw his blood, Pino declined.
So I'd like to ask permission to draw your blood. It's up to you completely. You know, I had 2 beers. And it's not illegal to boat and drive. It's not illegal to drink a couple beers and drive. I feel perfect in the way that my mind was. I mean, I know what happened. I've been operating boats forever. I've done that ride 1,000 times.
In a statement, Pino's attorney said, "I am dismayed by the state's surprise decision to file this new charge more than 2 years later. Officers on the scene of the crash determined that Pino was not intoxicated. Pino did not exceed any posted speed limit. Pino had the required number of Coast Guard approved life preservers on board the vessel, and despite sustaining a head injury himself requiring 15 stitches, Pino made heroic efforts to rescue the injured passengers, including diving under the capsized boat. This was an accident, not a crime, much less a felony." Unless other arrangements have been made, the Fernandez attorney tells us that Pino should be turning himself in, posting a bond, and then the court process begins yet again because of this new charge. Reporting in Miami, I'm Laura Rodriguez, NBC6 News.
Developments in a deadly boat crash involving a prominent real estate mogul.
A 17-year-old girl was killed in that wreck, and we've learned body cam footage from that scene was somehow erased. Local 10's Christina Vasquez is live in North Miami with the latest.
Oh, wow. I did not see it. I would have freaked out. Oh my God. I'm glad he's okay, but I would have been like, oh my God, he's gonna die on his last day. I would have been freaking out. Streeter. Good boy. So I played a couple of videos. Now I'm playing ones that are relevant to the case and people leaving. I only had 4 people in here today.
It's Christina.
With a look of what FWC is saying about all of this today. Take a look.
Come sit down for a minute, Mr. Pino.
What did additional FWC officer-worn body camera footage document? The 2022 night George Pino crashed a boat, killing 1 teenager and permanently disabling another? We don't know, because FWC in a statement says video from at least 2 officers was deleted after a set retention period because of how the officers labeled it, categorizing them as incidental because they were not lead officers on the case, not addressing any violations directly, adding, quote, based on our review, their actions were within the bounds of the policy as it is currently written. The policy is now under revision.
The only thing the Fernandezes have ever wanted was the truth from Mr. Pino.
The 29-foot center console Pino was operating ran into a channel marker near Boca Chica Key, tossing the 14 on board overboard, hurting several, killing 17-year-old Lucy Fernandez, severely wounding Cady Puig. At the time, Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission said alcohol was not a factor, but then it was revealed. Investigators found 61 empty alcoholic bottles and cans, 1 empty champagne bottle, and a half-consumed bottle of liquor on board.
I had 2 beers.
More witnesses came forward.
It wasn't until October 2024 that Pino would face a related felony charge of reckless vehicle homicide.
And the wheel, I guess when it hit one of the waves, the wheel turned a little bit.
In a statement Friday, the Fernandez family telling Local 10 News, since the criminal case remains pending, we will not be making any comments at this time. We will comment when appropriate. Meantime, Pino's attorney telling Local 10 News, we too are disturbed by the deletion of the body-worn camera footage because it prevents Pino, his defense team says, from allowing a jury to see what they believe to be contradictory allegations made by one of the officers, an innuendo of impairment during a deposition that they say is categorically false. And according to court records, the next status hearing in that Pino case is next week on Thursday. We have more on that at a link on our website. That's local10.com. Reporting live for you, I'm Christina Vasquez, Local 10 News.
Christina, thank you.
A dramatic start to the George Pino trial. The prominent developer breaking down in tears during opening statements. The outburst earning him an earful from the judge. Local 10's Leanne Morajon is live in Miami with the high emotions in court. Leanne?
Pino cried very openly for 7 minutes before the state called for a sidebar and jurors were walked out.
He did not intend for anybody to be hurt. His own daughter, his own wife, his own body was on that boat.
Defendant George Pino couldn't hold back. Minutes into his attorney's opening statement to jurors, Pino broke down, his heavy breathing audible inside the courtroom.
He had traveled on that
No
boat
tears,
safely
though.
through that channel
No
many
tears.
times.
The continued show of emotion prompted intervention from the state.
Her own life.
Jurors escorted from the courtroom.
The defendant's emotional outburst became unavoidably distracting and wholly improper for a jury to view.
We are going to proceed, and Mr. Pino is going to need to be able to control himself.
My request that he be examined.
Miami Fire Rescue came to make sure Pino was okay.
This was not a mere accident or a momentary lapse in judgment.
Pino is on trial for vessel homicide and manslaughter for the drowning death of 17-year-old Lucy Fernandez. The state told jurors it started as an idyllic boat trip on Labor Day weekend 2022. Pino and his wife took their daughter and 11 of her friends out to a sandbar to celebrate her birthday.
The teenagers weren't the only ones that had consumed alcohol that afternoon. So did Mr. Pino.
It ended in tragedy when Pino struck a channel marker near Cutter Bank. The state says Pino lied about dodging a second vessel, was driving on the wrong side of the channel and going 47 miles an hour and accelerating when he struck the steel pole.
Lucy is dead because the defendant failed to do the most basic things that the rules of the water require.
Had to be.
Pino was not charged with boating under the influence, the defense emphasizing to jurors that investigators and other witnesses did not believe him to be impaired.
Lucy's dad saw that George Pino had a beer and was satisfied that George Pino was not impaired.
So the proceedings for the day were cut short. Adding to those issues was the fact that there was an issue with the air conditioning in that courtroom. The trial is expected to resume tomorrow morning. We're live in Miami. I'm Leanne Morejon, Local 10 News.
Now at noon, George Pino looking upset as his lawyers finish their opening.
Oh, stop it. I want to find more body cam footage. Yes, squirrel, because we started talking about Karen Reed, then we started talking about Carmelo Anthony, and then we watched body cam footage that was relevant to what we're watching. We got off topic before we got back on topic. Oh, that's not what I want. Are we back from lunch yet? Nope. We should be any minute now. They said be back 10 after 2. Hit list homicide trial. Wisconsin v. Kevin Litchwick. Mackenzie Shrilla's father speaks out. That man needs to stop doing interviews. Oh, there's stuff about Mickey Steins. I need to watch. There was a hearing 2-3 days ago. Dadgum, Megyn Kelly's even doing stuff about the Carmelo Anthony trial. What in the heck is this? Shocking twist in Dr. Drano poisoning case. That was 16 hours ago, but it's low on crime, so I can't show it. Wait, how long is that one? That one's 8 minutes. There's so many videos I want to watch, y'all. That I couldn't watch yesterday because of my internet. The hit list guy is pro se? Spike, what are you doing? Where are you going? Well, we might have to watch that one after this one if he's pro se. Where is his... Oh, they're sitting to give their openings. Because he's pro se, I guess. Okay, it's 10 after 2, people. Let's go. Law and Crime's calling it Buried Secrets Homicide Trial, and Court TV's calling it Hit List Homicide Trial. Which we're going to have to watch that after this one. If he's pro se. Litchwick. Yeah. What are you doing, Shadow? Meow. I told you I don't understand meow. You're going to have to learn to speak English. Oh, is that the one they're doing? Spike, why did you move? Now the Spike cam is not on you. I guess I'll shut it off then. Why am I not surprised that they're late? Oh, okay.
Say Metcalf.
I hope Brandon don't strike me for this.
And you're welcoming somebody by saying, touch me again and see what happened. And then you go to kill that person. Now you're in trouble for premeditation.
Police say the confrontation began when it was raining and Anthony sat under the tent where Metcalf and his team were sitting. Police say Metcalf asked Anthony to move from under the tent. Officer Taylor Wetzel wrote in an affidavit that a witness told him Anthony grabbed his bag, opened it, and warned Metcalf, touch me again and see what happens. Witnesses told police Metcalf then touched or grabbed Anthony while trying to move him, and Anthony allegedly pulled out a knife, stabbed Metcalf once in the chest. Metcalf's twin brother, Hunter, was standing next to him.
We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive.
Oh, I didn't know the kid had a
reckless.
twin brother. Oh,
And my brother
God.
accepted it, said, you need to move. He's like, make me move. Also grabbed his backpack.
Harris says those facts could become critical for jurors.
The prosecution could say that he was kind of asking for it. I think the flip side for the defense, when you think about it, these are 17-year-old boys. And I was 17 at one point in time. And so you think about 17-year-old boys don't make the best decisions.
In an arrest affidavit, Officer Eduardo Cortez said, as we were walking him, Anthony, to the squad car, the suspect was emotional and said, he put his hands on me. I told him not to. Another officer later wrote, Anthony made another spontaneous statement and asked if what happened could be considered self-defense. Harris says those statements are important because they may help Anthony's attorneys get self-defense in front of a jury.
I don't know how the trial is going to end up going, but I think that once you pull a knife out on a person who does not have a weapon and you say, touch me again and see what happens, therefore you have now created premeditation because you could just move, but you don't want to move. And you're creating a scenario where you are not trying to avoid a situation. You have
I didn't know.
a deadly.
I didn't know he had a twin brother. Yeah, Brandon Tatum used to be a cop. I don't agree with everything he says, but that, yeah. Yeah, I didn't know he had a twin brother. Yeah, Metcalf. Yeah. Can you imagine watching your twin stabbed right in front of you? Oh my God. Shadow, why are you sitting there staring at me? Jump up here. Are we gonna do this? Let's do this. Shadow cam. I have to hold it. You roam around too much. Spike's under the table. I don't know why he moved under the table. Did I just hear a little thing they play before a horse race? Or am I losing my mind? Did anybody else hear that?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to lunch. Any concerns during lunch? Any communications with anyone? Anyone wants to speak with you about the case or any presence of the case?
Ready for the close up, Shadow?
Yes, sir. The state calls Carolina Monterey.
Now you guys can see my dirty floor. All my junk
Please step forward if you would.
on the floor.
Mr. Clerk, raise your right hand and be sworn. Please have a seat. We ask you to keep your voice maybe a little louder than you normally would, because as you're looking at the jury, it's actually away from the microphone, so it's a little awkward.
May I proceed, Judge?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself to the members of our jury?
Hi, I'm Catalina Monterey.
And Ms. Monterey, do you have a nickname that your friends call you by?
Gato.
Okay. And thank you for using the microphone. Have you ever testified in court before?
No.
Are you a little bit nervous?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to take our time, and if you need a break, just let me know, okay? Ms. Monterey, how old are you today?
21.
Are you attending college?
Yes.
Where do you go to school?
Syracuse University.
What are you studying at Syracuse?
Health and exercise science.
What do you hope to be when you graduate?
Something in pharmacy down the line.
Okay. And what year are you in?
Going to be a senior.
Did you grow up here in Miami-Dade County?
Yes.
Where did you grow up?
Where did I grow up?
Like what area of the county?
Like Kendall, South Miami in the past.
And where did you go to high school?
Westminster Christian School.
Now, we're here to talk about a crash that occurred the Labor Day weekend of 2022. Do you remember that weekend?
Yes.
And do you remember the day of the crash?
Yes.
So let's talk a little bit about the people that were there. Were you friends with Lucy Pino?
Yes.
How did you meet Lucy Pino?
Little Sussy.
Little Sussy.
We went to Epiphany together.
Is Epiphany high school or elementary school?
It's an elementary and middle school.
So was she someone that you knew a very long time?
Yes.
Was she a close friend of yours?
Yes.
Did she go to the same high school as you?
Yeah, she does look scared.
No.
Where did she go?
Carrollton.
Because you went to different high schools, how did the two of you meet?
How did we first meet?
Yeah.
At Epiphany in elementary, or before elementary, like pre-K kindergarten.
Did you ever meet her parents?
Yes.
Did you spend a lot of time with George Pino?
Yes.
How about Mrs. Pino? And when I say that, I'm referring to George Pino's wife.
Yes.
Did your parents know the Pinos, Mr. and Mrs. Pino?
Yes.
Would you go over to their house?
Yes.
I want to ask you about some other people. Did you know a young lady named Lucy Fernandez?
Yes.
Was she also a friend of yours?
Yes.
Did she go to your school?
Epiphany, yes.
And how about your high school?
No.
Was Lucy a close friend of yours as well?
Yes.
How about a young lady named Kati Puig? Did you know her from high school?
Before elementary, I met her. So pre-K.
And was she also a close friend of yours?
Yes.
Now, did there come a time when you were invited to spend the Labor Day weekend at Ocean Reef?
Yes.
And I'm referring to the birthday party for Ceci.
Yes.
Were you excited for that weekend?
Hey, Jill.
Yes.
Were your
Welcome
friends
back.
excited for that weekend?
Yes.
Did you know all of the girls that were attending this birthday weekend?
Yes.
Would you say you were like one friend group that you all knew each other, spent time together, called each other on the
Yeah, Judy told us.
Some of us were
Stupid.
closer to certain people than others.
So, who did you go with to Ocean
Stupid.
Reef?
Stupid.
Were you in a car?
Yes.
Who did you go with?
Who was in the car?
Yes.
Gati, Little Ceci, Coco, Lucy, and I.
Did you pack up the trunk with all of your stuff for the weekend?
I think so.
Okay. And who was the driver of the car?
Gati.
So when you got to Ocean Reef, did you all have like a house that you were all staying at?
Yes.
Did you have your own room or were you sharing a room with the girls?
I was sharing a room.
How many beds were in the room?
In my room,
Yeah.
2 beds.
So just so that I understand, was it 2 girls per bed?
Yes.
Was this a house with several bedrooms in it?
Shadow, you looking at Jesus?
Yes.
You need Jesus.
Okay. And how about
You need to
bathrooms?
look at
Did you have
Jesus.
your own private bathroom or were you sharing bathrooms?
Look
I
at him
believe
long
we
and
were
hard.
Did George Pino and his wife also stay in the house that the girls were staying at?
Yes, I think so.
But wasn't the charge
So when
murder?
you all get there, now, and we're talking about September 3rd, 2022, the day before the crash. Did you all?
He was on
have, like, a
trial for
special
murder,
dinner
right?
At the house?
He murdered the kid.
Before, so this is on September 3rd. I'm sorry.
September 3rd, yes.
Yes, that night we had a dinner.
And this was, I guess, at the house where people were cooking for all the girls who were staying for the party weekend?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't go out on a boat on September 3rd, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
No,
Do you remember what you guys had for dinner that night?
not always.
I don't remember.
And that's totally fine.
Not always.
Do you remember around what time you went to bed that night?
Around like 2 a.m. say?
Now, when you went to sleep that night, did you know what the plans were for the 4th, the very next day?
Yes.
What were the plans for the girls to do on the 4th?
In the morning, I know we had
You
pickleball.
don't appreciate
and then to go on the
Tell
boat.
him you're sorry.
And then dinner.
That you don't appreciate me.
Whose boat was it?
Tell him.
George Pino.
And was he the person who steered the boat when you went out to Ocean Reef?
I
Yes.
paid for you.
Had you ever been out on the
Gave
water
me
with him before?
Yes.
And you treat me
Had you
bad.
been to Ocean Reef before?
I got
Yes.
the clothes to prove it.
Had you been to this specific house where you stayed this weekend?
No.
So this was the first time that you were at the house this weekend that we're talking about.
Yes.
Okay. So when you wake up, was it a nice sunny day?
I think so, yes.
Okay. Clear skies?
Yes.
Did you go out and play pickleball?
Yes.
And just in case any of our jurors don't know, what is pickleball?
It's kind of like tennis, but with not a net. If that makes sense?
And less running.
Yes.
Okay. So
There's not a
how
net in
long would you say
pickleball?
you play pickleball for?
I've never played
2
pickleball.
hours.
So I don't know.
I'm not sure, but I would say 2 hours.
Did all the girls go to play pickleball?
Well, now I want to know how to play pickleball.
I think so.
I didn't know there wasn't a net.
After you left playing pickleball, did you go back to the house to change your clothes?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. So when you boarded the boat, can you tell me the girls that boarded the boat
Is
with
there
you?
a reflection of the computer in that poster? What are you doing, Goofy?
I don't
are you talking to
remember
Jesus? You talk to Jesus. You talk to him.
boarding the boat.
Talk to him.
I don't remember who I was with when I boarded the boat.
Good man, proof the witness? Sure. Just to help you out, Ms. Monterey, this is already in evidence. This is case 8. Can you take a look at this list and can you let me know, are these all of the people that were on the boat with you on your way to the sandbar?
Yes.
And do you see your
That's
names?
an
listed at the
added
bottom?
charge, which means they can
Was anyone
determine
other
that
than the
it's
people on this
manslaughter
list on the
instead
boat,
of
or is
murder,
everyone?
which is a lesser charge, less punishment.
And take your time.
I believe this.
Okay, Judge, may I publish this again?
Which is stupid for the prosecutor to allow it. I don't know why they allowed it. I know why the defense
What were all
wanted
the
it,
girls wearing when they got on the boat?
because the defense knows.
I think bathing suits.
Okay, that would make sense. You're going to the sandbar. Was there a cooler on the boat?
Yes.
Yeah, he can still
Now,
be convicted
in
of
the
murder.
cooler, was it stocked with drinks?
Yes.
Was there some alcohol?
But the defense added it, hoping
Yes.
that the jury would do that and
Was
then he'd
there,
get less punishment.
alcoholic seltzers, I guess.
Because he's
one would
cooked.
be Truly.
Yes.
Was there any beer?
Yes.
And how long would you say the trip was to the sandbar?
$30 minutes? I'm not sure though. I would guess 30 minutes.
You're estimating.
Mhm.
Okay. So on the way to the sandbar, did you have anything to drink on the way?
I don't remember.
Okay. Now, when you get to the sandbar, can you describe sort of what you see? Were there other boats there?
I don't remember right when we got there were other boats, but throughout the day there was.
So was there, I guess, another boat with young men that were there that you and your friends knew?
Yes.
And would the girls on your boat go back and forth between the Pino boat and the boys' boat?
Yes.
Would you say that the boys on that boat were, part of your friend group?
Yes.
And were they there also in part to celebrate Ceci Pino's birthday?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you have to swim from boat to boat?
Yes.
Who would you say you spent the most time with?
I don't remember, but if I had to guess, Coco, I do.
Was Coco the person that you were closest friends with that was there?
Yes.
All right. When you were hanging out, were you just kind of enjoying the day, having a fun time with your friends?
Yes.
Did you have, or did you drink any of the drinks that were packed in the cooler while you were at the sandbar?
Yes.
Do you remember what kind of drink you had?
Truly's.
And Truly's, like I mentioned earlier, is like an alcoholic seltzer water?
Yes, I believe.
Were your friends drinking with you?
Yes.
How about the adults? Did you see George Pino holding a beer?
Yes.
I'm assuming you weren't focused on George Pino while you're playing with your friends, were you?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to say is, were you like counting the amount of drinks that George Pino was having?
No.
But you can't say that you did see him having a beer in his hand at one point.
Yes.
Okay.
They're never going to solve
Did
that
you
case.
actually get on the
They're
boat?
never going to solve that case.
I think so.
Was there like music playing at the sandbar?
Yes, I think so.
Did you see, or actually, I don't know if I asked you, do you know Lucy's parents?
Yes.
Did you see Lucy's parents at the sandbar?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever speak to them at all?
I think so.
Just kind of like, hi, how are you? And stuff?
Yes.
All right. How long would you say you stayed at the sandbar before it was time to go back to the house? And you can estimate.
Like 3-4 hours is my estimate.
While you were there, were you having a fun time?
Yes.
Did it seem like everyone was having a fun time?
Yes.
At some point, do you go back on George Pino's boat to return to the home?
Yes.
And before we get there, let me just show you a photo. May I approach this? Yes. So this is already in evidence, but I just want to show it to you. This is states 1. Is this your friend Lucy?
Yes.
May I republish these, Judge, as I go? Yes. And then this is already in evidence as well. This is states 10 that I'm showing you. Ms. Monterey, do you see yourself in this photo?
Yes.
Okay, and one of your friends has already labeled this photo. Was she right?
Yes.
Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. And you're in the second from the bottom right?
I believe so. Yes.
Now, earlier today, we watched a video here in court that had music Uptown Girl. Do you remember you all kind of having fun listening to Uptown Girl and being with the video recordings?
Yes.
And you've seen that before?
Yes.
All right. Judge, may I republish what's in evidence states 9?
Lay down. You know the camera's on you. That's why you're not laying in your bed. You don't bump much. You're so weird. The camera is not going to hurt you. Get in your bed. I can put it on the floor.
Judge, can the witness step down from the witness stand to help me publish the video?
That'd be fine. If
There you go.
Ms. Montero, can you join me over here? And I'm just going to sit down so I don't block you. If you could stand right here and then take a look at the video up here. I'm about to play. You able to see it?
Yes.
So can you tell the jurors and speak loudly who the girls are in the video?
Yes.
Okay.
This is Coco Aguilar. This is Natalia Reed. That's Claudia Portocarrero. That is Cami Alvarez. And here on the right, I think that's Kathy Quigg.
And I'll play a little bit. And we'll keep Who is that on the left?
That is me on the left, Catalina Montreal.
See how Spike is doing that thing with his head? I don't know what that is. I think he's in pain. I'm not sure what he's doing.
May I approach, Judge? Ms. Monterey, I'm showing you, this is already in evidence, the state's 11, and one of your friends already labeled this as well, but I just want to make sure if this is correct. Were you sitting at position 8 on your return trip back to Ocean Reef?
Yes.
And was Lucy sitting to your immediate right?
Yes.
Now, why did you choose to sit in the middle?
Because I've always been kind of scared of boats.
And so did you ask to switch seats with Lucy so you could sit in the middle?
Yes.
So prior to leaving, I guess Lucy moved to your right and you moved into the center.
Yes.
Oh.
So when you begin the trip back to Ocean Reef, you mentioned that you had some alcohol. Would you say you were feeling the effects of the alcohol?
Yes.
And you tell me if this word would be the right word. Were you feeling, I guess, buzzed?
Yes.
Were you feeling drunk?
No.
Okay, so you were affected by it, but you still had your senses for the most part. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. On the return trip back, were you all still listening to music and dancing?
Yes.
And when I say dancing, I don't mean full-blown moving around, but I guess going back and forth and enjoying the music, enjoying yourselves.
Yes.
Okay. Now, as you're going towards Ocean Reef, is there anything out of the ordinary or unusual before the crash occurs?
No.
Was the impact, was it sudden?
That means unexpected, right? Yes.
Now, did you see George Pino steering the vessel, or he was behind you, so I'm imagining you weren't able to see that?
I did not see. No.
Okay. Were you looking or paying attention to channel markers, or do you know what a channel marker is?
I know what a channel marker is, but I was not looking.
So moments before impact, were you aware that anything was directly in front of the boat?
I was not aware.
Did anyone make you aware by saying, watch out, look out? Did you hear anything like that?
No.
Did you feel the boat try to jolt out of the way or move suddenly before impact, or was it straight and then crash?
I did not feel any jolts or movements.
Was the crash loud? Did it make a loud bang?
I don't remember.
Did you fall out of your chair?
Yes.
Did you fall out of the boat?
No.
How about, or were you knocked unconscious after the crash?
No.
Did you hit your head immediately after the crash on anything?
No.
Did you see Lucy right after the crash?
No.
Were you feeling the adrenaline of the situation in your body?
Yes.
Who did you see closest to you in the ship?
Nati Reed and George Pino.
Was Nati Reed injured?
No.
How about George Pino? Did you notice whether or not he was injured?
I think he was bleeding, but I'm not sure.
And let me ask you briefly, can you look around the courtroom and see if you see George Pino, the person that we're talking about?
Yes.
And can you just identify him by something he's wearing?
A navy blue suit.
And how about his tie?
Light blue.
All right. When George Pino was still on the boat, did he run towards you, or did he
Don't
say
have to
anything
say
towards you?
stipulated every time.
Said
A
to
witness.
jump.
Did you jump?
Yes.
Was the boat filling up with water?
Yes.
Can you describe what it was like when you saw the boat filling up with water?
It was filling up on the right side, so it was going down on the right side. The left side was coming up, so I jumped to the right.
Did George Pino jump off the boat as well?
I don't think so. I don't know.
And I imagine that your focus is on your own safety, not the safety of George Pino in that moment.
Correct.
Were you wearing a life jacket?
No.
Were any of the girls wearing a life jacket?
No.
Was George Pino wearing a life jacket?
No.
Was Mrs. Ceci Pino wearing a life jacket?
No.
Was this a situation where you were asked to wear a life jacket and you didn't, or everyone was just happy, not wearing it?
We were never asked to wear life jackets.
All right. So when you land in the water, is it a situation where you're jumping a far distance, or at this point, are you pretty close to the water?
When I have to jump, is that what you're referring to? I jumped, and when I got back up out of the water, I was far away from the boat.
Do you know, or do you remember hearing anyone else shouting or calling out?
No, but there was a lot of yelling, but I don't really remember.
Were you frightened?
Yes.
Are you, when you're in the water, treading water, and you know what I mean by that?
Yes.
Are you surrounded by debris from the boat?
Yes.
Are there boat cushions as well floating around?
Yes.
What girls are the closest to you when you're treading in the water?
Andrea Knopfler, Kati Puig, and little Ceci Pino. Maybe Sarah Gutierrez as well, but I'm not sure about her.
Now, when you look around, do you happen to notice that Kati may have been seriously injured?
Yes,
And what led you to believe that?
she wouldn't open her eyes.
Was little, or I guess since you referred to it as that, was little Ceci and Andrea attempting to help and rescue Kati?
Yes,
Was Kati sort of like propped up on some of the debris or a cushion?
yes,
What did they use to prop her up?
a piece of the boat.
Was it a large piece of debris or something smaller?
I think it was the size of that.
I actually was going to ask, would it be similar to the top of the podium here in court
Yes,
in size?
yes,
Okay. And I'm going to refer to it as like a Good Samaritan boat. You understand what I mean when I say that? Was there a Good Samaritan boat that helped you and your friends get to safety?
yes,
She goes to a Christian
Now,
school. I
that
think
boat
she
that I'm
knows what a
referring
good
to, did it
Samaritan is.
have like orange cushions?
yes.
Who of your friend group was rescued onto that boat?
Do you want me to name?
Yeah, if you could.
Me, Carolina Monterrey, little Ceci Pino, Mia Rodriguez, Kathy Puig, Coco Aguilar, Claudia Portocarrero, Al Garcia, Sarah Gutierrez. I think I'm missing. Oh, I don't remember if Cami was on it, but I think at one point she was. George Pino, I believe, was also on it at one point.
Now, the Good Samaritans, were they adults? They weren't teenagers, they were adults?
Yes.
Had you ever met them? Did you know them prior to them helping you?
No.
Did one of them help you get out of the water onto their boat?
I don't remember exactly. Either that or I just got on. I don't remember.
How about Kati? Did you see how Kati was brought onto that boat?
No, but either the Good Samaritan people helped or we all helped. I don't remember.
Okay, and that's totally fine if you don't remember. On the Good Samaritan boat, would you say it's pretty chaotic?
Yes.
Were you concerned for your friends that were hurt?
Yes.
Were you yourself seriously injured?
No.
Did you have any injuries?
A cut on my eye and my jammed finger. That's it.
So, relatively speaking, although it was a scary experience, you did not suffer any extensive injuries as a result of this crash, did you?
No.
Okay. Now, your friend Coco, was she sort of like gripping her arm in pain?
Yes.
Did it seem as if that she was suffering some injury to her arm based on how she was acting?
Yes.
Now, Kati, you mentioned in the water, was unconscious. Was she still unconscious on the back of the boat?
Yes.
Was she sort of like in a fetal position in the back?
Yes.
Was everyone doing their best to try to help her?
Yes.
How about Mia, Isabella Rodriguez, she goes by Mia. Was Mia also sort of like in a fetal position on the back of the boat?
Yes.
Did she also seem to be seriously injured?
Yes.
Now, unlike Kati, was she sort of making noises?
Yes.
Can you describe what type of noises she was making?
She was like screaming, I'd say.
Based on hearing her screaming, did it seem like she was in a lot of pain?
Yes.
Was there anything that you or your friends could do for her in that moment to help her?
Try to calm her down, but she just was screaming a lot.
Did you have any first aid training or anything like that?
No.
Now, you mentioned that at one point, George Pino joined you girls on the boat that you were on, right? I think you mentioned that earlier.
Yes.
Was he like standing upright the way I am now, more or less?
Yes.
Was he communicating?
I don't remember.
And by communicating, I just mean like able to speak with you girls.
Yes.
Did you like go over to him and have a full conversation with him?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Who were you mostly staying with and talking to?
Coco?
And if I'm not incorrect, were you sort of like in the middle of the boat on sort of like a sunning area?
Yes.
And Coco was sitting next to you?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to call 911 from your cell phone?
No.
Was that because it was in the bottom of the ocean?
Correct.
Were you able to eventually borrow someone else's cell phone to call your parents?
Yes.
And were you able to get in touch with your parents while on the Good Samaritan boat?
Yes.
Did you tell them that you had been involved in a crash?
Yes.
At some point, does a police boat come up to the Good Samaritan boat?
Yes.
Did the police officer go on to the Good Samaritan boat and try to help Kati and Mia?
I think so.
Now, eventually, do you leave on a boat with some of the girls that are uninjured or relatively uninjured?
Yes.
And then the girls that were more injured, like Kati and Mia, did they go with another boat?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Lucy Fernandez, after the crash, right, you had said that she was sitting next to you. Do you ever see her again?
No.
Do you know what happened? And not from what people told you, but from seeing it yourself, do you know what happened to Lucy?
No, I never saw her after.
Okay.
Oh, you went back in your bed?
When you board the police boat with some of the girls that are less injured, do you go to like a ranger station or something like that?
Yes.
And when I say ranger station, I mean like there's picnic benches and bathrooms, things like that.
Yes.
When you get there, is there like fire rescue or people that are checking out all the girls to make sure that they're okay? Medically assessed, I guess you could say.
Just away.
Yes.
And so
I got enough
you were
of
attended
stardom,
to
I
by
need-
like, medical personnel before going home that night.
Yes.
He'll be back.
Before going home, are you brought to a place called Black Point Marina, or like a more official station?
Yes.
And how do you get there?
To Black Point
Yeah.
on a boat.
All right. And are you still with the girls that are less injured or relatively uninjured?
Yes.
Okay. Is George Pino with you all on that boat?
Yes.
And then when you get to Black Point Marina, do your parents come and get you from there?
Yes.
And then you go home and you sleep in your own bed that night?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, does someone official wearing a police uniform speak to you and ask you similar questions that I'm asking you here today, just to find out what you knew?
Yes.
And did you, answer their questions the same way that you're answering my questions?
Yes.
Okay. If I just have one moment, please. Thank you so much for being here. I have no more questions for you. The defense may have a few questions, but for now, I'm done. Okay?
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Ms. Monterey.
Good afternoon.
My name is Janelle Gomez and I represent Mr. George Pino. Have we ever met before?
I don't think so.
We've never spoken before, right?
Correct.
So I only have a few questions for you. During direct examination, you mentioned that after the accident, you saw Mr. Pino on the boat and he was the person that said to jump.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. Right now, during direct examination, when the prosecutor was asking the questions, you said that you had seen Mr. Pino on the boat after the accident, and you heard Mr. Pino say jump.
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall? Do you recall being deposed in this case around July of last year?
You don't object to improper impeachment, Judge.
How was that improper impeachment? How was that improper impeachment? That is absolutely proper impeachment.
Is there an additional copy filed with the record?
If she said something,
Any depositions in this case? I know that some were filed, so I don't know if that was included.
if she said something in her deposition that is different than what she said on the stand, that is
Page 48, Your Honor.
that's
That's my only
impeachment.
copy.
Yeah, I don't like that jacket. It looks like a trench coat.
Need to just rephrase your
If it was a different color, maybe.
Ms. Monterey, do you remember ever saying previously that you did not see Mr. Pino on the boat after the accident?
Can you repeat that?
Of course. Do you remember ever saying that you did not see Mr. Pino on the boat after the accident?
I don't remember.
Can I hand you something that may refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness? You want to see this copy?
If you want to give the line.
Yeah.
I have page 49.
It, I can't tell really from just looking at it. But it looks like it's a nice material because it's like flowy, you know? It doesn't look like trench coat material, but that color reminds me of a trench coat.
The highlighted language. Ms. Monterey, does that refresh your recollection that you previously said that you did not see Mr. Pino on the boat after the accident?
Yes, but what if I remembered?
That's fine.
Oh, okay.
Perfectly fine. Okay. So that's your testimony today?
Yes, that I remembered that I did.
Okay. And did you ever say that you had seen Mr. Pino on the floor unconscious?
Why are you over there?
I don't remember.
Because watching the air fryer will make it cook faster.
Yes, or younger.
That's when you first met Little Ceci.
Yes.
Do you remember how old the two of you were when you first met? You can recall?
Like 4 years old?
And you maintained a friendship with Little Ceci throughout the years, right?
Yes.
And to this day, do you still consider Little Ceci a good friend?
Yes.
Is it safe to say that you and Little Ceci grew up together?
Yes.
And you also know Mr. and Mrs. Pino, right?
Yes.
You've known them since you were a little girl.
Yes.
And have your parents met Mr. and Mrs. Pino before?
Yes.
You have visited their home in
cool.
the past?
Yes.
Before September 4th of 2022, before that date, you had been on a boat before, right?
Yes.
That was not your first time on a boat.
Correct.
In fact, you had been on Mr. Pino's boat before.
Yes.
You would say you've been on his boat around 20 to 30 times in the past.
Correct.
Why is she afraid of a boat?
And you were also on Mr. Pino's boat on September 4th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And most of these times that you were on Mr. Pino's boat, were your parents present?
In the previous times I've been on his boat?
Yes.
No.
So your parents would allow you to go on Mr. Pino's boat?
Yes.
Okay. And you've also been an invited guest of the Pino family at Ocean Reef Club in the past?
Yes.
And when I say in the past, you know I mean before September 4th of 2022?
Yes.
Would you say you were a guest at Ocean Reef Club with the Pino family around 10 to 15 times?
Yes.
Okay. And so the sandbar that's located at Billy's Point, you've been there before?
Yes.
So now I want to talk a little bit about Labor Day weekend of 2022. You went there to celebrate little Ceci's birthday.
Yes.
Can you remind me what day you drove up?
Saturday, September 3rd.
Okay. Do you remember if at night, on Saturday night, you girls had lasagna for dinner?
I don't remember.
You don't remember if Miss Pino cooked lasagna that night?
I don't remember.
And your parents knew you were going to be staying at Ocean Reef Club with the Pinos, correct?
Yes.
Did your parents accompany you that weekend?
Can you rephrase the question?
Were your parents there with you that weekend at Ocean Reef Club?
No.
Did your parents know that you were going to take a boat ride with Mr. Pino at some point throughout the weekends?
I think so.
And your parents allowed you to go?
Yes.
Now let's talk about the sandbar. When you were at the sandbar at Billy's Point, would you say that most of the time you spent it was at or around Mr. Pino's boat?
Yes.
One moment, Your Honor. Ms. Meyer, you were interviewed by an officer after the accident, right?
Yes.
Do you remember it was around April?
I don't remember the date.
And when you met with the officer after the accident, you told him that Pino was on the floor and he was bleeding, and he was unconscious.
I don't remember, but I guess I had to have said that.
And do you remember that you told the officer that he was lying on the floor, he was still next to you on the floor?
I knew it'd be quick.
I don't remember.
If I show you something to refresh your recollection, do you think that might help?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
This is
Justice. Okay.
read it to yourself quietly. See if any of that refreshes your recollection.
Does that refresh your recollection that you previously told an officer that you had seen Mr. Pino on the floor unconscious and that he was bleeding?
Can you repeat that?
Does what I just showed you refresh your memory that you had previously told an officer that you saw Mr. Pino unconscious on the floor bleeding?
A little.
Okay. Two more questions for you. When you left the sandbar, you were on Mr. Pino's boat, correct? Traveling back to Ocean Reef Club
Yes.
that day on September 4th, 2022.
Yes.
Did you ever feel that Mr. Pino drove his boat in an excessive speed?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Did you ever feel like Mr. Pino was driving too fast?
No.
No further questions. Thank you.
Very briefly, the crash that we're all here for, was that the worst thing that's ever happened to you in life?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions, Judge.
A line of cops.
Excuse, thank you.
They're ready. Yeah, they are ready.
It will call Brent Reitman case. Brent Reitman.
Brent?
Right when you said Brent. Reitman, yes. Case appropriate, your right hand be sworn. All right, you have a seat here, please, sir. Thank you. Just keep your voice up because the microphone's in one direction and the other in another. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to the judge?
My name is Brent Reitman. I'm a civil trial lawyer in Broward County.
How do you like being on that side of the podium?
It's an odd sensation.
Okay. How long have you been an attorney?
I've been an attorney since 2010. I've been practicing civil trial law for the last 13 of those years.
Are you a solo practitioner or are you part of a firm?
I'm part of a law firm with 3 other attorneys.
Who are those other lawyers?
It's myself, Scott Lieberman, Ivan Cabrera, and Sean Thompson.
For those who may not know what a civil trial attorney does, can you tell the jurors a little bit about the type of law that you practice?
Absolutely. So primarily, our law firm handles cases for victims or their families who have unfortunately befallen catastrophic injuries.
I want to ask if your firm was retained by the family of a young lady by the name of Katerina or Kathy Puig.
Yes.
And was that in relation to injuries that she suffered as a result of a boat crash that occurred on September 4th, 2022?
Yes.
Were George Pino and his wife, Cecilia Pino, 2 of the people that the Puigs were suing as a result of what happened to Kathy?
That's correct.
Maybe approach legal issue.
Okay, come on over here. Please report. Thanks.
All right, I'm getting it. Chillax, dog. Now what? It's hot.
Mr. Reitman, you indicated that your law firm filed a suit against George and Cecilia Pino, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know what George Pino looks like?
I do.
Do you see him in this courtroom today?
I do.
Can you please point to him and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing so our record will be clear?
He's the gentleman at the end of the table, right in front of me in a blue tie. We sit in it.
All right, so
Why'd they move him to the end of the table?
In the course of that litigation, did you send to an attorney for George and his wife a document called an interrogatory?
Yes, I did.
Okay. First, what was the name of the attorney that was representing the defendant and his wife?
It was represented by an attorney by the name of Andrew Mescaloto.
Would you explain to the members of the jury what is an interrogatory?
Absolutely. In civil lawsuits, parties go through a phase of what's called discovery, where each party is allowed to gather evidence to support their own claims or to learn about the adversary's defenses. One of the tools that are available is sending an interrogatory, which is a written question. That question has to be answered under oath or subject to the penalties of perjury.
For the record, I'm showing counsel states 1X and 1W.
Subject to the prior objections, Your Honor.
He's a lawyer for.
Mr. Reitman, I'm showing you states 1W and 1X. Can you take a moment, look at each of these exhibits and tell us if you recognize them?
How is this legal?
I recognize them, yes.
Are these in fact the interrogatories or the answers to your interrogatories that was filed in the lawsuit against Mr. George Pino and his wife?
Yes, they are.
Judge, at this time, I've moved states 1X and 1W for identification and evidence.
Same objection, Your Honor.
all right, no objection in there.
1W March 13 states exhibit 12 in evidence. 1X states exhibit 13 in evidence.
Mr. Reitman, I'm showing you states exhibit number 12. Whose answers are those for the interrogatories?
This one is the answers of George I. Pino.
All right. Now, I want to ask you, on the last page of that document, is there a place for the defendant to sign his name?
Yes.
Above the part where he signs his name, is there something known as a jurat?
Yes.
Can you explain what is a jurat?
The jurat is where the oath of the declarant comes in. Florida rules allow you to either affirm under oath or to make a declaration under the penalties of perjury, which is what this one appears to be under 28 U.S.C.A. 1746.
Could you actually read to the members of the juror what it was that the defendant signed off as far as the truthfulness of his answers?
Sure. According to this jurat, it says, pursuant to 28 U.S.C.A. 1746, which is the statute I just referenced, I declare under the penalty of perjury, under the laws of the United States of America, that the foregoing interrogatories are true and correct to the best of my knowledge.
And what was the date that he signed that document?
This is dated October 19th of 2023.
Now, the boat crash that was the subject of this litigation, that was on what date?
September 4th, 2022.
So this is more than a year after the boat crash, correct?
13 and a half months. Correct.
Now, let's go over a couple of the questions that were asked and the answers. I want to direct your attention to question number 5. What was the question that you were seeking an answer to in interrogatory paragraph number 5?
The question on number 5 is describe in detail how the incident described in the complaint happened, including all actions taken by you to prevent the incident.
What was Mr. Pino's answer under oath?
Those cops lined up like that. That's something else,
Pursuant
man.
to Florida Rule of Civil
That's
Procedure
crazy.
1.340 subsection C, Mr. Pino refers to his statements on body cam to FWC Investigator Thompson.
What question did you ask in paragraph number 6 of this document?
Do you want me to explain what that 1.340C is?
Sure.
Oh, sure. 1.340C is a provision of the interrogatory rule that allows that instead of answering a question, if the other party has information that is equally accessible to them, you can refer them to whatever that item is as the answer to the question.
I practice criminal law, so correct me if I'm wrong, but does that basically allow a person in answering an interrogatory to say, hey, what I said that time, that's my answer?
Yes, that's
Okay.
exactly what it is.
So let's talk now about question number 6. What was that question that you were seeking an answer to?
Question number 6 is describe in detail each act or omission on the part of any party to this lawsuit that you contend constituted negligence that was a contributing legal cause of the incident in question.
Did Mr. Pino provide, under penalties of perjury, an answer to that question?
Yes.
What was the answer that he provided?
The answer was the wake of the unidentified vessel headed northbound was a contributing legal cause of the incident in question.
I want to direct your attention to paragraph number 17. What was the question you were seeking an answer to in that paragraph?
Question 17 is, did you consume any alcoholic beverages or take any drugs or medications within 12 hours before the time of the incident described in the complaint? If so, state the type and amount of alcoholic beverages, drugs, or medication which were consumed, and when and where you consumed them.
What was Mr. Pino's answer?
As disclosed to the FWC on the date of accident, Mr. Pino consumed 2 beers in the 12 hours before the incident described in the complaint. Mr. Pino took no medications or drugs within the 12 hours before the incident described in the complaint.
Did you also ask a question of Mr. Pino, the defendant, in paragraph 18?
Yes.
What was that question?
That is, did any mechanical defect in the vessel which you were riding at the time of the incident described in the complaint contribute to the incident? If so, describe the nature of the defects and how it contributed to the incident.
And what was Mr. Pino's answer under penalties of perjury?
No mechanical defects were known to Mr. Pino prior to the voyage. Unknown at this time whether a mechanical issue with the vessel contributed to the accident. The defendants have been unable to inspect the vessel as it remains under seizure with the FWC.
Ultimately, were the civil proceedings involving the defendant George Pino and his wife resolved?
Yes.
They're no longer active. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
No other questions, Your Honor.
No questions, Judge. Your Honor, can we reserve for a hearsay objection as well as to the...
So they settled? Is that what that means?
Whatever was reserved previously, those objections have been presented. Okay, very well.
Excuse me.
Thank you, sir. State you have a witness.
I don't know whose channel I'm watching, but they're just showing outside the line of police.
So,
neck and both. Ate them too fast.
Please step forward, please the clerk, raise your right hand and sworn.
Oh.
Please keep your voice up. Microphone is in one direction, yours in another, so it's a little bit louder.
Healthy.
Thank you.
May I proceed, Judge?
It says guilty of murder.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
You have a microphone in front of you, so you could just use that and keep your voice up, okay?
Okay.
Ma'am, can you please state your full name for the record and introduce yourself to our jurors?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Araceli Alvarez.
And Araceli, do you go by Shelley?
I do go by Shelly.
Okay. So, ma'am, who do you work for?
Currently for Playa Largo.
Oh, I missed it.
Playa Largo.
And is Playa Largo a resort?
It's a resort.
Are you an event planner?
I am.
How long have you been an event planner for?
Since 2022.
So before being an event planner at Playa Largo, were you an event planner at Ocean Reef Club?
I was.
How long
What's her name?
were you employed at Ocean Reef Club in general?
Hey, Mar-a-Lago.
General off and on since 2006.
Okay. And so were you working there full time?
Yes, when I worked for Ocean Reef, I was full-time.
And before you became an event planner, did you work at like an ice cream shop or a smoothie shop, something like that?
I did.
And would you serve guests at the club?
Yes, members of the club.
I'm sorry, you're gonna need to have your voice up.
No? Okay.
Okay. Now, just briefly about, we've heard Ocean Reef Club mentioned. Can you tell the members of our jury what exactly is Ocean Reef Club?
It's a private club down in the Keys.
Is it membership only?
Membership, yes.
Are there like large events, weddings, things of that nature hosted at the club?
Yes.
Are there like villas or houses that can be rented?
Yes.
And is there a fee to become a member?
There is an initiation fee and there's fees.
Can
Why?
I just come without
Why
a
are they
membership to
stunned?
Ocean Reef Club and use the facilities and things like that?
No.
Would I need somebody who's a member to invite me?
Correct.
Okay. Now we're here for a trial, State of Florida versus George Pino. As someone that worked at Ocean Reef Club prior to the date of the crash, have you ever met or known George Pino?
I have seen him in the club before, yes.
Okay, and I saw you looking. Do you see him here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Could you just describe an article of clothing that he may be wearing?
Blue jacket.
Okay.
Light blue tie.
You okay, son?
It's a blue jacket with a light blue tie.
Well, that's French fries.
Thank you, Judge. Now, just so that I understand.
Commenting as an idiot
Although
then.
you may have seen him around the club, was he like a personal friend of yours or anything like that?
Yeah.
No, it's just
Yeah.
he's
The
a
commentator is an
client of
idiot.
ours.
I agree.
He's a patron. Basically.
Correct.
Okay. Now, how about the Fernandez family with their daughter Lucy Fernandez that is now deceased? Did you know that family as members of the club as well?
I did.
Would it be accurate to say that just like George Pino and his family, they were just people you recognized, but no close connection or personal connection to them?
Correct.
Okay. So I want to draw your attention to a banquet event order that was filled out for the date that we're all here to talk about, September 4th, 2022. Were you the person that created this event order?
Yes.
Okay. And was it George Pino's wife, Ceci Pino, that requested this event to be planned?
From what I recall, yes.
Now, I think that you recall communicating either by phone or email, but you're not quite sure which.
Why?
I'm not sure exactly how we communicated.
But either way, are you sure that you didn't speak to her face to face?
I don't. No, I don't. I've never seen her in person to coordinate this event.
Okay. So when a member of the club wants to make an event, how do they go about doing that, generally speaking?
They would just reach out to our department, and we would coordinate those event, like those details together, and we would create an event, that event order that you see in front of you, and we would just make the event happen.
And so once a member wants an event to be created, does that get input into your department system?
Correct.
And does that include all of the details of what the member wants the event to look like?
Yes.
So for example, does the member tell you what type of food they want there?
Yes.
Does the member tell you the venue that they want?
Yes.
And I think, is one of the venues that Ocean Reef have called The Point?
Yes.
All right, and if I could just show you, I'm showing the defense was marked 2A for identification. Okay. May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
And then I'm showing you what's marked for identification at 2A. Do you recognize this as a photo of The Point?
Yes.
And is this the place where events can be hosted by Ocean Reef?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I ask that it be admitted? Okay.
2A marks for the D, States Exhibit 14 in evidence.
No, before I ask the court to publish, ma'am, so looking out on this photo in the direction of that boat, is that looking eastward?
Yes. The photos is east.
And then on the left side of the page, is that north?
No.
All right, may I publish the fish? And just again, repeating what the witness said.
You should see the comments, though. It's ridiculous. Everybody's calling out Court TV for being biased.
And so the jurors will have a chance to look at that in evidence, but what type of events happen at the point?
We can do anything from a simple cocktail party to a ceremony for a wedding. It's an open space, so we can practically do any type of event there.
Now, as far as the billing, is your department also responsible for the billing?
Our sister department, basically, our banquet department is in charge of that. Was in
Okay.
charge.
And then I guess I should also ask, for catered events, do you yourself go to cater the event, or is there staff that does that for your department?
There's a different department that does that.
Okay. So to be clear, you basically take the event request, you document the order, input it in the system, and then let the banquet people know what to do.
Correct.
All right. So I'm going to show you some records, ma'am, that I think you've seen before. This is states 1Y and 1Z for identification. May I approach it?
Yes.
So ma'am, let's first start with 1Z. Oh, no, sorry, 1Y. It's a 2-page document. And let me show you the second page. Is this the banquet event order that was generated for the Pino party to be hosted September 4th of 2022?
Yes.
And some of the details on it, are you familiar with based on your coordination?
People
with
are actually
Pinos? Basically information that they
sending a
give
super
to you
chat
and you input.
to tell them how mad they are at
And
them.
then also 1Z.
Why are you giving them money when you're
is
mad at
this
them?
the
It's
receipt
stupid.
for the banquet that
And it's
corresponds to
members
the
only.
banquet event
They've
order.
got chat set to members only.
Okay, Judge, I'd ask that these documents be admitted. No objection.
C1Y, March 14, States Exhibit 15.
I'm sorry, what number?
15.
Thank you.
1Z, States Exhibit 16.
May I publish these documents, Judge?
Amen.
And so, ma'am, before I ask you some specific questions, let me just show the documents. So this is state 16. And then states 15 as the banquet event order. And I know it's small print, so ma'am, I'm going to ask for you to help me publish this to the jury, okay? So why don't I hand you the event order forms? So am I correct that this event was for 24 people
Yes.
at $52 a person?
Yes.
Okay. Now, was there also a cocktail reception set up for the Pinos?
So we just named it a cocktail reception, but yes, this is basically it.
And by cocktail reception, all I mean is, was there the ability to order alcoholic drinks?
Yes.
All right. Now, for this event, would the guests have to pay for the drinks themselves, meaning the host isn't giving an open bar?
The host is giving juices, waters, and soft drinks, and then the alcohol was gonna be paid by the guests.
Okay. And Judge, Ms. Adams just reminded me, we do have a bigger copy, so I'm going to show the defense 1G. It's a bigger copy than what I just put in. Yeah. I don't believe the defense has an objection to admitting this, Judge. This is bigger. No problem. Thank you.
1G, March 14, States Exhibit 17.
Okay, and since it's bigger, I'll just republish this, please. I'm going to try to get you out of here soon, ma'am. Just a few more questions. The start date for this event was at 9 p.m.
Yes.
And the time that the event was supposed to end was 11 p.m.
Yes.
All right. And is there information in these documents about the cost and the amount that's supposed to be paid by the Pinos?
Well,
Or is that on the receipt?
it's on the receipt, but basically the price point that you see here would have been paid for them, by them, sorry.
And if you could look at the document that has the receipt, was the amount for the event $1,878.72?
Yes.
And this transaction, did it actually go through on or about 9:57 a.m. September 4th?
The transaction itself?
Yes. Okay. Now, do you learn, ma'am, that this event, it never took place?
No, I didn't.
Was the food cooked?
Yes,
Were the tables set out?
yes.
Did any guests come?
No.
Just one moment, please. Thank you so much, ma'am. I appreciate you being here. I have no more questions for you. The defense may have a few, but otherwise, thank you so much.
I totally zoned during that witness.
Good afternoon, Ms. Araceli. My name is Mark Shapiro.
Mark.
I think you and I have had an opportunity to speak previously when I took your deposition in states. I don't know if you recall that or not.
Yes, I do.
Nice to see you in person.
Thank you.
Over Zoom as we had previously met. Mr. Araceli, the Pinos, as you said, were members of the Ocean Reef Club. Is that right?
Yes.
And members of the Ocean Reef Club, they have certain benefits, one of them being a member to begin with. Is that right?
A member to what, sir?
I mean, they're having membership at the Ocean Reef Club brings with it certain benefits, does it not?
Yes.
For instance, being able to make a reservation at the Point Restaurant, correct?
The point isn't a restaurant, but yes, they have an ability to make reservations at a restaurant.
Well, where the banquet was to be taking place, they have the benefits of membership by having being able to reserve that space, invite guests, and enjoy the food and beverages that the guests will be providing, correct?
Yes.
Why am I off?
Now, on this particular reservation, it was set for September 4th, which was the Labor Day weekend. Is that right?
Yes.
I think we already established that. And Mrs. Pino, who testified, was the person who actually finalized the transaction, securing the location. Is that right?
From what I recall, yes.
All right. Well, on the receipt that she referenced a moment ago, we have. Oh, all right. Ms. Araceli, the receipt, as evidenced in State's Exhibit 16, that was paid for, as we said, by Miss Cecilia Pino, Mr. Pino's wife. Is that your recollection?
What do you mean by paid?
Well, I have a receipt here. I thought that the state asked you to
Paid.
answer their question about who it was that planned for the event.
Oh, yeah, like who coordinated the event, yes. Her.
It was Mrs. Cino?
From what I recall, yes.
All right. And that receipt for payment in State's Exhibit number 16 has a date stamp of September 4th, 2022, right?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And I think I recall you saying that the time that the receipt was paid for was at 9:57 a.m.
Yes.
And this is a holiday weekend, isn't it?
Yes.
So in order to reserve a space for a banquet over a holiday weekend, I would imagine typically it's not such an easy thing to do on such short notice. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And that's the case at Ocean Reef Club as well, right?
It could be, yeah.
Nevertheless, the reservation was made and paid for in advance of the actual event, which was going to take place later that night. So, Ms. Araceli, being members, let me ask you this, right? Had the host of this scheduled banquet, Mr. and Mrs. Pino, arrived for the banquet later than 9 o'clock, they were late getting to their own banquet, would they have forfeited any part of the payment that they made for the space?
I'm not understanding the question.
Sure. There wasn't any risk to the Pinos that their banquet or party would be spoiled had they been late to the banquet that night, right?
No.
In other words, the room was paid, the space was paid for, correct? They had between 9 and 11 o'clock to enjoy the space, right?
Yes.
And if they were a few minutes late, even, there was no risk of loss of anything. Is that right?
Yeah.
And it's also true, if you recall, that the time slot that the Pinos set and reserved that night between 9 and 11, they were going to be that was the final time slot for September 4th, 2022, wasn't it? So that even if they got here a little late, they could have stayed a little past 11 because there wasn't another party pushing them out. Isn't that true?
Yeah. Like.
So there wouldn't have been any stress for anyone if they thought for a moment that they might be 10 or 15 or 20 minutes late to their own event. Is that right?
Yes.
Small, please. All right, thank you, Ms. Araceli. Nice to speak with you.
Well, crap.
Just very briefly, Judge. Ma'am, you testified and the documents show that this event was from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ever tell George Pino or Ceci Pino, don't worry about it, you show up whenever you want? Did you ever say anything like that?
No.
Okay, thank you.
What's his excuse?
Yes, thank you, Judge.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our mid-afternoon little comfort break. We have some coffee for you and some snacks. You can leave your notepads, these inside your envelopes on your chairs. Renee's going to take you out in about 2 minutes. Please remember not to discuss this case with each other, anyone else, and no research or efforts to gain information outside of the courtroom. None of that is evidence. And we will be back here at 4:15. Okay? Very well. Let's let the jury read for a second.
All rise, follow me. Leave your envelopes.
We're going to take 15 minutes. Let me ask everyone to please just avoid the fifth floor if you can. That's important as well. You come up in one area. All right? Very good. Thank you. 15.
Oh, that's not going to work. God bless America. This is Debbie Has Tech Problems Week. No! I told you to use the other camera. My daughter died. Now let me see if I can plug it in where it goes and see if it'll work. I don't understand. That is the same plug. It's been plugged in the whole entire time. Now it's not working in that plug. I don't understand. And the only thing I did, I moved my tower just a smidge to get to the front of it to plug something in to charge something. Oh, bye, Jill. I'm fixing to lose it. Spike, why are you over there? Okay, we are. I'm gonna kick you. I'm not gonna ban you. I'm just gonna kick you because you won't get in your bed. Okay. I switched the mic and the camera plugs. I don't know why that one plug all of a sudden decided it didn't want to recognize my camera anymore. All I did was move my tower like a half an inch so I could plug my headphones in to charge them. That's all I did. And now my camera has tilted down. Oh, crisis averted. I still need to plug these in to charge them. Why is it so hot in here today? Great. What? My screen went black when I turned the fan on. Oh my God! I've got everything plugged into a surge protector. What is happening? Oh, good gravy. Oh, I had one of those, I don't know what they're called. It's not like a surge protector. It's just like a strip of USB connectors. So you plug one into a USB plug, and then there's a strip of USB connectors so you can plug in more stuff. I bought one from Amazon, and I read the reviews and everything, and it said it was really good for the price, and people didn't return it and everything. Well, I used to do my nails sometimes when I sat here, and I plugged my nail drill into it, and it actually, when I pulled the nail drill out, part of the USB connection stayed in the stupid thing. Really? That's weird. So I need to get, I guess, buy and it was like so light. It was just crappy plastic. So I guess I need to go to Best Buy and talk to somebody that knows about that stuff. And there's one guy at our Best Buy in Gainesville that I swear he knows everything about everything. I go straight to him. If he's working, I go straight to him and I ask him questions because he knows everything about everything. So that's what I need to do. When I bought the all-in-one computer, I didn't buy it from Best Buy actually. I bought it from Walmart, but I asked him questions about it. A powered port, like that plugs into an electrical socket instead of like into a USB port. Is that what you mean? Because this one, like, it just plugged into your computer's USB port, and it had multiples. But it was a piece of crap because it tore up my nail drill. So now I have to buy another nail drill because I can't plug it into anything anymore because half of the USB plug stayed into this stupid little port thingy. I don't know if I can find in my history, my Amazon history, which one it was that I bought. Well, it's been a while. Oh yeah, why? I've reached the end of my orders. No, I haven't. I've been ordering stuff for years. Where's the rest? It ends at March 15th. Where are the rest? Why can't I go back and see older orders? Past 3 months. No. How did I get the older orders? Well, it was a piece of crap. Anyway. What hobbies should I try based on my past purchases? Let's see what that says. My current hobbies. Diamond painting, yarn and fiber crafts, RC aircraft. That's my husband's hobby. gaming, reading. Oh, but I should try cross stitch. I already do that. Watercolor or acrylic painting, no thank you. Drone flying, oh, Travis does that. Puzzle, art, jigsaw, I hate jigsaw puzzles. Audiobooks, I hate audiobooks. I like podcasts. Cat themed collecting, no. But you clearly adore your cat. But I don't want to collect cat stuff. They're dust collectors. No. No. No, no, no. Oh, Disney. Alexa knows me so well. Disney themed jigsaw puzzles. Alexa for shopping. I didn't even know there was such a thing. I've never clicked on any of this stuff before. Because I don't really like AI. Am I live? Please tell me I'm live. Yes, I'm live. The little red live button is on. Oh, that's pretty. I'd rather have diamond art in that, though, instead of jigsaw. Oh, yeah, that's pretty. That's pretty. I'd rather have that than diamond painting, though. Oh, there are some diamond paintings that I want. Have you guys ever seen? Oh, what's it called? I have the app. There it is. Diamond Art Club. These diamond paintings are 50. Some of them are 70 something dollars. Why are they so expensive? Are they made out of gold? Are they real diamonds? Come on. $72.99. Why? Are the diamonds real diamonds? Why is that $72.99? I don't know why I have this app on my phone because I'm not ever gonna. I guess it's because it's Disney. I don't know. I'm not ever gonna. I don't know why I have this app on my phone because I'm never gonna get any of these things. Not at that price. It's gorgeous. It must be really big to cost that much. It's got to be huge. I can't think of any other reason why it would cost that much. But they have weird stuff. Like, yeah, licenses, maybe. But like, why in the world? These are stickers. This kit is only $10. But why would, why would you want stickers like that? Stickers get torn up and messed up and it's $10 for this kit of stickers. You're gonna put these jewels on the stickers and then they're just gonna get messed up. It probably does. I saw movement. Let's see. Oh my god, 96,664 diamonds. 27.6 inches by 33.9 inches. How big is that? I have no idea. There was one, I don't see it on here, on this one, but there was one that I saw. Oh, wait. Let me flip through. One of the ones I liked. Oh, this one. Oh, yeah, this one does have it. It's got comparisons of it on the wall. Because, like, I know, like, an 8x10, you know, you got, like, an 8x10 picture. So, the small one is 9x12. So, yeah, it's huge. Because the small one's 9x12. But you can't get a 9x12. I'd rather have a 9x12 and spend less money. Well, I don't need one that big. These are the ones I really like. There are several princess ones that have words on them. So Pocahontas says Spirit of Adventure. Those are $50. I really like those. Those are really pretty. I don't remember what the other princesses say. And that one's the middle size, 17x24. But I don't want to pay $50 because I don't like I've been getting them from Temu, so they're really cheap. And I have a book that's specially made for the most common size of diamond painting. And I get the ones that I like that are fun to do, and then the ones I want to frame and hang up I do, and the ones that I don't I stick in that book. So I don't want to pay $50 for something that I'm not going to hang on my wall, and I don't have enough wall space to hang every one I do. But I'm getting sick of ordering from Temu because while I get things that are good quality, I mean it's kind of hit or miss, but the diamond paintings have been pretty good quality. Most of them. There's been a couple that like didn't come with enough diamonds, or the printing was so bad I couldn't see to do them. But most of them have been really good quality. But it just takes so long to get them because it's coming from Asia. And also, Temu keeps bugging me since I haven't bought anything in so long. I keep getting text messages from Temu, and they keep being like, "Oh, this is only $1, and that's only $1," and then I go to the thing, and they want me to buy a bazillion stuff to get 5 things for $1. Well, I gotta pay like $60 to get 5 things for $1, and I don't want to do that. I'm not stupid. They think I'm stupid. I'm not stupid.
All right, couple more. You know, I was making sure everyone's and you all had water.
Perfume? Or is it just Mickey and Minnie bottles? What the heck is that? Oh, it's perfume. I'm buying perfume that I don't know what it smells like, just because it's in bottle shaped like Mickey and Minnie. Excuse me.
Two more, please. Two more. Try our best. We'll do our best. We'll rush.
Oh, but it smells like, oh no, it's got wood.
right, if one please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to resume. Say what's with us.
They will call Mr. Hillary Candela, please.
Just go ahead and listen.
Hillary, Hilary, he's a gentleman.
And the last name.
Candela, Candela.
Thank you. All right, so would you please step over to the clerk, raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You may have a seat, sir.
And so just keep your voice loud because the microphone is in one direction and yours in another. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Would you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
My name is Hillary Kendall,
What do you do for a living?
insurance.
Mr. Kendall, I want to take you back to September 4th, 2022, the Sunday of the Labor Day weekend. Do you recall if you were on a boat that afternoon?
I was.
Who were you on a boat with?
James Gassenheim.
Who's he?
He's a friend of mine.
Okay. What does he do for a living?
He's a lawyer.
Were you all, what brought you two together that day?
James had just become a member of Ocean Reef. I used to be a member of Ocean Reef with my parents as a child. And I was
Hold on
thinking,
one moment. Did you, if I close that door? I'm sorry, something about Ocean Reef? And if you could try to keep your voice up, I know it's not easy, but
sure.
talk louder than you think you need to, right?
Okay, thank you. So James had become a member of Ocean Reef. And I was thinking about becoming a member of Ocean Reef again. I used to be a member as a child with my parents growing up. And so that's why we were there.
Okay. Did there come a time when you and Mr. Gassenheimer go out on his boat into and past a part of the waterway called Angelfish Creek?
Yes.
Do you remember about what time of the day it was?
Oh my God.
It was dusk. It was not dark.
Okay. What had you been doing earlier in that day?
We were touring Ocean Reef with the Gassenheimers and another couple.
Who's we?
So it was James Gassenheimer's wife, me and my wife, and another couple.
Okay. Where were you guys going to be heading to as you leave Ocean Reef at dusk that day? Where were you?
We were taking James's boat back to Coconut Grove.
Okay. As you leave past Angelfish Creek and make the turn to go north, like up toward Coconut Grove area, can you tell the jurors what is it that you see?
We saw a collection of boats and something strange that was white coming out of the water.
Okay. Did you later get a chance to see what in fact that white thing coming out of the water was?
Yes,
What was it?
It was a capsized boat.
The record I'm showing counsel states 1K for identification. Showing you 1K for identification. Does this appear to be photographs of that same capsized boat that you saw only in the daylight?
Yes.
At this time, I move states 1K for identification and evidence.
No objection.
Without objection.
State Exhibit 1K, previously marked identification, will become State Exhibit number.
That's ridiculous.
Can you tell us what happened as you and Mr. Gassenheimer approached this capsized boat?
There was a lot of yelling to slow down, that there was a missing 17-year-old girl. And as we slowed down and we began to drift north, we were heading in the direction of the capsized boat.
Do you see if there's any people in the water at that point in time?
I did not.
Were there other boats that did have people on them?
Yes,
Did some of those people that were on boats appear to be teenage girls?
I believe so. That boat was a little further in the distance.
Was that boat a larger type of a boat?
Yes,
Did it have a platform at the back of it?
large platform, yes.
As you get closer and closer to this capsized boat, do you see if there's anybody near it?
Yes,
Who?
the defendant,
What is his name?
George Pino.
I want to ask you, did you know George Pino from before that day?
Yes,
How did you know him?
we were friends.
Tell us about what happens as you approach that boat.
As we approached the boat, I asked George if it was him, and he said it was. I asked him what happened. He said that they had hit a marker. I asked if he was okay. He said he was. And then he said that they were looking for this 17-year-old girl.
Do you see George Pino in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you please point to and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing for the record?
He's over there. He's wearing a blue suit with a white shirt and a blue tie.
Stipulated.
Do you remember what part of this capsized boat you saw the defendant next to?
He was holding on to the bow of the boat.
Do you see where the bow of that boat would be in either of these photographs, which is in State's Exhibit number 18?
Yes,
Where?
here and here.
Okay. Using this pen, would you be able to circle the location on these two photographs of where you saw George Pino in relation to his capsized vessel?
Here.
Okay.
This, he would be on the other side.
Okay. Can you just draw kind of an arrow to like the location that just right other side?
Yeah. Oh, right here.
Yeah. In the lower photograph where we see all the damage, is that the port side of the boat or the starboard side?
That would be,
I know it's tricky because it's upside down.
yeah, that would be the starboard side.
Okay. And so you saw him on the port side, front of the boat?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay,
Sorry.
that's okay. So as you have this exchange of information with the defendant, are you like right up in his face?
No,
Are you still on Mr. Gassenheimer's boat?
I was on Mr. Gassenheimer's boat, yes.
Now, when you see the defendant holding on to the front left side or the port bow of that vessel, let me ask you something. How long had you known George Pino when you come upon him at that time?
Prior to that incident, I would say approximately 15 years.
Did you consider yourself good friends with George Pino?
I consider ourselves friends, yes.
Okay. When you see him and he's holding on to that boat, can you describe how he looks?
He looked dazed, in a state of shock.
Now, Now, as people are calling out saying that there's a 17-year-old missing, do you say anything to the defendant?
I told him to look under the boat.
How did you say that to him?
Look under the boat.
As best you can recall, even though we're in a courtroom, can you please try to recreate the manner in which you spoke to George Pino from Mr. Gassenheimer's boat?
So I was standing towards the bow of Mr. Gassenheimer's boat. And as I looked around, the water looked fairly clear, might have been 6 feet deep. At that moment, it dawned on me she probably was not in the area because she would have been found by that point. So she must be under the boat. And so I told George to go look under the boat. He didn't respond initially, and then I
Hold on, let me say.
Okay.
Did you say to George Pino, go look under the boat?
Yes.
No. Did you say it this way? Go look under the boat.
Oh, no.
How did you say go look under the boat?
She wanted me to yell
I
it?
yelled at him to go look under the boat.
You can turn away from the microphone. Can you yell for us the way you yelled to George Pino that day?
Hi.
Yes. I said, George, go look under the boat.
What was his response?
He froze.
Okay. What did you do at that point?
And then I yelled a second time.
Can you yell for us now in this courtroom the way you yelled at the defendant
A word.
to look under the boat?
And then I yelled more loudly, George, go look under the boat. If not, I will.
What happened at that point in time?
At that point, he said, okay, and then he took a breath and went underwater.
He was injured too.
Did he come back up from underneath the boat?
Yes,
Did he have anybody with him when he came back up from underneath that boat?
he had Lucy.
Tell me about who is Lucy?
Lucy was the 17-year-old missing girl.
I mean, she makes it sound like he didn't want to save her. And I don't think that's what happened. I think he was dazed because he got injured too. No, I'm not defending him. I'm just saying I don't think it's portrayed the way the prosecutor is portraying. Or I don't think it happened the way the prosecutor is portraying it. Oh my God!
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 1.
That is
Do you
ridiculous.
recognize who this person is?
Yes,
Who is it?
Lucy Fernandez.
Did you ever know Lucy Fernandez when she was alive?
No,
Did you know her parents?
yes,
What are her parents' names?
Andy and Melissa.
How did you know them?
Through the Epiphany Parish community. Common friends.
Pardon me?
Common friends.
Now, can you describe for the jurors, what do you actually see as George Pino comes out from under the boat with Lucy?
As George comes out of the boat with Lucy, there was a small boat nearby that he was trying to swim to. And then we turned in that direction so that we could help. And that's when James Gassenheimer tells me that he knows CPR, and he jumped out of the boat. And I took control of his vessel.
And where did James Gassenheimer go once he jumped off the
He
boat?
swam towards the boat that George swam towards, and he got on the boat and began doing CPR on Lucy.
Did you see any helicopters over this area during this time?
Yes,
What did you see with the helicopter?
they had a rescuer from the Coast Guard on a cable. He was dropped into the water. He swam over to the boat. He got onto the boat, and then he took over for the CPR.
Does that boat remain in the same place? Or let me rephrase that. Does Lucy remain on that small boat?
Not for the entire duration, no.
Okay. At some point, is she transferred to another boat?
Yes,
Okay. And did you see that boat leave?
yes,
Did you follow that boat?
no.
What did you and Mr. Gassenheimer do once Lucy had been transferred and was escorted away from that location?
We heard a cry for help that there were two girls that needed attention.
Did Mr. Gassenheimer come back onto the boat?
Yes,
Who actually piloted that vessel in the direction of where allegedly there was more help that was needed?
James Gassenheimer.
Where were these, like in what direction do you head toward upon hearing that there were additional people that needed help?
South.
Were they further south of Mr. Pino's overturned vessel?
Yes,
Did you see that boat, or do you remember if you saw that boat when you first were coming up toward where you found George Pino?
yes.
At that point, when you saw that boat, did you know that there was anybody in need of medical care?
No.
Can you describe what that second vessel was that you wind up going to with Mr. Gassenheimer?
It was a large vessel, I would say over 50 feet. It had a blunt bow. I call those style boats Van Dutch boats.
Okay.
Very wide, had a large bow and a large platform deck.
Just in case somebody here doesn't know what a platform deck on a boat would be, can you describe that for the jurors?
So on the transom, the rear of the boat, it has a very wide platform deck, kind of 5 feet from the transom to the end of the deck and probably 12 to 14 feet wide.
Are you yourself a boater?
Yes.
What's a transom?
The transom is the rear of the boat.
Okay. As you approach this large vessel and are getting closer to it, do you recognize anybody that's on that boat?
Yes.
Who is it that you see on that boat that you recognize?
I see Gallo Monterrey and I see Ceci Pino.
How did you know who those two people were?
Because I know the parents, and whenever we would get together, we knew the daughters. Their daughters.
Do you make inquiry about whether anybody else is missing?
Yes.
And was anybody else missing based on what you were getting told?
I asked where the rest of the girls were, if they were all accounted for. They said yes. I asked if anybody was injured. They said yes. There were two girls unconscious on the platform.
Did you learn who those two girls were?
I did.
Who?
One girl was Kathy Quigg, and one girl was Mia. I didn't know her at the time. Mia, I think the last name was Rodriguez. I'm not sure.
Did you know Kathy Quigg?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, how did you know who she was?
Kathy is the daughter of Rudy Quigg.
And who is Rudy Quigg to you?
He's a friend of mine.
At that point, are you able to make a call to Rudy?
Yes.
What do you tell him?
I told him that there was a boating incident and that his daughter was unconscious on the platform.
At some point, does a police boat make its way to that large boat with the big platform?
Yes.
Had you seen Kathy Quigg earlier that very day?
Yes.
When you are out on the waters with Mr. Gassenheimer that afternoon going into the later hours, what was the weather like?
It was very pretty. We commented as to how beautiful it looked. It was very calm.
Without getting into any details, is Kathy in the same condition now as she was before
No.
this crash?
No.
No other questions?
No questions, Judge.
All right, very well.
Thank you.
All right, state your next witness.
Yes, Judge, thank you. The state calls Robert Bruto,
Spell the last name.
Brutto.
Please step forward, face the clerk, raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear upon the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You may have a seat, sir.
Please keep your voice down and clear. Please be microphone. It's turned a little bit so that I can speak.
Okay. May I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the members of our jury here?
My name is Robert Bruto. I'm a retired Miami-Dade police officer.
Mr. Bruto, when did you retire from the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
November of 2024.
How long did you serve?
Approximately a little over 31 years.
Congratulations on your retirement.
Thank you.
What unit were you working for at the time of your retirement?
The Marine Patrol unit.
How long did you serve as part of the Marine Patrol unit?
Approximately 20 years.
Before working for the Marine Patrol unit, were you a road patrol officer?
I was a road patrol officer for 6 years. I was a auto theft detective for approximately 5 years, and then finished the last 20 as a Marine Patrol officer.
As a Marine Patrol officer, did you receive specific training?
Yes.
Can you sort of describe some of the training that you received to become a Marine Patrol officer?
Initial requirements are the Florida boating course put on through FWC. It's required by every boater born after January 1st, 1988. Was one of the first requirements that I had to complete. After that, once I joined the unit, the Miami-Dade Police Department put on a approximately 10-day course of boating school to teach the new boaters or the new hires for that unit the way they wanted you to patrol and operate the vessels. Throughout my career, there were numerous other agencies that put on trainings, Coast Guard, FWC, some outside agencies that I had attended for various different boating courses, as well as BUIs on the water, radiation detection on the water.
Radiation detection?
Have you ever been an instructor for trainings?
Yes, towards the end of my career, the last, I'd say 4 years or so, I was an instructor for the Miami-Dade Police Department's boating school.
As part of training, would navigational safety be discussed?
Yes, it would be as part of the course.
Just for the benefit of the jurors, were you a boater as a civilian growing up?
Yes, I pretty much grew up my entire life here in South Florida. Went on numerous boats my family owned, as well as myself that I owned, as well as neighbors. Pretty much from probably the age of 7 or 8 years old, I've been on a boat.
And even though you are now retired, do you still boat?
Yes, I do. I have my own vessel that I go out on.
All right. So, Mr. Bruto, I want to talk to you a little bit about September 4th, 2022. Do you recall the events of that day?
Yes, I do.
Was that Labor Day weekend?
Yes, it was Labor Day weekend.
Can you describe to the jurors what boating traffic is like over holiday weekends versus a regular weekday?
Like night and day. During the week, very little traffic is out there. Very few people go out on the water. Weekends are busy. The marinas are usually filled up by noontime. There's no more room for vessels to put in the water at the marina. Holiday weekends are even worse. They actually open up additional parking, so there's even more boaters out on the water.
Have you responded to emergency situations during the course of your career with the Marine Patrol?
Yes, I have.
Have you received training on first aid?
Yes, I have.
Have you received training on emergency response?
Yes.
Can you describe some of those trainings to the jurors and what you learned?
Through the department, they put on a CPR course and a refresher course every year through trained instructors that we must pass and go through. CPR, first responder, first aid, as well as the Marine Patrol itself implemented training, various different types for our unique needs out on the water. So pretty much my entire career, we've been training for that.
When did your shift begin on September 4th, 2022?
I don't recall exactly because sometimes our normal shift is 7 a.m. in the morning, so usually 7 p.m. Holiday weekends, sometimes they adjust it so we can work a little bit later in the evening. I don't recall exactly what our shift was that particular day.
Can you give us just a general estimate?
I would say maybe 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Unless something happened, then we would hold over.
So where do you go when you are going to begin a shift with Marine Patrol?
That particular day, I was assigned to Black Point Marina. The county has 3 assigned marinas for the Marine Patrol unit. One in the north end, Pelican Harbor. One in the middle of the county, roughly, Matheson Hammock Park. And then the south end is Black Point Marina.
Did you know that you would be beginning your workday at Black Point Marina?
Yes, I did.
How often had you been assigned to that area at Black Point Marina?
At that point, approximately maybe 8 years.
And can you give just a general description of what Black Point Marina looks like?
When you first get there, it's a large parking area off to the right for vehicles with boat trailers. On the left-hand side is just for vehicles itself. When you travel all the way down into the marina, you'll come to what used to be little guard booths that collected the money for parking fees. They no longer use that, but you pass through that, and directly in front of you are the boat ramps. Off to your left is a restaurant and the park offices. And off to the right of the actual boat ramps is a large privately owned storage facility for vessels.
And is Black Point Marina on the mainland?
It's part of the mainland, yes.
Okay. So can you tell the jury some of the duties and responsibilities that were assigned to you on specifically this day?
Mainly, we were required to patrol the heavily populated areas of the waterways, to control the speeds, the safety of the boating public and swimmers that were in the water. Black Point's responsibility is roughly from, say, 152nd Street south, everything south of there. Then Matheson Hammock would generally be responsible for 152nd all the way up to like the Port of Miami. And then Pelican Harbor would be from there all the way up to the county line. Not to say we can't go across to help each other out or further, or even into either Monroe County jurisdiction to help them out, or possibly up into Fort Lauderdale to help them out if need be.
Are you wearing like a normal patrol uniform?
We have the standard polo shirt that some of the road units wear as well, but we wear shorts instead of long pants out on the vessels due to the heat.
It gets hot out there.
It's hot.
Did you have a partner on the vessel?
Yes, that day was Officer Marvin Friels was Flores. Marvin Flores was my partner that day for Labor Day weekend.
Had you worked with Officer Flores before?
Yes, he was my regular partner during any other work day.
So when you get to Black Point Marina, are you assigned a particular vessel?
We were. Generally, it's the senior officer or the supervisor picks the vessel they want to use for the day. And then the next senior on down the line will pick whatever vessel they want to use. Generally, it's only 2 officers working normally on a day, and we'll just pick whatever boat best suits the conditions for that day. But on a holiday weekend, when everybody comes in, it normally goes by seniority to pick the vessels.
I was going to say, you were pretty senior as far as time in.
Yeah, but the supervisor kind of trumps seniority all the time.
Understood. I understand that. So what was the vessel that you wound up taking?
We wound up in what they call a 850 Impact. It's a boat built by Brunswick Corporation, which is a subsidiary of Boston Whaler. 850 is the metric equivalent to approximately 25, 26 foot vessel.
What is the top speed that that vessel can go?
That particular vessel does approximately 52 to 54 miles an hour.
And would you go at that speed if you were to respond to an emergency?
If the conditions were correct or conducive to that, we would. It just depends on the conditions that we were presented with, whether it be weather, sea conditions, boating traffic conditions. It just depends on the totality of the circumstances that we're in.
What was the weather like on September 4th, 2022?
It was clear, clear skies, light chop on the bay, no rain. So it was a nice day out.
And just to give a little bit of insight, when you say light chop, how does that affect boating?
It's just the amount of wave that the wind produces on the water. Smaller vessels, it's going to affect more than larger vessels. So it just depends on the direction they're going in and which direction the boat is traveling.
Did the weather conditions or the conditions of the water, did it impede you at all in conducting your duties and responsibilities on that day?
No, it did not.
Was there anything unique or unusual about the weather conditions or the water conditions on the day of the shift?
No.
So throughout the day, did you respond first to an unrelated medical emergency?
Yes, we responded as a backup unit to one of the other units that had a medical emergency.
Around what time of day was that? And you could estimate.
Approximately 2 o'clock in the afternoon, maybe, or 1:30 it started.
So how do you communicate with dispatch?
We have our radios that are programmed, and they're programmed to a specific frequency to communicate with the dispatch. We also have our handheld radios that we carry on us that we usually put on a side frequency specifically for Marine Patrol so we can communicate with each other. We also have our VHF radios. It's a boating radio. Any boater is able to have that radio as well, so we can communicate with them or Coast Guard or each other, as well as fire rescue.
That's a good point. Does the Marine Patrol unit work with other agencies in protecting the safety of people on the water?
Yes, we do, numerous other agencies.
Can you just name some agencies that assist with that?
Down in the Black Point area, the main one would be Biscayne National Park officers. Also, Florida Fish and Wildlife has vessels in the area. As you get further north, you have Coral Gables Police Department that has some vessels. Key Biscayne has vessels. Coast Guard also patrols the area, just to name a few.
And you mentioned earlier that for Miami-Dade on holiday weekends, there's more officers working.
Usually they bring in officers on an overtime basis to help out because of the amount of boating traffic there is.
Do you know if that's the case for these other agencies as well?
I couldn't say for sure, but the majority of them usually do.
Okay. So let's talk about the unrelated medical emergency. Do you respond to that?
We responded as a backup to secure the landing zone for the air flight from Miami-Dade Fire to airlift the patient out because we're out on the water.
Does your vessel have a stock of medical supplies?
We do. We carry a first aid kit with basic first aid stuff. We carry a backboard up in the vessel. We also carry a AED and automatic defibrillator on the vessel as well.
What is the purpose of having a backboard?
Backboard is usually to stabilize somebody that possibly could have back injuries, spine injuries. We usually put them on that board to stabilize them so they can't move and cause further injury and strap them down to it. Fire rescue commonly uses it even with the gurneys they use. They put people on the backboards when they suspect back injuries, neck injuries, or something where they need to immobilize the patient.
Is that especially important when the patient is on a boat that moves?
It would be. We suspect they might have back injuries or neck injuries, we would want to stabilize it the best we can and strap them down because the boat is constantly rocking in the water.
And you mentioned a defibrillator, saying it right. What is that?
It's a medical device that we use to not necessarily restart the heart, but regain the rhythm of the heart if it's not pumping correctly. It'll indicate if it needs to shock the person to get it back in the rhythm, or if we just need to monitor them and the rhythm is okay.
Were any of those type of supplies used in the unrelated medical emergency?
They were used from the other boat that the sergeant had, because the sergeant and the other officers on that vessel were the ones who responded to that call. So they utilized what they had on that boat when they first responded there. Once they called for additional backup and needed us to go to the Boca Chica landing zone, we responded there and just secured the area. But our medical supplies weren't used for that.
Okay, so the Boca Chica landing zone, what caused you to go there?
We were asked to go there to secure the area so there would be no vessel traffic or pedestrians walking on the island where the helicopter needed to land life flight to pick up the patient.
So after you attend to this unrelated medical emergency, what do you next do?
We all the vessels that responded there, which was all from Black Point mainly, we all responded back to Black Point Marina. At that point, we were breaking to have a little something to eat and try and restock the vessel that used the medical supplies with medical supplies back in there because it was such a busy holiday weekend. We want to make sure we were prepared if anything else occurred.
How long were you at Black Point Marina restocking medical supplies before another call comes out?
I would say 3 to 5 minutes, if that. We had just walked upstairs and just walked in the office.
Did you go into emergency mode?
At that point, we jumped back on the boats. The call that came out was a boat overturned with a pheno in the water that they could not find. So we all jumped back in the boats. We had 3 vessels working at a Black Point Marina that weekend. Our boat, the sergeant's vessel, and then a boat with divers on it. When the emergency went out, since there was a possibility of someone being in the water, instead of the divers taking their boat, they just split up between our boats and jumped on our boats. And we all responded to where initially the call went out. The vessel accident or overturned vessel was by Boca Chica Island.
Did you respond to Boca Chica Island?
We responded to Boca Chica Island moments before we were pulling into the harbor they have. We received additional information that the boat was possibly somewhere along Elliott Key. But Elliott Key is a very long island, approximately 10 miles long. So it didn't give a specific location. So we immediately turned southbound and started traveling down along Elliott Key to try and locate it.
Is that uncommon for the location of the emergency to be difficult to determine initially?
Most boaters aren't aware of the exact location of where they're at, unless you've been boating many years and know the areas. And even at that, there are some boating maps that call one area something, and on a different style map made by a different company, they'll call an area something different. And then there's areas that are designated as a specific location, but people go there and make up a nickname for it, and some of them stick, some of them don't, and they'll call it the nickname. But it just depends on who's calling in the call, whether they know exactly where they're at, or they just give a nickname or some type of coordinates. So it's not uncommon that they'll give out an information or say, we're 3 miles from Turkey Point, but they don't give a direction of 3 miles where, north, south, east, west. They'll just say we're 3 miles away from Turkey Point. So it's happened more often than not.
How much time passed between the initial call and when you and your partner pulled up to Boca Chica Island? If you could estimate.
Maybe 15 minutes from Black Point Marina to Boca Chica. It's approximately 10 miles. So it's a good distance, even on the water where there's no technically speed limits or streets that you have to follow. There's still wave conditions, other boating traffic, and it's just 10 miles. It's a long ways to travel.
You mentioned that you were traveling south down Elliott.
Yeah, once we got additional information that it was possibly along Elliott Key somewhere, we turned southbound and started heading along Elliott Key.
When do you all come across the crash site?
We continue to receive more updates. I believe the next update said it was closer to Caesars Creek, which is the south end of Elliott Key. And then we received another call that it was at Cutter Bank. So we just continued south until we got to the area of Cutter Bank. We were able to see a life flight helicopter from Miami-Dade Fire up in the air, and we kind of just headed towards that way because we didn't notice any other people flagging us down anywhere else.
At least initially, did you see the capsized boat?
Once we got through the channel markers along Cutter Bank, closer to the south end, we saw the initial overturned vessel, but we were being waved down and saw the helicopter above a smaller white open fishing vessel.
There's been some testimony already, but can you just describe Cutter Bank and what it is used for?
Cutter Bank is just a shallow shoal that kind of divides where Elliott Key is, southbound towards like the Florida Keys. There is a channel marked that they put up markers on either side of it to travel through where it's dug out deeper so you don't get stuck in the shallow areas on either side of it. It's a long channel and a wide channel.
And all of these locations that you're discussing here in court, are they locations that you are familiar with?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I'd like to use what's already in evidence. It states to and with the court's permission, may the witness step down to help me publish this exhibit?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Bruto, I have a handy dandy pointer here. So Ms. Adams is also going to assist. Can you sort of show the jury the path that you just described to get to the capsized boat?
We started off at Black Point, where we were. We went out the channel and traveled over to Boca Chica, coming this way through the small cut here. And when we got approximately about here is where the call came in, additional information that was possibly along Elliott Key, which is this.
So let me stop you real quick. So the map has Boca Chica Key written on it. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, you may continue, sir.
Once we got the additional information, we changed course and headed southbound through the channel markers and along Elliott Key. Like I said, additional information kept coming in that it was possibly further south, closer to Caesars Creek, which is right here at the south end of Elliott Key. We continued southbound. When we got somewhere along here, additional information again came in that the overturned vessel was down closer to Cutter Bank, which is this area right in here along the channel markers. So we continued. When we were approximately here, we were able to see the helicopter flying in the air somewhere in this area. And we just continued down through the channel markers until we reached where we saw people flagging us down and everybody in the helicopter up in the air.
In the areas that you're describing, are they all in Miami-Dade County?
Yes, they all are in Miami-Dade County.
Can you also just, while we have the map up, show the jurors where Ocean Reef Club is on the map?
The actual club is going to be over in this area, or right here. But pretty much this whole area
No
is
freaking
Ocean
way.
Reef. They have all the housing, but the club is on the outside. And then there's canalways and waterways going through there for Ocean Reef.
Can you show the jurors how someone, if they wanted to go from the area of the channel markers to Ocean Reef Club, how they would get there?
From here, you would have actually two different choices. Once you pass through the channel markers, you could either cut through Broad Channel and come around, or you could cut through Angelfish Channel through this way and then come around to get to the outside to where the club is.
Have you ever been to that club?
I've been to the marina. Not necessarily.
Are you a member?
I'm not a member.
You can have a seat, Mr. Bruto. Thank you, Ms. Adams. So you mentioned seeing a helicopter.
Yes, the air life flight from Miami-Dade Fire Rescue.
What else did you see coming from the helicopter?
As we approached and came through.
You know, I'm in a bad mood right now, so I probably shouldn't say anything. But I'm so sick and tired of Black people complaining about systemic racism when We're not the racists. They are.
Through the channel, they were already beginning to lower one of their paramedics down to the small white
That
fisherman
murder,
that was waving us down.
that murder had nothing to do with race. Absolutely nothing. 2 high school students, one walked into some place he wasn't supposed to be. Another student said, "You're not supposed to be in here." The other one said, "Make me leave." And he said, "Touch me." I forgot what he said now. "Touch me and you'll regret it," or "touch me and you'll," whatever he said. And the one kid pushed him. And he took out a knife and stabbed him in the chest and killed him. It wouldn't have mattered if they were both white, both black. It had nothing to do with race. It had a smart ass kid doing something he wasn't supposed to do, and he killed the other kid for no other reason than he wanted to. Had nothing to do with race.
How close did you get your vessel to what we've been describing as the Good Samaritan boat?
Once we got through that channel and saw him coming down, the prop wash from the helicopter began turning the small boat. So we pretty much went right up against the side on the right side of the Good Samaritan vessel.
And I'm just going to interrupt you. Just in case, prop wash, what is that?
From the rotor blades of the helicopter, as they're spinning, it's sending down the air to keep it up in the air. It goes straight down below it, and since they were directly above that small boat, the small boat started to turn very slowly, not fast, but just very slowly. So it was making it difficult for the paramedic to be dropped and lowered down onto the bow of that vessel.
How did you use your vessel to help in that situation?
I took my vessel, and again, we came up alongside and pinned that vessel's right side to our vessel, and the other vessel with the sergeant on it pinned it on the left side and stopped it from moving, because now you've got a larger mass. And it still would spin, but a whole lot slower. Our vessels were also a lot larger than the Good Samaritan.
They called me and like last month and said, "Do you want to switch from Allstate to Progressive?" I was paying $241 a month on my car insurance. They're like, "We can save you $600 a year." I was, "Yes, please." They can't get my dang email address right. So I have a policy right here. Policy says I'm enrolled. I can't get in touch with Progressive. They can't find my information. And I've not signed anything that says that I have Progressive insurance. And I lost my card and I can't get the app on my phone because Progressive can't find me because they don't have my right email address. And the company can't send me the paperwork to sign because they don't have my right email address. So now I have to call them again and give them my email address. It's
Vessel, so it was easier for him to lower down onto one of our vessels.
Why is it so hard?
The bow of that vessel.
Now, when you look on that Good Samaritan vessel, who
got the same insurance broker for.
There were 2 females sitting up in the front.
I don't even know decades.
There was, I believe, a male driver, and then there was another female, 2 females in the back. One laying down, appeared to be unconscious, and the other one appeared to help with CPR.
was the younger female that was unconscious, did she later became known to you as Lucy Fernandez?
Yes.
Did you get on that boat to render first aid?
Myself, no. Since I was the operator of my vessel, I was obligated to stay with it and keep control of the Good Samaritan's vessel once I tied to it.
Who did board that boat from Marine Patrol?
I believe it was Marvin Flores, that was my partner. Peter Gonzalez, one of the divers that came with us. Tom Kennedy from the other vessel. And I think Adam Fuana went over there and left the sergeant on the vessel to control his vessel and the three of us.
Was Lucy transferred from the Good Samaritan boat to your vessel?
No, she was transferred to the larger contender, which would be more stable in the water.
And can you describe how she was transferred from the Good Samaritan vessel to the other boat?
We utilized the backboard that we had on our vessel since we still had one. The personnel, along with the paramedic from fire rescue, got her on the backboard as safely as they could and strapped her as secure as they could. And then they lifted her up and moved her over to the bigger vessel.
And what was the goal for Marine Patrol in that moment? What were you trying to do?
Trying to get medical attention to the people that needed it the most.
Did you know that there were other injured persons as a result of this crash at the time that you were with Lucy?
Other than the two other females on that vessel with Lucy, at that point we didn't know because we didn't get a chance to speak with anybody.
Did you see any vessels in that moment nearby that may have had other injured persons?
Right at that moment, we were concentrating on getting the medical attention to them. Once she was placed on that vessel and they took off to a landing zone on Elliott Key, I stood with the Good Samaritan vessel to get information from them for the report. And within seconds, another vessel approached, saying and pointing to a darker colored vessel that was further south that had more victims on it.
Got a card from my
Just
vet.
out of curiosity, what was the reason that Lucy wasn't placed on a backboard and lifted up into the helicopter and flown away? Was that an option?
Fire rescue, it's a very difficult thing to airlift somebody up off of a vessel, especially a smaller vessel that has the T-top, antennas, and everything in the way that could get caught on either the lifting basket. It's something that they practice on a regular basis with their fire boat. Usually their boat is moving at a slow, steady pace forward to maintain control as they're moving along with it to airlift them off, to make it safe coming up off the back away from antennas or any obstructions that could tangle up the board.
And just for the benefit of the jurors, what is a T-top?
T-top is the shade covering, the aluminum pipe structure on some vessels. Some have what they call a bimini top that's foldable and could be collapsed down. The T-tops are usually rigid and are permanently mounted, so they can't be taken down.
And if you need to, sir, you can refer to your police report, but who were the three individuals that went on that boat at that time?
I got the information after the fact because I didn't have any information at that point, but I do know that.
Just
I could rephrase the question.
rephrase or gentlemen, you can refresh that.
Yeah, that's actually what I was going to say, Judge. If you need to refresh your record.
When are we gonna quit for the day, Judge?
Three people that went
Five.
on that vessel, you can refer to your report.
Fine, but just read it, and then when you look up after you read it, that's when
And I believe it may be on page 8.
Standing next to a ditch full of ditch? How is a ditch full of ditch? That would be not a ditch.
Okay.
What?
Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And who was that?
Lucy Fernandez was one. Lucy Pino was the second one, an adult female. and then P. Garcia, a juvenile.
Thank you, sir. So you mentioned the larger vessel that you were alerted to. Do you immediately respond to that larger vessel?
Yes, I do. I advised the Good Samaritan vessel to just try and maintain where they were at, that someone would be along to get their information, and I immediately respond to the larger vessel that was further south.
Can you estimate the distance between the boat with Lucy and this next vessel?
I'd say anywhere from a quarter mile to a half mile away from where Lucy's vessel was.
Now, when you arrive at the second vessel, are you now alone?
I was alone. Everybody who boarded the vessel from my vessel to help out
What is
went with the larger vessel over to Elliott Key to render the aid.
When you get to that larger vessel, what do you see?
Immediately, I see two females in what I describe as a rescue position that we usually do for first aid, or a fetal position, you'd call it, laying on the back of either a swim or dive platform, depending on what you call it.
I didn't know that was
along
the
with
thing.
a lot of other juveniles and adults in the vessel as well.
Was it clear to you that those young ladies were injured?
The two on the back seem to be injured. The ones inside,
Is it legal if it's wild?
Do you tie your vessel to this second boat?
Yes, I came up to the back of that swim platform or dive platform and tied off my vessel perpendicular to it, so I can assess their possible injuries and find out what's going on.
Do you actually board that second vessel?
Yes, I stepped off across to the platform and checked for responsiveness and vital signs on the two. One female on the right-hand side was able to nod and answer basic questions, but appeared to be
weird.
in pain. Female on the left-hand side, she was non-responsive. You could hear the labored breathing she had, and very shallow, and her pulse was very weak.
Did you have a backboard with you?
My backboard went for Lucy Fernandez and went with that boat, so I didn't have a backboard with me.
If you did have a backboard, would you have used it?
If I had personnel to help me, it takes more than one person, especially someone that appeared to be as injured as the females were. You would need somebody to stabilize the neck, as we were taught, before you put them on the backboard to hopefully not cause any further injury.
Did you learn as part of this investigation that the young lady that was unconscious?
Objection, Your Honor.
What was the name of the first female that you encountered?
The first one was the one that wasn't responsive, which was, I later learned to be Katiana Puig.
And how about the second female?
The second one, I'd have to refresh my recollection.
Okay. Can you do that using your 10-page report?
Yes.
And I think it may be on page 9, if that helps. Page 9, line 4.
Okay.
Did that help refresh your recollection, sir?
Yes.
And what is the name of that individual?
And I, Rodriguez.
Okay. Were these girls teenage girls?
They appeared to be young, yes.
How many other younger women were on that boat?
I believe approximately 9.
And were there any adults on that boat when you first got there?
Yes.
Did you speak with them without saying what they said? Did you speak with them?
Yes.
Did they provide you information about, what they had done prior to you arriving?
Yes.
Are you using your radio to try and get help?
Yes, I immediately radioed back to dispatch that we needed medical personnel, possibly an airlift at that point, being we had a larger vessel, so it's more stable, to airlift at least Miss Puig, because she was unresponsive and very seriously injured. I radioed back to dispatch as well as on our side frequency, the marine frequency, to my supervisor who were setting up a kind of triage first aid area on Elliott Key.
Elliott Key, is that the ranger station there?
It's approximately in the middle of the key. Like I said, it's about 10 miles long, so approximately in the middle, they have a ranger station and another building along with bathrooms and a large area that they can use as a landing zone for the helicopter and dockage.
Mr. Bruto, at the time of this crash, when you responded, were you equipped with body-worn camera?
Yes, I was.
Did you activate your body-worn camera at some point that day?
Yes, I did.
Why'd they move him to the end of the table? Is that supposed to make him cry less or pretend to cry less? Seriously. Is that the bad seat, that timeout seat? Come on, why are we still in court? It's after 5. I seriously was, since we were doing not live trials, I was gonna start ending at 4 because it hurts me to sit in this chair for hours. I don't know why I started taking notes because I don't want to take notes. Yeah, I looked it up. Mark says it had negligible amounts of THC in it. It's left over from World War II when they wanted farmers to plant hemp.
Ladies and gentlemen, we can address a couple of legal issues. This would be actually a good time for us to break a bit more on the direct evidence and maybe cross-examination. I think that it's a assets about anything. That's really good. Because you all have very full day. So let me give you some instructions, please.
Mr. Bruto?
Sir, I'll instruct you, please, you cannot discuss your testimony with anyone.
Oh, good.
You are under oath, and we'll have you back tomorrow. I think we'll be back here at 9:30. Okay. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you put your notepads, I think you're getting the routine now, put your notepads inside the envelopes and things and leave the courtroom. Same instructions. Please be very vigilant about following these instructions. Insulate yourselves. If you think you're hearing something that has anything to do with these proceedings, ignore it, listen to it, watch it, don't read it. Okay? Please don't go on social media to either post any comments or read anything or try to gather any kind of information as well. No research, no investigation. There is information that is outside of this courtroom that is not evidence, that is not for you to consider. Only thing you can consider is the evidence presented in this courtroom and the law that I will instruct you on and ultimately change the decision. So be very, very cautious of that. Be mindful also, not to speak with each other. Of course, you can't have any conversations about this case until you are sent into the hearing room for time to deliberate. Also can't speak with anyone else, parties, anyone. And if anyone attempts to speak with you or in your presence about the case, please remind them around the jury, keep the badge as well displayed. If they persist, please let them know. Tomorrow, please be here if you would, as today, great. Please be here by 9:30. You will report to the jury room on the 7th floor. Please get it inside the jury room instead of in the hall. And then they will bring you to the courtroom when we are ready to proceed. Okay? So have a very restful and pleasant evening. And we'll see you tomorrow night.
All rise.
Why can't all of it be that loud?
You can all be seated. Thank you.
Did they move him over there so he can't talk to his family?
Recess for the jury, but I would like to have 3 minutes. You can here address the one matter. Use the information now, or alternative two is you can send it to me again, we look at it, and then I can address the issue tomorrow.
We prefer to do it now. We have a matter we need to address with you at sidebar.
Okay, would you like to address the sidebar matter first?
Sure.
Okay, come on over.
Okay. Well, I was hoping they'd do the sidebar thing in open court so we can listen, but I am gonna go to bed. With an ice pack on this stupid knee and heating pack on this stupid back because I'm in pain. Ugh. Okay. Alright guys, I will see you tomorrow at 9. We will go back to Murdaugh in the morning now that we're all caught up, and then at 10 we will come back to this trial. So remember, be kind to people, love your family, and Jesus loves you, and so do I. Bye guys, see you in the morning. Love y'all.